from the women out here as that swell does increase?
I think tube rides are going to be so critical today. You know, it really is going to come into play, you know, because of that added size. It's just going to heave out there. That ledge will be in effect, especially later in the second half of the day. So you'll see the women, you know, if they want to really get those quick points right away, they're going to pull in.
Well, we got a super exciting matchup right out of the gates here for heat number 1, round 4. Laura Enever up against Coco Ho. You can see they've matched up 3 times in the past, and Coco Ho getting the nod on all 3 of those. So Coco holding the upper hand over Laura Enever. Laura Enever, though, in this competition, it was interesting. Another thing, going back to that interview with 6-time world champ Stephanie Gilmore, is that she's one of the picks for her to win this. She picks Laura as being one of the standout.
Just so exciting. She's just a spark plug. She's not afraid to, you know, give it a go when those heavy waves come in. She will give it a crack, and I just love the aggressive line she draws, Todd. Whenever she commits to that bottom turn, you know she's just going to smack the lip. So a very exciting surfer.
She comes into this event ranked 16th currently on the Jeep leaderboard, and she's had 13s across the board. And you know, we speculated, you know, that. Not speculated, but you know, she hasn't made it out of that second round since the start of this year. So she's super excited. The worst she can do at this point, Ross, is a 9th place finish as we see a set approaching out the back. A little bit of texture on the surface, but as you and I both know, once it hits that inside reef, there's so much swell that's out there today. We should see some pretty clean faces for these women to perform. And as you said, I think we'll see some big barrels as that tide does start to draw out throughout the day. Let's see if who's going to draw first blood in this heat. It looks like holding the inside position is Laura Enever. She's going to pull back and let Coco Ho go. So she's going to draw first blood, comes off the bottom. Nice snap off the top to open things up here on this one. Carving back one more time there, mid-face. Just staying right next to that power source, hoping it's going to reform here on the inside for a nice rebound there off the whitewater. And it's good to get that first wave, Ross, to, you know, get the feet in the wax, and now right behind her, better looking opening turn here for Laura Enever. And this one's a lot steeper. Another nice follow-up snap there on the backhand. Kind of rides there in the pocket. Another nice carve here for Laura, looking a lot looser on this one. Snapping it back one more time. So a long wave here for Laura with some nice vertical hits on the backhand. So a good exchange, but what are your thoughts between those two waves that are being ridden?
Well, both surfers look super switched on. They definitely have had their coffee this morning. Really energetic, so impressive there from both of them, but slightly better wave there for Laura. You know, that wave kind of held up. The line stayed a little stronger through the inside. It held up a little steeper, and she may have a slight advantage, but I like what I'm seeing so far.
The first couple rounds, we had 35-minute heats. This round, we'll have 30-minute heats, Ross.
Yeah, I think that Jesse just deeming that there's enough waves out there with this incoming swell. We don't need that extra 5 minutes as we see. Look at how clean this wave is, Todd. Missed just a little barrel there, so a tiny little hiccup, but right back into those clean wraps. So 2 strong, you know, pretty decent maneuvers on the inside before she finishes up. I definitely feel like both of these waves for Coco as well as Laura are sort of in the warm-up category. They're not going to be massive scores in my opinion. But, you know, nice that they can both, as you mentioned, get the grime off the bottom of the feet. You know, they've just been standing on the boats. A lot of times your feet can get kind of slippery. So that first wave, you know, just get that traction going. And I think they'll be feeling that way. I don't think they're going to be thinking, you know what, these are massive scores. I'm on to something. Just warming it up here. And for Coco, again, staying aggressive with that bottom turn. But you can see that wave got kind of fat. So she wasn't able to really tag the lip the way she wanted to. So that should be a pretty small score.
And you mentioned, you know, both of these women, that's the first wave for them. You know, can a first wave, even though it's not maybe going to be a big score, as you point out, Ross, can it help to settle some nerves if there are any, just to get that first wave under your belt?
100% for sure. You know, the worst thing you can do in a heat, especially a 3rd-minute heat, Todd, is sit. It just sucks when you sit down there in a heat and you're just waiting and waiting, looking at the ocean. All the nerves come in. It's just, you get fidgety. So to keep catching waves, you know, it just feels good.
Well, we know that the conditions change heat by heat, but one thing that does stay pretty consistent is that judging criteria. But with that said, as the conditions do change, the emphasis on these different points here fluctuates a little bit, Ross.
It does. So I'm really loving that first line. Commitment, you know, the waves are kind of big, especially throughout the day. It should get bigger. So commitment's going to mean a lot, and degree of difficulty. So if you hammer a big maneuver right in a pocket, that's really tough to do. And so I think the majority of these scores will come from that first line.
and you definitely want to get scores up in that excellent range. But on occasion, we see some of those slower heats, and even you know, one good wave and an average wave can get you through, but you always are shooting for 8s or better. Scores starting to drop for both of these surfers, and definitely, as you pointed out, Ross, going to get the better of the exchange is Laura Enever. It's a 7.67 to open things up for the surfer in red. Coco Ho from Hawaii wearing the blue. She drops a 4.00. About those scores coming through there for Laura Enever's opening wave.
Pretty decent, you know, so maybe even better than I anticipated. So I think she's going to be really happy with that. That's actually a keeper, and for her, you know, out there sitting with that little bit of an advantage, it'll put us some pep in her step. But as we mentioned before, you know, when this heat just started, there's a lot of waves coming in, so much opportunity.
I was just going to say the same thing. You talk about consistency, and we're seeing right when they get back into the lineup after jumping off the back of those skis, another set approaching with priority is Coco Ho. She was a little bit too far outside. Laura Enever is going to take this one. Beautiful face here on this wave for her, and she squares it up nicely on that first maneuver. A little bit late on that second turn, though, Ross, and unfortunately she catches the edge and goes down. So a beautiful opening maneuver on the second.
Went ahead and pegged it, but you know, it didn't pan out for her that time. So that was interesting. You pointed out Coco had priority there. Laura, kind of a frisky little zone there. She, you know, swung right underneath her.
Yeah, it seemed to be that she had the inside a little bit further in on the reef, and sometimes, as you would know, Ross, it's hard to, it's a fine line. You got to be underneath the wave sometimes to catch them, because it can be a little bit fat on the outside. You got to commit.
She even, you know, kicked water there, and was, she definitely made a huge effort to get that. That first maneuver was strong. But unfortunately for Laura, you know, she's not going to get too big of a score, just a simple fact that she fell in that second maneuver. But look at the size, Todd. Juicy waves out here right now. It's coming up all day long. Kind of a vicious little wipeout, but she seemed unfazed.
And interesting, going back to that interview this morning with Stephanie Gilmore and Joe Turpel, pretty classic. One of the candid moments in there, aside from Joe's wave, was, you know, she made mention about Laura being one of her picks, along with Tatiana Weston-Webb, to make the final. And she said, well, as long as Laura doesn't get snapped in half, you know, and just a kind of a funny little jab there. You know, Laura's so thin, but yet so powerful.
She is just, you know, a wiry competitor, very strong. You know, she doesn't have a ton of meat on her bones, but she definitely can deliver a lot of power, you know, with that wiry figure. And more importantly, her technique. You know, she's not afraid to draw those really critical lines and, you know, put her surfboard in the heaviest part of the wave.
And looking back at round one, these two surfers were actually matched up. We'll get to that in just a minute, as this was Coco's wave.
And here you go. Nice little bottom turn there for Coco. So you can see that wave was pretty fast. She got hung up in that lip line, not able to come around.
And she actually lost priority with that wave, Ross. So you know, hopefully that doesn't come back to bite her, with Laura Enever now with the biggest wave score of the heat so far, a 7.67, now with priority waiting out the back. As I started to mention, in round one, these two women were matched up in round one, as well as Sally Fitzgibbons. And getting the win in round one was Laura Enever, a very close one. You remember, we reflect back to that heat with her and Sally. Sally owned that heat all the way until the end, and then in the very last minute, Laura Enever got a wave on her backhand, scoring up in that 8-point range to take the win. And Coco having a pretty slow one in that one with a two-wave total of 11.17. Let's go back and reflect on that heat. And you know, what did you take away from that, knowing that Sally Fitzgibbons was our defending champion here, and Laura got the nod in that one?
Yeah, it was really close. You know, it definitely threw us off. We didn't see that score coming, but the judges were really excited about those three fast, critical turns from Laura. It was kind of a seesaw battle. Sally, you know, she has impeccable wave selection. She's always on the bombs. She really knows how to compete and stay in the heat. Strategically speaking, she never gets out of sync, it seems like, with the ocean. So, you know, it was a little bit of a surprise, but, you know, Laura, she has just been on point this entire event. She looks really confident, Todd.
We got 21 minutes left there, and you can see Laura raising her arm, probably asking for an update from the tower there. What's the situation? Who's you know, who's in the lead? What is needed by second place? And so they don't actually get to hear what Ross Williams and I are saying out there. There's a separate commentary taking place out there on the tower, so you can hear there in the ambient sound, giving the update, the situation right there from that tower.
That is just amazing. So, as you've been pointing out throughout this entire event, Todd, we're 2.2 miles away from this surf break from Tavarua Island, not to mention, you know, we're even further away from the main island of Fiji. So we're literally bringing you this event in the middle of nowhere. It's just amazing. And but it's a minor price to pay, you know, the technical nightmare that we have putting the show together, but it's, you know, it's so worth it because this is for sure one of the best waves on the planet.
And one of the most exciting venues. The women love it here, even though yesterday was a day off, spending a lot of time in the water when it was clean in the morning and then coming back to the island of Tavarua and just enjoying themselves. So much to do here. One of the most beautiful places in the world. Current situation with 20 minutes to go, Laura Enever in the lead, a 7.67. She just posted a 4.27 to back that up. 0.94, a lot of time on the clock. 20 minutes to go. Laura Enever does have priority, though, Ross. And we talked about round one for Laura Enever. Let's look, you know, with that win in round one, she went directly to round three. She matched up against Sally Fitz once again and Lakey Peterson. This time, though, Sally Fitzgibbons getting the win. And in that particular heat, that was when Sally actually had to have her ear taped up. She took a bad fall at the end of that heat, the round prior in round two. And went out there like an absolute champion, and it was interesting to see her because a lot of times, you know, it was a perforated eardrum, and a lot of times, you know, you and I both would know, Ross, is your equilibrium gets a little bit off, and her balance looked to be spot on. She had a two-wave total of a 17.10. Laura had a pretty solid heat too, averaging better than 7-point rides with 14.77.
Yeah, that was amazing. That was hero stuff right there from Sally. We'll be talking about that for years to come, you know, so just amazing there. But yeah, Laura, she was right there in that heat. Even though Sally got the win, she was just fighting back. So, you know, and here she is again, kind of keeping that momentum up, Todd. She's already got that 7.67, and, you know, she might be able to hang on and keep that through to the quarterfinals. But Coco's been spicy. She's been mixing it up in this event. You know, when I think about Coco, I think about, you know, right-hand point breaks, but she's been turning some heads in this event.
She absolutely has, and we'll get to her stats in just a minute. But in the meantime, as we can see, this consistency has definitely gotten better out there. We've got a low tide coming up. Let's get an update from the channel with Strider Wasilewski.
Thanks, Todd. Yeah, out here in the channel, the waves are looking really fun. You know, we start out the morning with a good easterly flow on the wind, and it's kind of come around to the south, which has changed the conditions. The faces are a little chattery and hoping for, you know, the swell is actually on the rise. So as it picks up and as we see the swell kind of arrive, we'll see a lot of clean face as it sucks off the reef. And as you said, the tide's going lower. So the conditions are prime and ready for these girls, these women, to get some really great waves out here. One thing is that there are sea lice everywhere, little tiny jellyfish that are biting you. It's kind of interesting. You just be paddling and all of a sudden zap, zap, zap. So, you know, just to add to the love out here in the morning. It's a little gloomy, but definitely some crazy good waves coming through, and hopefully we see that consistency pick up all day.
Hey, Strider, give me some insight on that weather you mentioned. You know, there's a lot of kind of thunderheads around and some dark clouds. If that burns off, will that affect the wind pattern at all?
You know, usually with the weather, it kind of keeps the wind down. Right now, we've got a lot of systems around us. There's a lot of weather kind of blowing through on and off. So I'm not too sure whether, if it does go away, I think actually the wind might actually pick up. I was talking to Dave Clark last night, and he said the southerlies are coming. It's just a matter of when, not if.
Strider, with the change in swell, the increase, are you seeing any adjustment as far as where the women are sitting in the lineup for this particular heat?
You know, this swell's kind of coming in. There's some west swingers. Like right now, we're looking at a little swell coming in right now that could catch us inside. But there's definitely pretty far up the point. A lot of water moving. So definitely, you know, there's the swell's hitting up on top of the point, and the way that the waves are coming in right now, they're kind of coming in the choppy zone with the wind, and then once they wrap down the reef, the face opens up, and we get a lot more kind of open face for them and smooths it out. Thanks
a lot, Strider, for that insight, and we'll look forward to hearing from you throughout the day. 16 minutes, 20 seconds to go. So even though we're seeing some chop out there on the lineup, as Strider pointed out there, you know, the further up the point you sit, you know, sometimes it can be good to take off there, but the wave cleans up as it gets down the reef.
It's amazing. You know, it's a huge, giant horseshoe. That reef has a nice curve to it. So with that south wind, it actually is almost side onshore as soon as you take off on the button way on the outside. And the second you take off, the wave starts bending with that reef. And as it bends, the angle gets more and more favorable. The further you ride the wave, the cleaner it gets. So, you know, you're looking on your screen right now, they're on the top of the reef. It looks kind of chattery and onshore, but just pay attention. Watch when they take off. You know, as every second goes by, the wave gets cleaner.
15.5 minutes to go here in round 4. Heat number 1 of the Fiji Pro. Laura Enever holding down the lead. Coco Ho searching for a score of a 7.94. Welcome back to the Women's Fiji Pro. Stop number 5 on the Samsung Galaxy Championship Tour. In the water right now. Heat number 1 of round 4. Laura Enever out to an early lead, a two-wave total of 11.94. Coco Ho, the Hawaiian, two-wave total of 5.00, chasing a score of a 7.94. Ross, we talked about, how Laura Enever had found herself into round 4 here. Let's look at Coco Ho's track to get here into this round. She actually had to serve an additional round in round 2. She was matched up against another Hawaiian, Alessa Quizon, and in that one it was a two-wave total for Coco. She had a solid two-wave total there, a 16.34. She seemed to find her rhythm.
She did. A massive heat there, excuse me, for Coco. So, that's positive for her to have those big scores under her belt. And, took out Alessa pretty easily. But it was in a little bit smaller conditions. And as I mentioned earlier, I think of Coco and I think of those zippy turns that she kind of pulls off really fast and nimble. So I like that we're seeing Coco in a little bit bigger conditions. I know the waves aren't giant right now, but as it picks up, just kind of cool to see these athletes and what they can do in the heavier stuff.
Absolutely, Ross. And then in round 3, Coco Ho was matched up against an all-Hawaiian heat. Tatiana Weston-Webb, though, she went on fire in that one, a two-wave total of 17.67, getting the win. Carissa Moore, two-wave total of 14.87. And Coco, unfortunately, getting a third in that one, which sees her now in round 4 here. And Tatiana with that win going directly to the quarterfinals. So a great matchup here for these two women in the water. Plenty of time left on the clock, 12 minutes, 40 seconds to go. And as we said, there's an increase in swell and hopefully plenty more opportunity for Coco to get that score that she needs of a 7.94.
I like what she's doing, Todd. You can see her kind of paddling away from Laura. She doesn't have priority, so she's trying to be a little bit more sneaky. Another little note from for Coco, she's roommates with Malia Manuel in this event, and both their fathers are here. They're all staying together, and they just seem like they're really comfortable, having a good time. They're both still going on, advancing through in this event. So there's that combination of, we were talking about it before, it being in almost vacay mode, but then you have to flip that animal switch and really bring it when you have a jersey on. Yeah,
I'm glad you bring that up because, as you said, Coco Ho is here with her father, Michael Ho, an absolute legend of the sport, former championship tour competitor himself, and big wave legend. And, I was catching up with Coco the other night. She said, my dad is like a big brother to me. I swear my dad is aging backwards. And I just started laughing. And I said, well, what do you mean by that? She goes, well, he's just an absolute grommet. He frosts harder. He surfs more than my brother Mason and I. And it's great to be around him because he's got so much energy. It was pretty funny.
Michael Ho is such a legend in so many ways. He's always so great to be around, always positive, smiling. Has nothing but good things to say about everybody. And he is a full-blown grommet, even though he's a legend and, has been around the block for a long time. He has zero chip on his shoulder. And, it's just cool to have him around here. And, I know Coco, she loves it. You can see she is so smitten to have Pops hanging on the island.
There is Michael Ho right there on the right side of that boat. Coco having a look at that one, and she also made mention, she knows her dad's history and what he's done in the sport. And, he's just a plethora of knowledge. And she said, sometimes I should listen to him more, but I get so excited when I get out in the water. I just want to surf. When I first started surfing back, at a young age, I started, because it was social and it was just fun. I just wanted to get out and catch every wave I could. And sometimes, like you said, Ross, especially here on a place like Tabarua, you can forget sometimes you're in a heat. And she said she has to constantly remind herself to just slow down, relax, and wait for those sets.
That was pretty cool. You saw it. Michael was actually looked a little frustrated there. He was pointing, trying to gesture her go further up the reef. And look, Todd, she listened. So now she's paddling back up. And just to take note, we keep saying, Mike's a legend, this and that. But that guy legitimately has one of the best knacks for knowing how to catch the best wave in the ocean. He can read waves so well. I mean, this is one of the kings of Sunset Beach. You know how difficult and crazy that lineup is. So, Mike, every time he surfs, we've been watching him free surf out here, he's always on the gems. So he can read the ocean very well. And
you can see they're trying to get as much elevation as he can to see out the back, see those sets to help coach Coco in. Because a lot of times, when you're in a channel like that, Ross, and getting as much elevation as you can see is it wave number 1, 2, or 3, and you can, whoever you're coaching at that point can say, go over this one or catch this one.
It's true. So it's pretty cool, to see Mike have her go further up the reef, maybe bring Laura with you. I don't think it's so much of a mind game just yet, but he doesn't want her just sitting there on the end. You know, I don't think the waves are really good down there. He wants her up where the waves are better, so I think that's what he's gesturing to.
Well, here we go. Laura Enever does have priority, so Coco Ho has to pull back and give her right away. Nice looking wall here for Laura to come off the bottom, square it up off the top. Draws out her bottom turn, another nice snapping turn. So two good combination of maneuvers and a third here. Laura really pivoting nicely off the tail, getting square up into the lip on each one of those maneuvers. Ross kind of gets hung up a little bit on that one. Does a bit of a floater whitewater climb down that thing, which was interesting. And then she kicks out. So it's going to be a good backup wave there for her. She's looking to better a 4.27.
I don't know, Todd. I'm thinking she got rid of that 4 right there. You know, stayed really busy. So now she's going to put Coco in a pretty stressful little zone. She's going to need more than that 8-point ride she needs right now. So just sort of tightening the screws on Coco. And you can see right here, this wave always kind of tricky. Again, it's pretty high tide right now. So that all that wonk and that turbulence is able to travel across the reef. It's not exposed yet. At low tide, you know, that reef almost creates a barrier, and that's when it gets really clean. But you can see Laura staying super busy, even though that wave was kind of tricky to surf. So in my eyes, she definitely got rid of that 4.27, and she's going to be into a comfortable lead.
Good surfing there for Laura Enever. She'll look to get out the back now. Coco Ho does have an opportunity, though, Ross, now with priority, and she can be a little bit more selective and hope for a good open face wall like Laura's been able to find a couple of times now. And we'll see if Mother Nature will dial one up for her. Looking at the results for these two women last year here at the Fiji Pro, Ross, a nice finish for Laura Enever, a 5th place, and hoping to make it out of this heat here and get into those quarterfinals. And that'll be the worst she can do once again. Last year, though, Coco Ho had a tough go, a 13th place finish.
It's true. So, you know, that'd be great for her to match that result. But just looking at the heat draw there, Todd, Sally Fitzgibbons is waiting for her in that first quarter. So this top half of the draw, to me, I don't know what you think, Todd, looks really tough. And obviously, Courtney, and the bottom part of the draw looks really heavy too, but pretty stacked on the top half.
Well, again, whoever comes out of this heat will go up against Sally Fitzgibbons, and these surfers have already matched up a couple times. We've seen Laura Enever get the win in round 1 over Sally, and then in round 3, Sally getting the win over Laura. So a potential matchup for those two, but Coco Ho wants to change that. She's got 7 minutes, and she's still looking for a score of a 9.67. Last of red came through, Ross, at a 6.00.
There you go. So pretty smooth heat so far, but Coco hasn't really settled into this heat yet. I'm just waiting for her to really draw her first blood. You know, she looks great. Her equipment looks spot on. So let's a nice set coming her way. See if she can capitalize on it on a nice long wave and tag it.
We just saw Carissa Moore out there in the lineup with Poncho Sullivan, former championship tour competitor himself, and now Lakey Peterson. She jumps in the water with Mike Parsons in her corner as a coach, another former championship tour competitor. So great to see some of the veterans of our sport coming back and helping the up-and-coming women of today.
Yeah, just all that knowledge sitting in their heads right there, just ready to deliver. It does nothing but help. And then the demeanor, you know, just able to keep your competitor calm, be able to bounce back great ideas. I think it just does nothing but help you to have that presence.
Carissa Moore sporting that yellow Jeep leader jersey. That's the jersey that every surfer wants to have coming into an event, because that means you're leading the tour at that point. And a bit of a target on your back. Everybody wants that position.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, you're the only one with that color. So, you know, you have to just kind of claim it, you know, flex a little bit. That's right. I got the leader jersey, but you know, it is a little bit, like you said, a target.
Absolutely. 5.5 minutes to go. Let's look back at the scores that we've got so far on the board.
I don't know where this heat has gone. So maybe the extra 5 minutes that's gotten zapped, taken away, this 30-minute heats, they're going by quick. So that just means that these fast starts are going to mean a lot more. And that was a 7.67 for Laura right there. Nice long wave. And she missed one tiny little barrel opportunity, but she tagged it nicely, really smooth surfing. And then she was able to back it up with a 6-point ride. This just a 4-pointer for Coco Ho. I like that little snap right there, but look at the wave. It kind of hit a warble, and then it got cut in half almost. The energy just totally fizzled away, and just one more little cutback. So Coco yet to really have found those gems out here that's on offer. So we'll see if her pops, Mike, can kind of will the ocean to go her way. This is a backup score right here, Todd, for Laura. This is that 6-point ride she just got. She's looking pretty zippy herself, really fast, and very comfortable heat so far for her.
Yeah, I like the way that she's able to come off the bottom and get up into the lip quickly. But as I look at the two women in this heat, very similar in their approach to the wave. And I think, you know, to your point, Ross, the difference thus far has been the waves. You know, Laura Enever has been able to find those waves that have allowed some, you know, some open face across the inside reef. Coco Ho's had a few waves where, you know, that opening turn is there, but after that it just kind of flattens out on her. Very unfortunate at this point. She's got 4 minutes to go. She has priority, so she's in a good position. The challenge is, though, she's up against the ropes now, needing a score of a 9.67. It is possible, but I tell you what, she almost maybe wants to go after 2 waves, but time's winding down.
She just got cleaned up, too, by that set. I think she was able to duck dive underneath it, but the ocean just not on Coco's side right now. You know, she's waiting for a set to kind of come her way so that she could grab a score, and the set was actually too big. So pretty frustrating right now for Coco.
When you look back at Coco's, you know, ranking over the past few years, 2009 she was 4th, 2010 7th, 2011 6th, and last year she finished up 12th overall. And you know, prior to, you know, her earlier round, the round prior to this one, she felt like she still has a lot to prove, even though she's been on tour for a long time. She, you know, she feels she has that talent to be up in that title contention, and she wants to prove herself, and hopefully she can do so in this heat.
I think she has the talent and the skill to be, you know, a top 3 contender for sure. Coco, I think she has a right to feel like she's, you know, hasn't gotten those results that she's capable of yet. So she has to be patient and really grind it out at this point in her career. You know, she's been on tour for a while now, so you can't really let those negative results seep into your mindset. You got to stay positive.
We talk about Coco Ho and her father Michael here helping her, and you know, having that family here, that support, great. Let's talk a little bit about Laura Enever and having her brother here, Chris Enever. You know, the swell was pretty solid. Both of them came in early before this event started, and were able to get out there and get some pretty good waves. He's a great surfer himself.
He is, and he comes almost to every single spot on tour, and here we go.
This is Coco Ho with priority, needing a big score, a 9.67. A lot of whitewater to contend with here, and she's trying to get out onto the open face. And let's see what happens once she does. There she is, nice opening snap there. Starts to really run across the reef on the inside. She goes vertical, nice turn there. And again, on that next one though, she catches an edge and goes down. That second turn though, I really liked, Ross.
That might have been the best turn in my opinion in this heat so far. But again, that's kind of been Coco's MO over the years, is she produces amazing surfing, but for grinding out a score, she can struggle. She makes little mistakes here and there. As you saw, she fell in that last maneuver. So it's going to probably keep her in that same situation, needing a massive score. You
can see the water patrol there zipping it around, trying to get position to get Coco Ho on the back of that sled and drag her back out to back and give her enough opportunity and time to get that score. She's, you know, we'll see what the last wave comes through, if it changes the situation. If it doesn't, she's still going to need a 9.67. Let's look back at this last wave.
This wave a little tricky. It got really fast on the takeoff zone right there, so she had to go around about 30, 40 yards of it, which the judges don't like. They want you to, you know, bottom turn straight into a maneuver. So because it was kind of a, you know, a slow start to this wave, but that second turn right there was so sharp, right on the money, and then she just dug a rail on that third turn. So again, that's going to keep the score really low.
Well, the score has come through, Ross. It's a 5.00, so it did help her out. It's dropped it down now. It's 1 point better than her 4.0, so now she needs an 8.67 as opposed to a 9.67. And let's see, that's definitely obtainable there, an 8.67 in these conditions.
You're talking about Chris, you know, Laura's brother. He's probably out there right now making sure that she takes care of this last 50 seconds. You have priority, just shadow Coco, you know, take care of business, and that's probably what we'll see.
Well, we'll see if she'll elect to kind of sit real close, become real close friends with 45 seconds to go. Needing a big score, 8.67 for Coco Ho in the blue from Hawaii. And we talked about last year, she finished up here with a 13th place finisher. She's definitely done better than that already with a 9th here if unfortunately she does bow out. Set approaching on the lineup. Let's see who will be in position. As we mentioned, Laura Enever does have priority, so she can elect to take it from Coco Ho. And it looked like Laura paddled for that one.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen Coco take a shallower entry through the lineup. She could have maybe swung underneath that, and that wave might have been the score she was looking for.
We'll have to see if priority shifts, because it looked like potentially having a look at that one. Well, that's not going to matter, Ross, because time has run out. Congratulations to Laura Enever. Two waves, 7.67 and a 6.00 with the win. Coco Ho in the end chasing an 8.67. And coming up next, our Jeep leader Carissa Moore up against Lakey Peterson in heat number 2 of round 1 of the Fiji Pro. More live action, increasing swell here at Cloudbreak. Current world number 1, Carissa Moore, now hitting the lineup up against Lakey Peterson. Congratulations to heat number 1, Laura Enever there on your screen with her brother Chris with the win up against Coco Ho.
Yeah, that was a pretty great, easy, smooth performance there from Laura. Both surfers very similar. That's kind of a coin flip for me between her and Coco, but again, Coco just kind of got lost out there, and Laura took care of business.
It's one of the interesting things about our sport, the sport of surfing. So many variables, Ross, we talked about a little bit yesterday, but sometimes Mother Nature just doesn't go your way, and it seemed to be that case for Coco Ho. Now hitting the lineup, as pointed out, wearing that yellow Jeep leader jersey, Carissa Moore up against Lakey Peterson. And talk a little bit about that matchup.
I think for me, this is actually a really fun dynamic to watch. Very different surfers. Carissa, maybe a slightly stronger, more of a powerful surfer. She throws a lot of spray, versatile. And then Lakey, a little more squirrely. She likes to draw, pretty sharp angles. I wouldn't even be surprised if she gets, up into that lip line more, maybe even break the fins free. She's really aggressive. She's one of the few competitors on the women's tour that can kind of go to that air reverse. So we'll see if she can use that flair to her advantage.
With that said, Ross, out here it's predominant lefts. We won't see any rights being ridden. Who do you feel has the upper hand on their backhand in these conditions?
For sure, with the waves being kind of hefty and a lot of power out here, I think Carissa can match that power with hers, so she definitely has the upper hand. She's got the yellow jersey on, so I think she can posture a little bit more. I don't think Lakey's going to be rattled, though, by any means. She's out here with her coach, Mike Parsons. Snips, would be, filling her nothing but with positive information all morning. So this is a great matchup, but Carissa definitely has the edge.
Well, Lakey had a big heat win in round 1, the first heat of the event here at the Fiji Pro, with a 2-wave total of 12.00, taking out one of the standouts so far in this event, Tatiana Weston Webb, as well as Alessa Quizon. So a big win there in round 1 for Lakey.
Yeah, it was huge. And, she's been getting really consistent results this year. She hasn't really, gotten the win, obviously, that she would like to have, but she's also not really bogging either. She's not getting those dreaded 13th place finishes, so she's been on a bit of a roll. Yeah, super interesting looking at Lakey. We'll talk a little bit here about Carissa Moore. Coming into this, she's a 2-time world champ. She's our current points leader, wearing that yellow Jeep leader jersey. And as we pointed out, she's from Hawaii. She's got the confidence over the reef, but everybody wants that jersey that's on her back. It's true, and just shocking. Carissa, only 22 years old. She's still so young. Already got a couple of world titles under her belt. I can still remember her surfing Kaisers, on South Shore of Oahu, where I'm from. When she was like 10 years old, she was already turning so many heads. It was kind of like one of those things where the writing was on the wall, but it all came true. Sometimes people kind of burn out when they're those popular, famous amateur surfers where, they're pegged to be, the next big thing, but it really was the case for her. And pretty interesting what she's done over the past year, Ross, winning the last event, the Target Maui Pro, and then coming in and winning the first 2 events, the Roxy Pro, the Rip Curl Pro, Bells Beach, 3 consecutive wins. Amazing, yeah, and you could tell she was kind of, had just a little bit of a, just phased out a bit through the middle of 2014, and then she kicked it, motivational-wise, right back into gear. She found something, swagger. A little bit of, yeah, maybe it was swagger, but sometimes you can get complacent just a little bit when you're out here for a handful of years, and you need to be so switched on, and obviously she found it. With that said, then stops number 3 and 4 going to Courtney Conalog. And so now maybe, changing things a little bit here for Carissa Moore and going, okay, well, it's not my year yet. There's a lot of events ahead of us. And have a look here at the lineup. Very interesting to see. Both of these women seem to be almost paddling out to sea. Feisty little deal right here. Yeah, Lakey, right now, she has the inside position, so that's kind of the power play. If the wave comes, she'll be in position to catch it. But Carissa just putting her in check a little bit, pushing her way up the reef. So if a set comes, I think that's so smart for Carissa. Lakey will be out of position, and if she catches the wave and it closes out, she'll instantly have priority.
So these two women playing a little bit of cat and mouse out there, and no waves on the horizon. Let's check in with Strider Wasilewski. Strider, what's happening?
Yeah, boys. Well, we came into the inside of the on the reef. Basically, it's very shallow right here, but with the jet skis, we can get in here and take a look at the perspective. You know, where the judges are sitting. These judges have to come out here. They're up here all day, basically, slaving away, getting the right perspective. It's all about what you see, and you'll see the shots go back and forth. The channel shot, you can get a good look into the tube, but you can't really see that open face. And from this vantage up high, you can see the whole wave in its entirety and the way it's surfed. It actually looks amazing from up there. Some of those shots you've probably seen already from the webcast.
Strider, great vision there behind you with that tower out in the middle of nowhere. It's it's 2.2 miles from the island here, and you can see the mainland a few miles behind you as well. Talk about the crowds we just saw in Brazil, and then the contrast we're seeing here, and what it means to the surfers and maybe their approach. Yeah, there's a huge juxtaposition to the reality of what we just came from with Rio, and that being such an intense crowd and the vibe and the energy there. And then you come down to somewhere like this in Fiji, where you are basically in the middle of the ocean. I mean, it's got the scaffolding set up here. It is movable, but basically it sits out here, and it's your only form of shelter while you're out here. And the vibe is from the water, it's from the ocean, it's from the waves, and it's from the feeling of Mother Earth more than it is from the people. So for the athletes, they just have to get right into harnessing the power and the energy of Mother Nature and what's around them in the waves and get into rhythm. Thanks so much, Strider. And it's great to see. It's fun to go to those big cities with the massive crowds and perform in front of huge audiences. But it's also great to come back to a place like this, so special, the island of Tabarua and Namotu, and surf waves like restaurants and Cloudbreak. I mean, we all start surfing because we love it, not for the competitive side of things, but just for what we get out of being around the ocean. This embodies both. What you get from just surfing as well as the competition. And
not to mention your peers. I mean, for me, all the years I was on tour, Todd, I cared so much what my friends thought. If I came in and my buddies said, dude, that was such a sick wave you got, those maneuvers you did were on fire, or whatever it is, any kind of feedback I got from my peers, I would lit up. And these competitors are the same way because everyone's so smart and they've seen everything. That's what really matters to them, so they'll use that.
Well, no waves being ridden yet, and just a quick up and down right there for Carissa Moore. So interesting, we saw a pretty quick start in heat number 1, Ross. Here in heat number 2, the conditions, well, waves haven't really come to the table yet, and possibly a broken board, broken leash, something here. It looked like maybe Carissa is swimming and waving her arms. Appears to be a broken leash.
It's a small wave, though, for that. Maybe the string came untied or something there.
So her caddy, Poncho Sullivan, in the channel there would have a backup board and probably paddling super quick to that lineup, trying to get that board over to Carissa.
A couple of things may have happened. It could have been a competition leash, those really thin leashes, some people call them spaghetti leashes, that could have snapped, or sometimes if you don't tie the string, in the leash plug on your surfboard very well, it'll just kind of pull through the deck of the board. So we'll have to see what happened there, because that wave wasn't that very big, was it, Todd?
Well, the other thing is too, Ross, I mean, you're right, it wasn't that big of a wave, but the fins are so sharp sometimes, and if it just literally grazes that leash and it hits it, connects directly to it, it can slice it in a nanosecond, and possibly that happened as well. As you can see there, Poncho Sullivan with the backup board, Lakey Peterson looking back on, wow, what just happened? Crazy. And so Carissa going to throw that leash on now, backup board, get back into the lineup.
Amazing start here for Lakey. I know she hasn't caught a wave yet, but this is a nice little bit of fortune for her, because now she has priority. Carissa has no score to show of it. You can see right there, Todd, that leash totally attached, so it must have just got ripped off her ankle.
Wow, yeah, it looked like everything was intact there, and maybe just came off her ankle with the Velcro. 20 minutes remaining in this heat. Small score here for Carissa Moore, as we talked about in that heat number 1. And definitely a lot more consistent, and coming out of the gates strong and finishing strong was Laura Enever.
Thank you so much, Todd. Laura Enever, the other day when you made your round 1 heat, you were just stoked to make it through that round. Now you're into the quarterfinals. You must be pretty excited about your role in this competition.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to just be making heats again. It's been like I said, I've got all 13s this year, so to finally come here and make some heats, and I mean, that wind was a bit hard out there, and me and Coach didn't get that many waves, but I fell on a really good one too, but I'm just really stoked to make it through the quarters and get a good result again finally.
And we kind of expected this from you. We know that you charged. You came here earlier this year. Stephanie Gilmore's picked you for the final. Do you feel any of that expectations, or are you just taking that as support and extra motivation?
I mean, I've heard that's so nice of Steph. Miss her here. Hi, Steph, if you're watching, but I think it's like 6 in the morning, so probably sleeping. But no, I mean, I came here and got like an incredible swell for a few days. So I mean, I kind of just it was so good, but I kind of had to calm myself down because I get so excited out there. So I'm like, okay, just chill and just try to do the job. I mean, last year I came here and got like a total of 1 in the quarterfinal because I was just trying like to just get barreled. I was like hunting the barrel too much, so I just am trying to be a bit smarter and like just get the job done. So it's working so far. So hopefully I can just keep doing it and yeah, just keep sort of a run going in this comp.
And obviously yourself and Sally Fitzgibbons, same era, same Australians, matching up in the quarterfinals together. You had a round 1 heat together, you had a round 3 heat together. What can we anticipate from that quarterfinal matchup?
Yeah, I guess that'll be a good one. I pipped Sally in the first one, and then she got me in the second one. So hopefully she's feeling all right, and I use her all right, and hopefully can put in another good show, I guess. So yeah.
All right, Laura, we're stoked to see you into the quarterfinals. Back up to you, Todd.
Yeah, thanks so much, Rosie. And congratulations to Laura Enever as they hug at the end of that interview. A couple of quick waves, though, being ridden there. A good exchange between Lakey Peterson and Carissa Moore. Carissa getting that second wave of the set. Lakey Peterson getting the first. And what do you think of that first exchange?
What's funny is, Carissa is one of those competitors. Obviously, she is so polished. You don't get those world titles without being, just a stellar competitor. It's very rare to see her get off to a slow start, but this is a little shaky for her. We've seen that weird leash thing happen, and now her first wave is not a keeper. It's just kind of a wave where, well, let's take a look. She does a nice little floater, but not a really high scoring maneuver. More just doing that to get down the line. That wave is so fast, so you'll see right up to the top. Nice little float, but then she pushed a little hard on her third turn right here and comes stuck. So, well, I don't think it's time to push the panic button. She has a ton of time to get back in this heat, but just a really slow start for her. So we'll see if this rattles her a little bit. And then for Lakey Peterson, just a pretty smooth start. Not a massive score, but she looks really switched on. Board looks really nice under her feet. That wave, just a little unlucky though, Todd. You can see how it got small so quick. So all the energy kind of unloaded on the top of the reef. And that's what kept this score pretty mediocre. But again, all the momentum right now in this heat is in Lakey's corner, so let's see if she can utilize it, Todd.
Yeah, showing a lot of patience on that wave, letting the wave dictate her maneuvers, but this opening turn, pretty solid for Lakey Peterson.
So she dropped to 6.17, Todd, pretty much all due to that first turn. That's all those buzzwords we're looking at with the criteria, wasn't it? That commitment, really utilizing the powerful part of the wave. And so the judges liked it, but they left a lot of room in that scale for a nice set to come through.
Well, we talked about possibly breaking a leash, and then we noticed the leash was intact, so it looks like changing back once again, Ross, to the original board on the one that came off her foot, maybe. Carissa Moore changing back equipment once again.
I was really curious about that because a lot of times your backup board might be an inch longer, maybe even 2 inches longer, just in case the waves jump as they're predicted to do. So I was thinking, geez, this backup's probably not ideal for her. So it's no surprise that she's back to her first board.
Well, let's look at the situation here in round 4, heat number 2. That opening score is 6.17 for a combination of maneuvers on the backhand. Lakey Peterson in the blue holds the lead. Carissa Moore wearing that Jeep leader jersey in the yellow. She's got 2 small scores of a 0.23. That wave we just saw there a moment ago with that floater, a 3.67. Finds herself in second place, needing a small score of a 2.51, and the reason being it's such a small score is because Lakey only has 1 wave under her name at the moment.
And this is where these world titles kind of happen. That's the story that's being told right now to me. I don't know if Courtney's even paying attention, but if for some reason Carissa kind of keeps having this momentum kind of go the other way in this heat, say she goes down to Lakey, that's the break, that door that's kind of going to swing open for someone like Courtney. Those are those breaks you need to get the world title. So a lot at stake here for Carissa. She needs to get the ball rolling.
She sure does, Ross. And we talked a little bit about Poncho Sullivan. We've seen him a couple times already in this heat, helping out with equipment changes here for Carissa Moore. They've worked together as, him being a coach for, 5 years now, on and off, especially when they're in the islands, they're at Sunset and some of the other events in the islands of Hawaii. But this is the first time that he's traveled abroad with Carissa to help out and coach. And, he's excited to have the opportunity here, regardless of where you go in the world. Fiji is one of those big open ocean swells, or waves, I should say, over reef. So that knowledge that he's learned over the years, being a former championship tour competitor as well in the islands, he can bring here and help Carissa.
He really can. And Poncho is just a really steady presence, you know, very calm. And he's been such a great asset in her corner. You know, he's been out there even during free surfs and just sitting in a channel with her extra board. You know, he's not really treating this like a vacay for him out there trying to catch waves himself. And he's been working with her for years, as you mentioned, as well as I believe Miles Padaka. And so it's very comforting for Carissa. She has her pops here too as well. So it's cool to see how Carissa is not afraid to bring some people with her wherever she goes.
And one of the things Poncho made mention is that they've made a little adjustment in the equipment here for Carissa Moore in 2015. And Poncho is actually standing by with Strider right now. Maybe he can get a little more insight on that, you know, board change this year here in 2015.
Yeah, we're out here. We got a little set coming in, so a little swinger. So, Ponch, what happened on that one? It's a busy morning for you.
Yeah, we had a few little debacles, but it's all good. Her leash just ripped off as she ejected on that one, and the leash snapped off. Fortunately, there was no sets. Didn't really cost her much time, but definitely needs to start getting busy.
Alrighty, thanks a lot for that insight, Strider. Good stuff right there. Out on the field, basically. You know, if that was the NFL, he just ran down there during mid-play.
For a second, I thought a 12-foot wave was coming. You see Strider's face.
Good stuff. We don't want him to rip that polo, that's for sure. But always good to get that insight right there. You know, that's live action. Doesn't get any better than that. But, you know, we didn't get to hear about that change in equipment here in 2015. But, you know, Poncho did tell me they've gone a little bit wider. Last year, her boards were a little bit more gunned out, real narrow in the nose. This year, adding a little bit more volume and a little bit more width.
Well, maybe we'll get back to them once those sets dissipate and hear from Poncho, but I think that's a good call. You know, Chris is so strong. She can utilize a little bit more girth, more volume in her surfboards. I think it'll help her with paddling, keep that speed, that planing speed up. So I like that move.
And you talk about, you know, his delivery and how he, you know, just when you speak with him, you know, we talk about it could be a boat going down in the middle of the ocean, and he's going to keep you so calm. And, you know, like we said, just maybe, hey, we're going for a swim, but it's going to be a long swim. And he said that's one of the things he really works on is, aside from helping her in the lineup and a plethora of things as far as advice he can give, it's really just keeping her calm and in the moment.
I think so. You know, I think Chris is not the type that needs someone kind of yucking it up in her corner and hyping her up. She's already got a lot of energy when she hits the water, so I think for her that calm demeanor really helps her, someone to kind of bounce ideas off of and give her that sturdy advice before she you know, hits the water. Keep in mind, everyone has so much nerves, there's so much anticipation, so you need that calm presence.
When you have priority like Carissa does right now and needing a small score of a 2.51, Ross, but knowing that Lakey Peterson doesn't have a backup score yet, are you chasing a small score, or are you trying to get a big score up in that excellent range? You know, because it's a fine line of what you're going to take off on.
I think for her, especially because she has priority, she's treating this as a 12-minute heat, essentially. You know, she's not happy with that 3.67 at all. In fact, she might even be a little inspired that Lakey's only got the 6.17, so it's not like she's battling against a really big score already. So for her, you know, she needs to get, as Poncho said, she needs to get the ball rolling quickly, but you know, she has a lot of time to get 2 waves. You know, you can even get a couple of waves in 5 minutes.
Well, Lakey had priority, and you saw Carissa there paddle a little bit, getting Lakey to paddle, so now the priority shifts over, and now Carissa Moore has priority. So a bit of a little cat and mouse out there, and you know, that's why you're a 2-time world champ with Carissa Moore.
So there's maybe the break that Carissa needed. You know, she had all these funky little things happening going the other way.
Coming up next, more live action here from heat number 2, round 4, all the way out at the break called Cloudbreak. Stay with us. Bula, and welcome back to heat number 2, round 4 here at the Fiji Pro. Out in the lineup, Lakey Peterson with a lead in this heat with 1 wave of a 6.17, and our Jeep leader, Carissa Moore, wearing that yellow jersey, finds herself in second place, chasing a 2.51. 9 minutes on the clock. Carissa does have priority, though, and hopefully Mother Nature will deliver a wave here, Ross. The conditions this morning, you know, the swell is, you know, scheduled or forecasted to come up throughout the day, but still, like we saw yesterday, even on that smaller day, long intervals in between sets.
Yeah, long walls, and they're just forced to wait for those waves to come in. So for Lakey, if I'm her, I'm scrambling on the inside. Maybe you take off on just a, you know, even a smaller one to grab a couple of scores.
Well, it looks like there is a wave approaching the lineup with priority is Carissa Moore. She's not going to take it on this first one. Lakey's not going to go either as this wave, we'll see if it would have been had any scoring potential, but both of those women, from their standpoint, it didn't look like it was going to.
Yeah, I was just wanted to see if that wave was makeable or not. It looked like maybe, but odds are it wasn't. If Lakey didn't go on it, it was probably really fast. But for her, you know, Todd, if she can even just grab a 4-pointer, something, just grab her second score, maybe apply just a little bit of pressure on a champ.
Yeah, you know, it's super challenging out there with these conditions, and, you know, it's a fine line, Ross, in a situation like this with 8 minutes to go. Lakey only has that one score, so, you know, we talked about it a moment ago. Carissa has really no solid scores to her belt, but she's still right in the heat, only needing a 2.51. So at the 12-minute mark, you said she was treating it as a 12-minute heat and that she could potentially still get 2 waves. Do you still feel that way with 7 minutes 40 seconds to go?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, she could hold on to that 3.67, but there's no way she wants to. You know, she knows that Lakey has the luxury of just having one wave to catch, you know, really. So for 7 minutes, she's got half the task over. It's not like 6 is a bomb of a score either, but it's a hell of a lot better than a 3.67.
Yeah, it's interesting when you kick off the heat, a 6.17 doesn't sound all that good, but right now it's looking really good. Here we go, Carissa Moore now with priority. She's flying down the line. Let's see what she can do with all of this speed. Nice opening turn there. Throw some spray off the top. Comes off the bottom cleanly. Second turn, much better. Third, goes vertical up and over the whitewater there. Carving it back one more time. Just working it through to the inside, maximizing the opportunities here on this wave. And so it's definitely going to help her cause. You know, it's going to be her best wave so far. What do you think about that wave, Ross?
Love the dismount. Kicked out right into the sled. That was pretty ideal. So now it looks like Kyborg going to swing her back to the outside. I thought it was easily the best wave so far in this heat. You know, Lakey had that 6, basically with that one big turn, and Carissa, she strung together 2, 3 pretty strong maneuvers. Just the setup hack right here. Watch, she'll kind of do a little 2-for-1 there, fading speed. So there's that pace that's so crucial, and it paid off for her because that second turn she threw buckets. That was easily her best turn. Board looks a little long for me, so I think she's just anticipating a lot of swell to build through the day. But you can see, Todd, she's so strong, so even that board might be a step up, she's still knifing through those turns. And I just want to point out that fade that she does. So watch this turn. She doesn't quite click into it, so she wipes speed off right there to get to the bottom. And there's the money turn right there. A lot of spray out the back. So, you know, I'm thinking the judge is going to be pretty happy about this wave.
Yeah, those second and third turns are really strong. The second turn, as you pointed out, Ross, being the money turn. I like, though, how she also came up late and climbed up onto that lip on the third one, and then a couple smaller maneuvers across the inside. And as you said, you think the judges are going to like it, and the score's reflecting that at the moment. Looking like it's going to be up in that excellent range, which would be an 8 or higher. We've got 5 judges on the panel. They take the high score, the low score, drop those, and average out the remaining 3. There it is. It's an 8.00. So just like that, Carissa Moore, our current Jeep leader, goes directly into the lead. Lakey Peterson now looking for a 5.51. 5 minutes to go. Lakey with priority.
Well, there you go. You know, if you're in Lakey's corner, you just got to say, you know what, don't get too excited. Don't get too wrapped up in Chris's 8. Just look for that medium to, you know, a larger size set wave and pick it apart. Look for a wave that stays open and string together a couple of turns, and things will come naturally with that. You can get an 8 of your own. So, you know, she has definitely enough time here to, you know, she shouldn't be rattled.
Well, this is a super important heat here for Carissa Moore. We know that she's won the first 2 events. She got a second and then a third in the remaining 2 events. Stop number 3 and 4. You look at the standings right now on that Jeep leaderboard. Courtney Conalog's already into the quarterfinals, so Carissa Moore needs this heat win.
She really does, and you know, for sure, Courtney was probably kind of pulling for Lakey just a little bit to, you know, maybe open the door to get that break you need to get that world title, but we knew she would. Carissa fought back nicely so far in this heat, so it's still a lot left to be told in this heat. It's not over yet.
A difference of 2,800 points between first and second, Courtney Conalog and Carissa Moore. So definitely needs to get this heat win here and get into the quarterfinals. And she doesn't want to stop there. She wants to go all the way to the finals and hopefully become our champion here in 2015. And with that last wave, she's definitely helped her cause. Lakey Peterson looking for a 5.51. Coming up next, Ross, another great matchup. Tyler Wright up against Joanne DeFay.
Yeah, Tyler Wright, I'm really thinking that she's going to steamroll her way all the way through the finals, but we'll have to wait and see. She's got a lot of work here in this next heat. Joanne DeFay, steady competitor. I love the way she serves on her backhand from Reunion Island. She's going to be feeling right at home out here.
There was Joanne DeFay with her father on the back. This is live action here with Lakey Peterson. A lot of chop there. I liked how she got over that first chop and then set the rail, came off the bottom, and as she hit that first maneuver, actually got stuck a little bit, but how about that second one? Nice carve there off the top. And another one there. So two solid maneuvers there for Lakey Peterson, looking for that 5.51.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's not out of the question. You know, just a little bump on the face there that got her, kept her off balance just a little bit, but she strung together two solid snaps on the end of that wave. Just a smaller to medium-sized wave, but that's not out of the question. You know, I kind of feel it's right there with that 5.5. You know, it's definitely, in my opinion, not going to be an excellent score, but it could turn the heat for her. So I think for Lakey now, she needs to go out there and hope, you know, hope that a bomb comes her way. There's those ridges that you're pointing out, Todd, that kind of kept her off balance. Watch as she kind of gets airborne. She almost purled, poked the nose, but she came out of it nicely, and it's a good thing because that second snap was really nice and tight, and then she backed it up with a third one. So again, I'd be surprised if she doesn't get the score.
Yeah, short wave here, but two really nice maneuvers, Ross.
Just a little bit of that chop from that south wind, creating those ribs through the side of the face. And this is where she really clicks into that third turn. Nice little snap for Lakey. So again, wow, seesaw battle here. This is a pretty cool heat in the last couple minutes to go.
And it looks like out in the lineup on this one right here with the with priority is going to be Carissa Moore. Snaps it off the top. Nice opening maneuver. Slams it again. So good combination here for Carissa Moore, snapping it again, you know, the third time there, carving back. Ooh, and after that carve, she goes to rebound off the whitewater. It looked like maybe the back foot slipped, but a couple of nice maneuvers nonetheless.
Well, I'll tell you what, Lakey did turn the heat there, Todd. Just when you were watching that wave, the score dropped for her. So Carissa, this is crazy. She only needs a 4.84, which is not out of the question on that wave, even though she fell on that last maneuver. She had a couple of nice hits. So she may turn the heat back again. So this is that seesaw battle here. So for Lakey, what's required. 4.8. Nice little tap there, but more kind of getting down the line. Connected pretty nice with the lip there. So two decent maneuvers. There's a third one, a nice little snap. So she's already in the zone, it feels like to me, for a 5-pointer. I can't see it going much more over that, though, you know. So if she does get the nod, it's going to be just.
Well, even though we haven't seen a lot of waves, a very exciting heat, Ross, as you pointed out. Lakey Peterson, her second score came through at a 6.67. It does turn things. Lakey Peterson's in the lead. Carissa Moore was looking for a 4.84 on that wave right there. 50 seconds to go. As you can see, Carissa trying to race to get back out of the lineup, because if it was not enough, she's going to hopefully get back in the lineup and get in position. Scores, though, starting to drop, looking pretty good for Carissa Moore.
So for Lakey, she needs to really keep her nerves steady. But look at the ocean right now. It looks pretty quiet. You know, if she's going to have one more crack in it, at it, she's going to need a swell to appear. There might be a little bump coming her way, though, Todd. So this heat is not over.
Well, here we go. It's a 6.60 for Carissa Moore. Now back into the lead. Lakey Peterson looking for a 7.94. 20 seconds on the clock. With priority is Lakey Peterson. She's in the lineup. Can she find the wave that will give her that score? Here she goes. This is going to be a buzzer beater if she can do it. Nice opening maneuver here for the surfer in blue, Lakey Peterson. Follows it up with another big off the top. And again, so a good string of maneuvers here, 3 of them, and unfortunately it closes out. 3 nice solid maneuvers. Was it enough, Ross? Was it a 7.94?
It was just kind of funny for me. There was a little kink in the wave as she was paddling, and it made her kind of get hung up. So you saw that kind of funky airdrop that really halted her momentum going down the line, and as a result she was just a second behind an entire wave, and because she was a second behind, the rhythm was a little weird. She didn't quite get to throw as much oomph into those turns. So we'll see. A 7.9 is a pretty big score.
Well, not a lot of waves ridden in that heat. Only 2 for Lakey. Sorry, that would be her third. That would be her third wave there for Lakey Peterson. 4 waves for Carissa Moore, but we'll see. Was it enough? Lakey Peterson was looking for a 7.94 on the end of that one. The judge is now going back and reflecting on the waves between the two individuals.
So pretty easy for them with the scale set on this 8-point ride for Carissa. So there's a prime example for them to really look at what's already gone on here. So they said, okay, we threw an 8-ball for this guy right here, for this wave right here, so we know what's going on in terms of what to drop for Lakey. Does it compare? Does it match?
And you can see Carissa not sure yet what's going to happen. Waiting, she'll get an update from that tower. Once those scores do drop, we're standing by for this wave right here, last of Lakey Peterson.
There's that little kink, Todd, that she had to come up and over the top of that threw her momentum off just a little bit. So you can see she's trying to get down the line. Nice connection with that first maneuver. Second one was a nice little snap, but there's that third one. You can see she just got there and was mistimed a little bit. You can see maybe even a little frustrated as she jumped off. So I'm not sure if she was completely happy. That being said, it wasn't like she made any real heavy mistakes. She strung together 3 solid turns on a pretty nice set wave.
Well, we saw the wave prior, Ross. It was a 6.67 was that wave we just saw there. Her final one, a 1.5 better.
It's true. I'm feeling like it's definitely her best wave, but a 7.9, again, that's near excellent. If she gets it, it'll be just, in my opinion.
Well, score starting to drop, and it is possible. This is a big moment here for Carissa Moore. As we pointed out, Courtney Conalog, who is currently second on the Jeep leaderboard, she is already into the quarterfinals, so Carissa Moore needs the win. Lakey Peterson gets the score, an 8.00. Lakey Peterson into the quarterfinals. Carissa Moore out of the event here, and you see Lakey Peterson all smiles in the channel, Ross. And it's high fives.
Wow, I got chicken skin. That was a buzzer beater. You called it, Todd, and she got it just. Again, I don't think she was totally on the money with that wave, but she just got enough done.
Well, coming up next, we'll see heat number 3, Joanne DeFay and Tyler Wright. Carissa Moore there with that Jeep leader jersey. Feeling a little bit unfortunate there at the end of that heat. I tell you what, pulling out all stops was Lakey Peterson getting the score that she needed. Coming up next, stay with us. More live action from the Fiji Pro, some of the most beautiful islands in the world, and best surf.
Are you kidding me? That's a serious buzzer beater at the end there. Lakey Peterson taking down world #1 Carissa Moore, all down to the wire.
Yeah, it was hard. I couldn't even hear, so I wasn't sure what I needed. I just knew I needed a pretty big score, and Carissa was surfing really well. So, yeah, I was stoked to get that last wave. I was like, I asked Mike, I was like, I don't even know what was going on out there, but super stoked.
Yeah, the heat started out kind of a whirlwind for Carissa. She had a leash popped off, right? So she had to recoup, get a change of the equipment, and left you out the back kind of by yourself to, I guess, gather your thoughts.
Yeah, I didn't know if she broke a board or broke her leash or what happened there, but that was kind of, we were both pushing each other pretty deep, and it was kind of a battle, paddling and all that sort of stuff was going on in that heat. There was a lot of strategy, it felt like, so that kind of gave me a second to like regroup, and she was in there, I think, trading boards, and that's, I think, a pretty good set kind of came shortly after that, so it was good.
Now it's time to, regroup, get ready, swell building. How's the anticipation for the
day of competition, and I'm just stoked to get into the quarter.
There you have it, Lakey Peterson moving on through. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Strider. Lakey turning that last wave into a quarterfinal berth as she'll take on Tatiana Weston-Webb in the second quarterfinal here at the Fiji Pro. We've had so many different themes at this contest, as now Joe Turpel with Martin Potter, former world champ, heading to the booth. Plus, we talk about Nikki Van Dyke coming back from injury. We talk about Lakey getting more comfortable at this wave. They're both turning in quarterfinals, so what a learning curve. Really proud of the women on tour this year.
Absolutely proud. I mean, it's not the easiest wave in the world to come to grips with. There's so much going on, and Lakey just standing by and doing what she had to do. Surfed really well, and that buzzer beater. That's the way to win heats. Obviously, Carissa a little bit flustered in the beginning, her leash popping off and having to regather her thoughts. So it's a very similar result to last year for Carissa.
That's right. Carissa went down in the quarterfinals this year. A round 4 exit as we've lost 2 Hawaiians to start off the day. We lost Coco to Laura Enever. Laura takes on Sally Fitzgibbons in the first quarterfinal. Wow, Potts, Laura and Sally can't seem to separate themselves from a heat.
Yeah, they're on a crash course, aren't they? And we've seen some great heats from both those ladies so far this event, both dropping 9s every time they come up against each other. So look forward to fireworks in quarterfinal number 1.
So right now, Joanne DeFay taking on Tyler Wright here in round 4, heat number 3. Tyler Wright went down in this round last year to the eventual champ Sally Fitzgibbons. I mentioned how Tyler has multiple wins in her career, about 6 CT wins, but she puts that round 4 heat last season as one of her favorites in her career. As we'll watch Tyler lock in. Setup work to come around the corner. Still has plenty of momentum. Now goes straight up, hacks it. Oh, fights hard to hang on to that first turn, but she's down. It'll be an incomplete score for Tyler to start things off. Now, last year's Rookie of the Year, DeFay will have priority.
Yeah, very tricky wave to ride here at the moment. You know, it's almost like you want that second wave of the set, Joe. That first one's got a lot of lump and bump on it. Very similar to an onshore beach break situation where that first wave that comes through kind of cleans the lineup up a little bit, takes the chop out of the face of the wave, and allows these ladies a little bit of cleaner face to work with. That wave there, obviously a lot of challenging little ribs and bumps on it, so Tyler Wright not connecting with that last turn.
And now Tyler using the skis to the advantage there, rerouting her out the back. Let's see what happened on this first wave.
Yeah, you see just from the get-go, there's a lot of bump on the face. Tyler trimming high, right there again, almost catching that outside edge, and then deciding to connect right there. A little bit of it, I think she mistimed that just a little bit. That lip was halfway down and out the back.
Here comes Joanne DeFay, representing Reunion Island in France, just with a ton of momentum. Looking for a big first turn, backside float, her board flips upside down. An awkward wipeout for DeFay, and she'll pick herself right back up.
See how cleaner the face of the wave was? It was allowing her to really get those fins set and get that nice driving down the line sort of effect. Really going for it on that last turn there. Both ladies kind of wiping out a little awkward on their first wave. So maybe a little nerves, a little excitement, anticipation. Let's have a look at this wave here from Joanne. No stranger to these kind of conditions, Joe. Look at her get going down the line there, just building as much speed as possible. And then right here, boom, up and over, losing her footing. And comes down really awkward. That could have been really dangerous there. So Joanne regathers and gets back on the skis. She'll be out in the back in no time. Ranked 12th in the world. 21 years of age.
What a solid Rookie of the Year run she had last year. We mentioned how it all really began here for Joanne DeFay. Battling with Nikki Van Dyke, Alessa Quizon, Dimity Stoyle for that title. We had a couple kind of early lead changes, but DeFay took over, became the breakthrough performer as well. And what a presentation at the WSL Awards on the Gold Coast. She was so happy to be up there and celebrate that first year on tour.
It was a great presentation. Such a humble young lady. Really got the ball rolling here. She had a quarterfinals and then kind of just went from strength to strength. Backed it up with some semi-final results towards the end of the year. So Joanne really found her feet from this event last year. Let's see if she can do the same thing. She's got a tough heat though right now. Tyler Wright, who an average result for her last year here. She wants to improve on that.
Big time. When you look at the rankings, you know, Tyler Wright, 2-time runner-up in the world. She's been involved in world title races, coming down to the final event of the season last year and the year before. Then you look at DeFay. She's trying to crack the top 10 this year. Top 10 means you re-qualify on the CT on the women's side. DeFay was upset early in round 2 on the Gold Coast by Nikki Van Dyke. She picked up the pace since then, made a quarterfinal at Bells, lost to Carissa Moore. She's had back-to-back round 4 finishes from Rio to Margaret River. As we check out the Jeep leaderboard. If you guys are just tuning in, we lost Carissa Moore in the last heat. That opens up the door for Courtney Conlog if she moves to the semifinals. She'll be wearing yellow, coming on her home turf of the US Open.
Amazing turnaround for Courtney. And we heard Stephanie this morning. Joe, great interview, by the way. It was good to hear Steph's thoughts on the whole scenario.
Here comes Tyler. Deep off the bottom. Power hook to start. Former Rookie of the Year. Goes out in front. Little backside hack. Now setting up the inside. Backside float for Tyler. And that inside section will take her down from completion. But two groovy looking turns to take the lead.
Groovy. I tell you what, those were some radical turns and all set up by that beautiful bottom turn. Tyler Wright just keeping that center of gravity nice and low and just unwinding some beautiful maneuvers on that wave. By far the best wave of the heat. This one kind of slowed up for a bit, Joe. Watch this bottom turn here. She just lays right into it, gouging off the top there. Just really strong back-footed surfer. Keeps her feet planted. There's no movement up and down the board as far as footwork goes. Floats it up and over the top of there. I thought that was a completed maneuver as she just finally gets knocked off by that whitewater. You got to be careful on that inside. That whitewater's shoving down the line. So when you do that last turn, you've got to almost come down angling sort of out towards the shoulder and bounce off that whitewater. Otherwise, it's going to knock you off. So
as we see Lakey Peterson celebrating the big win. Getting the score on her last wave to upset two-time world champ, current world #1 Carissa Moore in the last heat. What an interesting battle that was. We saw Carissa lose her board. Her leash came off her ankle. She was able to get a backup from her caddy, Poncho Sullivan. Ended up going back to her first board once they rescued that off the reef. She was able to get the lead back, and it turned into an interesting back half of that last round 4 matchup. Lakey still had that chance, turned in some solid turns, and the judges went her way.
Yeah, all smiles there from Lakey's camp. But yeah, it was a tough heat for Carissa, just to try and settle those nerves after that little mishap at the beginning of the heat. But I think what it came down to, Joe, was the backup that Lakey had, and she got that early in the stages. So it was both Carissa and Lakey with 8-point rides, and it came down to the strength of the backup, which Lakey had the nod.
Well, you look at Stephanie Gilmore watching from home. That's exactly what she wanted to go down in that round 4 heat. Gilmore made it clear that she's still looking forward to going after world title #7 with her return that she guaranteed would be at the US Open. Now with Carissa with her slide continuing from 2 wins to a runner-up to a 3rd, and now a 4th round exit, an equal 9th place on the leaderboard. That's going to end up being a throwaway for the two-time world champ.
And that's the way she's got to look at it. You know, she can't be sort of freaking out too much about it. She's got to just go, okay, well, that's my throwaway for the year. From now on, I've got to right the ship and just make sure I post some really solid results coming into this next couple events, which, you know, US Open, Trestles, probably 2 events that, you know, she spent a lot of time at both those breaks, so she's well familiar with that setup. She's got to dust herself off and try and, you know, come back stronger. This is where it all came undone for her last year, and I'm sure that's in the back of her mind, but, you know, being a 2-times world champion, she knows exactly what she's got to do.
So what an exciting year here at the halfway mark, event #5, here at the Fiji Pro. You can check out a really cool video on WorldSurfLeague.com with a catch-up with Tyler Wright, talking about the last couple of years. I think a lot of media, friends, family are quick to ask her, how do you feel after not winning a world title when you're so close twice? And Tyler really doesn't mind it. She always carried herself that way on the podium to congratulate Carissa Moore or Steph Gilmore, whoever ended up winning. She said she doesn't get any thrill out of smashing people. She gets the thrill out of challenging herself in a 30-35 minute time span in waves with her performance. Right now, she's #3 again with a shot at another world title.
Yeah, absolutely right. And you know, if she keeps doing that, keeps putting herself right there, it's going to happen. You know, it's she's too good not to walk away with a world title. The youngest winner on the CT, 14 years of age. This lady's got a massive career ahead of her. Still learning the ropes, still working it out, and fighting for world titles each and every year, which is great.
That's right, Tyler Wright, kind of that youthful addition to that Fantastic Four, as we call them, for the last couple of seasons. Now the changing of the guard. Let's see if DeFay can put her name on that list as she's up now. A little backside fade. Deeper off the bottom. Hacks it. DeFay needing a 6.73 to take the lead. She'll carve through the next point. And now opts to kick out. Tyler now halfway down the line here. Backside slash, and now Tyler. High line, backside cutty. Another fade into the pocket. Now Wright looking to finish. Jams it tight. Times the backhand float. A challenging landing, and she'll go down.
Geez, I like that go for it attitude that Tyler's got at the moment. She's not one to pull back, that's for sure. Joanne DeFay's wave, a little slow at the start, but then managed a couple of nice turns. You can see how shallow that inside is, Joe. It's girdling, and it's only going to get worse as the day goes on. Let's have a look at Tyler's wave here. Joanne caught the first one. Tyler realizing second wave in the set, a lot cleaner. A little bit white water though on the face, which traditionally makes it a little bit more difficult to set the fins, but Tyler just gouging into her turns. Super powerful. Gets her foot right back on that board, engages those fins and unleashes some big turns, jamming it right there, and then going for this last floater maneuver. It's coming down a little late. So Tyler is going to back up that 6.33. Let's have a look at Joanne DeFay's first wave of the set. See how bumpy it is, Joe? A lot harder to set that first turn. Now she draws off the bottom again. This turn's a lot better. Nice smooth bottom turn and a beautiful arcing maneuver back into that power source. And another one right there. So a series of nice, smooth, clean turns for Joanne. It's not going to be a huge score, but it's going to get her on the board and back in this heat.
Well, what an exciting clash. Tyler Wright trying to make her first quarter final out here at the Fiji Pro, and DeFay trying to relive her success that she had last season in her first year on tour. Scores coming in. DeFay still second as she gets a 4.0. Still needing a 3.67 to make a comeback. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back here at the Fiji Pro right after this. Big matchup, all regular foot battle here in round 4, heat number 3. Tyler Wright with 3 wins over just 1 win for DeFay as they've gone head to head now for the 5th time in the water now. Tyler always dominant through the early rounds. She's looking for her first final this year, and what a win it would be if she took out the Fiji Pro. She mentioned how she's learned so much from her big brother, former Rookie of the Year, Owen Wright, how to take off deep in the barrel, which is one of the challenges that test the world's best year after year out here at Cloudbreak.
You know, the other interesting fact too, I was talking to Tyler in Brazil, and she said that she did a strike mission with Owen to Chopu and surfed that wave. But what she did was she rode Big Brother's boards and found that just that extra bit of foam under her feet gave her so much more confidence just getting into the wave. You know, that more stability once you're on it and you're flying. You know, you're going so fast in waves like Cloudbreak and Chopu that, you know, the thinner the board, the more skittery it is, a bit more foam behind her, just gave her that confidence. So I'm wondering if she's adapted that and got some, you know, little thicker boards for these kind of waves.
Smart just to think about quiver changes. I think there was some years, Pots, where people started going away from foam, riding really thin blades. Owen Wright decided he's not afraid of riding something really lengthy to use that as his advantage. Tyler Wright's been using boards from Matt Biolas for the last couple of years, and the other day she was just sitting on the deck here on Tabarua looking through new models that she hasn't tried yet out of Matt's huge quiver. And there's so many boards she hadn't even looked at. She was excited to try something new. One of those balances you have to have through your events on tour, have boards that are ready to compete, but also try something different in between events.
Don't be shy. You know, you might find that magic carpet, and that's what these top professionals are looking for. And it's going to give them that extra edge, that little bit of something that they need just to fire them up. You know, keep it fresh. Try some different stuff. You know, I know Courtney's not scared to ride longer equipment. You know, same with Tyler. She's strong enough to throw a bigger board around, so why not?
Now looking at 9:48 on the clock. Priority is with DeFay. Last couple of numbers are in. Tyler got a 6.33 start, her last a 4.4. Here comes Tyler without priority. Bottom turn wrap combo to start. Soft shoulder, she'll fade. And now kick out. A short 2-turn combo for Tyler. Trying to better a 4.4 without priority.
Yeah, nice move. Just keep, you know, keep catching waves. There's this reverse rip that subtly just drags you up the point, which is so easy to get out of position for when those big bombs come. So good move there from Tyler. And what that's going to do is it's going to really put Joanne in a situation where she's got nothing to gauge on where she's at unless she's really got her lineup sorted out. A lot of the surfers will use the tower as a point of reference, but you've really got to be on it. It's so easy to drift that just that little bit too far up the point, leave your opponent down the end to score something good.
Now looking at 8:50 to go, we saw Tyler perform multiple backside cutbacks. That kind of backside roundhouse cutback sometimes challenges the world's best to make it look good. They say sometimes it feels so awkward, just where you have to put your body to really drive through that backside turn. Reynolds is talking about the challenge of that, as we'll now see a little roll in from DeFay. Deep off the bottom. Great timing for her first arc off the top. Now a little wrap into the pocket. Now DeFay kicks back into the source, looks to finish strong, hammers the inside. Another solid backside re-entry. And she'll seal the deal on the last couple of points, even trying to sneak in a weightless float, and she hangs on for the finish.
Tell you what, that was total commitment there from Joanne. Kind of a bumpy start to that wave, but then it hit the reef and started cleaning up for her, just allowing her some nice clean turns. She kind of cranked it up as she went along the line, just finding her confidence. Just about to get picked up by the legendary Kai Garcia. That's the guy you want in your corner when things get heavy.
That's exactly right. Let's go back to the roll-in pots.
Yeah, look, the beginning of this wave, you can see a little bit of bump on the face, but great timing on that first turn. Didn't go all the way to the top, which was a smart move. And that cutback that you talk about, you know, it's hard to make it look radical out here. You've got to bounce off that white water. This is where she started connecting. Bang off the top there, beautiful extension of the body. And again, another nice jamming turn. Didn't quite connect on that one, but then decided she was just going to finish this one off. Beautiful reaction time right there and a free fall drop to finish off. And I think Joanne is quite possibly going to get the biggest scoring wave of the heat. Look at the commitment here at the end of it. She came straight out of this turn and reacted perfectly, bouncing off the top, and then had that weightlessness dropped right there, just thrown caution to the wind. Her whole body was extended. Great balance right there. And Joanne DeFay is about to lock in a bomb, Joe.
Excellent score for Joanne DeFay, a 9.27. One of the best of the morning, as she's able to survive that weightless closeout section, stomping it in dead water with barely any room above the reef. And the judges reward her for that commitment. 2 judges went as high as 9 5s for that effort. Now Tyler Wright, world number 3, under pressure, needs a 6.95 to answer back.
Well, the judges like that. You know, they like the commitment, the degree of difficulty. You know, she mixed it up on her backhand as well. That first turn, sort of hooked it under the lip. The second one was that wraparound cutty. And then once it hit that inside, she wasn't scared to unleash some big turns and go for that end section. So commitment and degree of difficulty was really a massive part of that big score.
What a moment for DeFay. We talked about the changing of the guard on the men's side, with the rankings looking totally different than what they usually look like. Coming into event number 5, De Souza with the lead, Toledo in second. Guys like Parco near the 20s, Medina with the slower start coming off his world title. Now you look at the women's side, where we have the Fantastic Four dominate the last few years on tour. If DeFay takes out Tyler Wright, this world title picture blows wide open heading into the U.S. Open.
It's exactly right, and I think Courtney's shown the other girls that it can be done. It's given the rest of the field a little bit more of confidence, Joe. And, you know, with Steph not there, which is obviously a massive hole in that top 4, it's shaking things up.
Passing the 5-minute warning now. Tyler does have priority. She needs a 6.95. She's had a 6.33 in this heat, so it would be her best wave so far. She's been out there warming up in free surfs, been challenging herself in barreling conditions, but waking up this morning to a little bit of turbulence on the face. Really haven't seen an easy read for the barrel at this stage.
No, not at all. I think that's really get that, get those big backside hooks under the lip, and got to find those ones that don't run away from you, that kind of slow up, kind of ones Joanne picked, a little bit more south in it, so it runs down the reef. Just, get that rhythm going with those big snaps, and it's going to be interesting to see our first goofy footer hit the lineup.
Coming up next, Bianca Batendag on the ski with Bear, and Polly Monkman behind her, her team manager. Anticipating a big battle between Bianca, the South African, and Malia Manuel coming up next. Bianca did so well out here last year, both at Cloudbreak and restaurants. The theme was the same for Malia Manuel. This was one of her best events last year.
It was. Malia posted, I think that backside snap she did was probably one of the best maneuvers I'd seen all year from the women. And she went on to a good result with a broken hand, snap boards. She was pulling into big barrels, so she's not going to hold back. This is going to be a David and Goliath battle in the sense of Bianca just strong on her forehand.
As we check out the heat recap from round 4, heat number 3, Tyler Wright started swinging on her backhand. Really dynamic in the pocket, opened up with a 6.33 on this wave, went for a big float, and that end section took her down. Then DeFay started answering, turned into 4, and then built to a 9.27 to take the lead.
That she did. Dealing with that lump and bump, that looks so much like Saint Lou right now. It's crazy. So she's obviously channeling that energy. And Joanne, I think the difference with her is she's found that one wave that's allowed her multiple turns. Tyler Wright, though, putting a bit more power into her turns, but just not finding that wave. And I think that's what it comes down to when you've got such talent out there in the water. The difference is the choice in waves. And at the moment, Tyler not finding that wave that's allowing her a little bit more vertical face, but still snapping her way through the inside to a 6.33, which is her highest score.
Now 2:20 to go. World number 3 in a little bit of trouble. She does have priority, but we do have waves pouring through our lineup at Cloudbreak. Now Tyler needs to make a decision. Needs a 6.95 on this wave. High line wrap to start. She'll sneak a little rebound right before the whitewater. Fades again. She wants this thing to bowl up. A series of backside cutbacks and staying fairly full on the face. She'll just tap it. Looking for the lip to hit. Another fading cutback for Tyler. And she'll just hang in there. This wave's going flat. Down to a minute 45. She needs a 6.95 as DeFay comes around the corner. Little hack in the pocket. Now set up work on the inside corner. And she'll hop out. Minute 30 to go. See if that'll be the final exchange. Tyler needed a 6.95 pass. Is that coming close for you?
It's hard to say, Joe. I don't think so, though, because just due to the fact that there was no vertical face. Let's have a look at Joanne's wave. She draws off the bottom. See, that's what Tyler wasn't getting on her wave. She wasn't getting that bottom turn, top turn in the pocket snap like that. I mean, goodness me, this is going to be another huge score for Joanne DeFay. Second wave in the set. Tyler Wright had priority, went the first one. It was a bit more of a shoulder wave, didn't allow her any vertical turns. I think that's going to be the difference. Let's have a look here. See how Tyler's got to go out on the open face and then draw back into that section, waiting for it to stand up. I mean, she surfed this wave as good as you probably could have, but again, wave selection is going to hurt her. Joanne DeFay getting the second one, a lot more vertical face on it. See, it's a series of cutback after cutback for Tyler, so she may get that 6.95, but then Joanne DeFay is going to drop another bomb.
So we saw Tyler just hanging in there. Even though she saw the wave go flat, DeFay was on the one behind her, throwing huge hacks off the lip. We're looking for DeFay to definitely improve on her 4.0 with that kind of effort on big sections. Tyler had priority, took the first wave, and the next one a little bit better. As we're down to 15 seconds to go, the numbers starting to drift in for Tyler, and she's up again with 10 seconds on the clock. Snaps it high off the lip. Onto the lip. Snap on the next effort. Goes for a huge re-entry, and she goes down. We hear the horn sound, and numbers are coming in for Tyler's previous score. And it didn't come close to the 6.95. It'll come down to that final wave pod, so you can tell she knew she needed something massive coming into that final turn.
She did, and that's why she went for it. And you've got to love that commitment from Tyler. She never pulls back. That's part of Tyler's approach that we love. Just not scared. Let's have a look at Joanne's last wave. See that vertical face that we talk about, nice and smooth as well. Watch this turn from Joanne. Bang, just beautiful extension of the body, straight up and down, and it puts her in perfect spot for the next one. Tyler's, she had to go more out on the open face and come back into it, whereas Joanne was just constantly there. It allowed her to unload, and that's what I said before, wave selection out here is so important. And it seemed to me like at the moment that second wave in the set's to go.
So now judges making a decision after checking out the replay. It's a 9.33 for DeFay, an 18.6 combined total, one of the best of her career. Tyler was left comboed, so that last wave won't matter, as DeFay creates another big upset, moves on to the quarterfinals to take on Courtney Conlogue.
Wow, great surfing there from Joanne DeFay. This is where she got the ball rolling last year, and it seems like she's done it again. Feeling so comfortable out there, looking just at home. That water shot we saw from before from Joanne, just it looks so much like St. Lou. It was crazy.
Definitely drawing from St. Lou lines, transitioning to Cloudbreak beautifully. Joanne DeFay off to the quarterfinals with big hacks like this. More to come. Fiji Pro right after this.
Wow, Joanne DeFay bringing the hammer time all the way at the end there. On paper, basically just destroyed that heat.
Yeah, I don't know, like, it feels very good. I never had 2.9 in the heat, and it's been pretty strange. I'm like, wow, is this happening? So I'm really happy to be in quarters now and just trying to focus and get some more wave for the quarters of final.
You know, competing against somebody like Tyler Wright, she's got so much power. She's known for her surfing out here last year. Is any of that in your head coming into this heat?
Yeah, of course you think of the one you're surfing against, and you're like looking at Tyler and you're like, yeah, she's pretty, she's good, like she's so powerful, and then she's very good at backside barriers also, like she's not scared. So here you pretty much, you expect to have barriers, and actually like today it's not burning so much, and so I get maybe a little advantage on her, I don't know, but it's not that consistent, so everyone can just have a wave and then beat another one. So.
Well, I don't want to give away your secret, but I was watching the waves you were taking, very strategic, and coming up in your next round, you're going to be seeing Courtney Conlogue.
Oh yeah, so 3 times in that contest. Well, I've got a revenge for her because she beat me 2 times already, so we'll see. I just, yeah, those maybe medium one or better and more like hollow, so I'm just gonna stick to my strategy and we'll see.
All right, well, there you have it. Big smiles from Joanne DeFay. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Strider. Joanne DeFay touching on the fact that Courtney Conlogue has forced her to surf in every round of this contest so far. They made a round 1. Courtney sent her into round 2. DeFay had to get through Dimity Stoyle. They met again in the 3-woman heat in round 3. And then DeFay just had to take out Tyler Wright. Well, we're happy for the reroute because we got to see a huge performance. Her first heat ever with a couple of 9s on the championship tour, as she'll take on world number 2, Courtney Conlogue, in the quarterfinals.
That is going to be a firecracker heat right there. Courtney's surfing incredibly well. Joanne DeFay looking more and more at home. So this is what happened while we're at that interview in that break. Malia Manuel off to a flying start. Look at this, racing down the line, trying to find that inside section, grabbing the rail. She's going to pull in. Yes, she does. Malia traveling. Oh, my goodness. And that wave just shutting down at the end. So is this a sign of things to come, Joe? Is it cleaning up? Have a look at this. Perfect positioning, dragging that hand there, just keeping in touch with what that wave's doing. Now she squares those shoulders up, ducks underneath it. She's traveling. What a view she's got right now. Is it going to let her out? Unfortunately, no, it doesn't, but great commitment there from Malia. Up and over the foam ball. She's still going, and only now does she get knocked off. So Great commitment, just what we saw last year from her. She just picked it up and said, you know what, I'm gonna charge. There you go. Wow.
Malia Manuel, one of those women on tour dedicated to packing big barrels. She did that last year to a semifinal result at the Fiji Pro. Broke her hand along the way, was running off pure adrenaline and kept surfing through with her hand all bandaged up this time. Her hands are solid. You saw that rail work she did in the tube. Beautiful backhand tube style. And the judges will reward her with a 3.33, even though she didn't make that tube.
Exactly. Distance traveled, commitment, degree of difficulty. I mean, all that came into play there. So you've got to reward that. Even though she didn't come out, we haven't seen too much of that from the backhanders so far. So, you know, in saying that, 3.33, had she come out of that, we'd be looking at 10-point ride.
So Malia Manuel, just like DeFay, has had to surf in all the rounds of this event. Round 2 and round 4 can be skipped if you win your non-elimination heats. So right now, Manuel trying to earn a spot into the quarterfinals against Nikki Van Dijk. But Bianca's kind of been one of the favorites to pick. Her own Rosie Hodge had her as one of those surfers to watch on her fantasy team to come into this event due to being a goofy foot, not being afraid to charge. She uses so much of this wave. There's even Mark Aquapalupo comparisons in the early round pods.
Yeah, that there was. Kirsten Schultz had a photograph of Bianca, and it was from the boat, and Kirsten said, look at the spray, and it was this, she had done this big hack off the top, and there was a 15-foot fan of water going out the back of the wave, so Bianca not holding back at all, just laying that rail down, and she's going to feel comfortable out here.
Well, Bianca coming off a quarterfinal at Margaret River, a runner-up in Rio to Courtney Conlog. She's also one of those movers on tour and looking to make another final series if she can get through this heat. So far, it's a little sleepy. 0.5 start for Batendock. And Manuel with just the 3.33. Bianca with priority as they start to set up this next wave. And Bianca will take it. She'll look to set up her first turn. It's a late hit off the roof. She's out of there.
I hate that when they do that. That's like, it's so awkward when you fall and that board's underneath you. So easy to get hurt. So a couple of awkward wipeouts so far this morning.
Now the Hawaiian looking to make her pay for that. Manuel deep off the bottom, clean off the top, setting up the lip to hit. Under the lip, snap. Now Malia will carve it right off the top. Great start so far. Chips it under the lip. Now the end section making it a little challenging. She'll have to sneak out.
Great recovery there from Malia. You can see the sense of urgency straight onto the back of the ski. Smart move there, getting up and onto the back, holding onto Kai, and she'll be back out there in a second. A little bit of a mistake there from Bianca though, Joe.
And Bianca already in position because she had that quick exit out. So now she'll have to rework her heat for basically a 20-minute comeback battle. Now looking at the next opportunity, she'll let it run through. When you look at the conditions today, it's kind of hard to compare to what we had the last couple of days of competition pots. What kind of wave are you looking for on a day like today, and how easy is it to do so?
Well, you know, you've got to look at, it's an onshore situation, so that first wave of the set traditionally is going to be a lot bumpy. We saw that happen with Joanne and Tyler, where Joanne was on the second wave of the set. Her two 9+ rides were both on the second waves of the set, nice and clean. As you see, Malia, second wave of the set, a lot cleaner than Bianca's, which allows the surfer to really engage those fins and rail. Big snap there, free fall drop from her. So this is what you're looking for, Joe, these nice, clean, smoother face waves, which allow you to kind of attack it rather than sort of just, you know, nurse those turns around and not really put 100% into your maneuvers. So good score for Malia, 6.83. Second wave in the set's what you're looking for.
So Malia Manuel trying to survive for the Hawaiians. Lost Kokoho, lost Carissa Moore the first two heats of this round. And now she looks for a matchup against Nikki Van Dijk if she can keep this lead. Manuel with the 3.33 start, but it was an exciting one because she had a lot of tube time. Just mixed the exit. Now going to turns. Bianca now needs a 9.43. Bots, we don't have as many goofy foots on tour compared to the regular footers. Do you sometimes think that could be advantage because you're showing the judges something a little bit different?
Yeah, well, we've seen, you know, Bianca and Tatiana both you know, enjoying that sort of that ability to be able to mix it up a little bit more on your forehand. Plus, there's that option of the barrel. You know, obviously, Malia, her last wave was probably one of the first attempts at a tube ride we've seen from the girls so far in this event. So, you know, traditionally a little bit more difficult, you know, harder to sort of get your body in the right position. But, you know, the girls, Bianca and Tatiana, have got to take advantage of that fact that they've got something different to show.
Well, as we know, Potts, we're getting to the tail end of the waiting period for this women's event. And we're looking at a potential finals day if our commissioner likes conditions throughout the day. She's not afraid of pulling back if she wants to wait for tomorrow. Bianca and Malia know that. Bianca sits with priority, needs a 9.43. A little opportunity coming for the South African from a place called Victoria Bay. She'll glide in. Deep off the bottom. Aggressive snap. Beautiful start. She'll look for the tube, gets a brief vision. Now she comes out. She wanted a little bit more out of that barrel, but a nice projection snap out of the gates, chipping away at the 9.43. Let's take another look.
There's that ability to be able to mix it up a little bit more. So Bianca with a beautiful snap there, look, sort of a speed turn. That wasn't a long wave. Now the judges aren't judging necessarily on length of ride. It's what you do on that wave. It's that degree of difficulty, that commitment. That's what the judges want to see. Let's have a look at this first turn from Bianca. She draws off the bottom, snaps it in the pocket. Look at the spray still falling as she comes off the bottom, tucks in nice and tight. Wasn't a deep barrel, but something different nonetheless. So definitely Bianca's best wave. This first turn though, watch the power that goes into this. Right there, just hacks into that turn. Straight off the bottom again, sets that rail, and a nice clean little barrel there. So as I said, it's not going to be a huge score, but it's going to close the gap. There it is, Joe.
Scores coming through at a 5.0 for Bacon Dog, former Rookie of the Year. Now needs a 5.17 to take out Malia Manuel. So a comeback wave for Bianca. And now the task doesn't seem as daunting. But you look at a wave at Cloudbreak, you dissect it all day long. And the fun part for you, Potts, as you know, every wave is a little bit different, no matter how perfect the reef is, no matter how great a sandbar is on a beach break. For Bianca, we saw the snap to tube combo. Maybe the next wave she'll be pulling in on the takeoff.
Well, exactly right. She knows they're out there now. You know, we saw Tatiana do that. You've got to take off deeper though if you want that tube ride. You know, it's this wave. As soon as you catch it and you do your first turn, you're carrying so much speed. So then you've got to try and gauge. All right, sit a bit further up the point and then drive through those sections, get those barrels. You know, not a lot of women are doing that. So if you can manufacture a nice tube ride, you're going to get a good score.
I think we get a lot of comparisons to our relatives in other sports like skateboarding and snowboarding, where those pros can kind of do repetition, which is practicing on the same ramp over and over again. They're starting a run, the ramp doesn't flip on them. The wind doesn't come up and knock them down.
Exactly.
It's a little bit different.
Our playing field is constantly changing, and it's that reaction time that you know you can't take off on a wave and wave unfolds, and that's the beauty of our sport. It's so spontaneous, and it's that surfer with the ability to react at that certain time and choose that correct maneuver right when it needs to happen.
And one guy that's addicted to that feeling. He's been on tour for a couple of decades. He has 11 world titles. Kelly Slater's already showing up here on Tavarua. Had a little early morning free surf, and he caught up with Strider Wazalewski first thing in the morning.
Morning, Kelly. A couple waves this morning?
Yeah, nice shirt, Strider. I like that.
Got to keep it tight and right? You know, the waves, conditions, got a big swell coming, and the women are on tap here. What, do you have any predictions here for who's going to come out on top?
You know, it's going to depend on how quick the waves pop up. I mean, I thought they should have waited an hour or two, just because the swells, I think it should start filling in a bit more. But there's some really fun waves this morning. I don't know. I think it's Tatiana's to lose after the surfing I've seen on video. But you know, you never know. You know, Malia's in there. Coco's surfing good this morning. Bianca, obviously Carissa. You know, Laura had some good scores early on. I mean, you know, whatever. They're all going to be pushing for it, but I think Tatiana set the bar.
And for you, you're here pretty early. You got any comments on your early arrival?
It's Taru. It's pretty easy. I knew there's going to be a few waves. I mean, I've come here really late. I actually missed the first round a couple years ago. But yeah, it's just, I saw some swell in the window, and I want to get some boards together. I haven't surfed much in the last month at all, and so I just wanted to get here and get ready.
Get the warm-up on. Well, we're stoked to have you here, and looks like you got a couple of the boards that Kevin Ansell painted on.
Yeah, I got a couple of these Orca boards. I actually cracked the board this morning already. I did 4 hours of ding repair yesterday and then cracked it when I surfed it this morning, so got to go back to work.
All right.
All right.
Thanks, Kelly.
All right.
Thank you, Strider and Kelly, for coming early to Tabarua once again. He's in a different situation this year as far as the world title's concerned, going after world title number 12, something he's almost clinched the last couple of years.
Yeah, maybe a little less pressure this year because of due to the situation he's in, but never underestimate Kelly, that's for sure. He just gets on a roll. I mean, you look at this part of the year, Joe, every single event from now on in, he's won. So he could go on a crazy roll and produce something very special. So, you know, don't underestimate Kelly, that's for sure.
Well, you look at the rankings, it looks so different when you see where Kelly's sitting right now. Coming into event number 5, remember you get throwaways, and sometimes you could have a late charge, kind of like what John did last season. As we get back to this one with Bait and Dog taking off under priority. She'll go straight up, a beautiful snap, way out into some clear water. Set up carve to get down the line for a big closeout finish. 3-turn combo for Bait and Dog compared to her snap to tube, where she got a 5.0, and she only needed a 5.17 for a lead change.
Yeah, I think she's going to get it, just due to the commitment of that first turn. You know, a lot of the ladies are coming off the bottom and sort of snapping it before the lip. Bianca went straight through it. That was a total commitment there from her. So the judge is going to reward that kind of surfing. Watch this right here. She takes off, fades off the bottom, and then eyes that little section, bang, right up through the lip there. Out on the open face, mixing it up with a nice transition turn. Just didn't quite get that one all the way around, but she saw this wave starting to stand up on the inside, and she didn't want to miss that last connection. That's going to definitely add to her scoring potential. Right there, straight up through the lip. I love this turn right here. Just gets herself right in that position to then finish off with a late bang right there. So 3-maneuver combo, short space, dynamic, exciting. That's what the judges want to see.
Nice rhythm for Bianca Bait and Dog, coming off a big final in Rio. You talk about the adaptability factor to be a professional surfer on the top 17, going from waves like Margaret River out in the middle of the ocean, going to a beach break with 40,000 people on the beach, and now all alone. You're out here at Cloudbreak, you've got the boat to prepare on. There's really not a big presence of fans cheering you on when you take off, but the caddies do get really loud when they see waves like this. Here comes Malia Manuel now. Hard to start, chattering off the bottom. She'll carve through the lip. Nice and deep in the pocket. Late hits the finish, and she'll go down. She'll better a 3.33 there, but as we know, Bianca is on the move.
Yeah. You know, you've got to finish that last turn off, and the thing I liked about Bianca's last wave was that she didn't complete that second maneuver. She came into it, saw that it was going to jack up on the inside, and what she did was finish that turn midway, and then that gave her time to set up for that last turn. And, you know, had she committed fully to that second maneuver, she wouldn't have fit that last turn in. So great foresight there, great reaction time from Bianca, and the judges rewarded it.
So Bait and Dog with a 7.33 for her combination with the finish. Manuel was chasing a 5.51 on her last. 11:20 to go. Let's have another look.
Yeah, a solid wave too from Malia. As you can see her just waiting for it, picking the right time. Now she comes off the bottom, gets that body all the way around. She opens those shoulders, pivots on that body. That board whips around right there again, right in the pocket, and then just kind of mistimes this last one right there, trying to force that last turn. So important to finish that off on your feet if you want those big scores, Joe. She is going to better her 3.33, but Bianca up and riding.
Bianca fades the takeoff. Little front side whip off the top, deep off the bottom, little snap right under the lip. Throws it up vertical. 3 solid forehand moves, a little layback to change up the flow.
Wow, she's looking comfortable, that's for sure. Just a series of beautiful maneuvers there. The thing with Bianca, she's not scared to attack the lip, is she, Joe? She comes off the bottom and really sticks that board right into it. Let's have a look at this turn here to start things off. Right there, big, powerful snap right there. And then right here, straight up through the lip, bang again, another turn. perfect positioning, perfect timing right there, not scared to attack the lip. A little bit of variation there. Nice little layback snap to finish things off. But watch this opening maneuver from Bianca. Just plants that back foot and just gets that beautiful rotation of the shoulders there. Opens them up and drives through that back foot. You can see those fins just screaming as they almost popped out of the water. And what that did was it put her in perfect position to then come straight off the bottom again. Seamless, clean, precise surfing from Bianca. And this is going to be, I think, her best score right here, Joe. Look at that turn. Another one. Just unloading it there. Not getting it all the way around like the first turn. But she saw this section coming up that she didn't want to miss out on. And it allowed her a nice vertical through the lip maneuver. So 7.33 on her last wave.
Racing up 5.03. Make your decision at home. Will Bianca be in first when we come back? Welcome back to the Fiji Pro, stop number 5 of the Samsung Galaxy Championship Tour. Head-to-head, Bianca and Malia have only had one matchup. Malia ended up winning that one. That was just recently at the Drug Aware Margaret River Pro, where we saw Malia go on to a semifinal performance where she lost to Courtney Conlog. Bianca looking for revenge.
Yes, I'll tell you what, that's part of professional surfing, isn't it? When someone's got your number, you want to try and turn the tables on your opponent. Bianca, her last ride, Joe, a 7.37. So, yes, that did take her back into that first place. Now, Malia searching for a 7.87 with just under 7 minutes remaining. And I'll tell you what, this is a seesaw battle. Bianca with a couple of 7s, Malia with a 6.83 and a 5.53. At this stage, you know, it's 7s or higher to make it through.
When you look at the rankings, you see Bianca Batendog sitting at number 9 in the world. Even after a runner-up finish and a quarterfinal at Margaret River, that's how hard it is to really get momentum to get closer to the top 5. If she has that goal, this is a must-win situation. She doing well, back-to-back 7s. Sometimes you talk about rhythm pots in a heat or in a free surf, where surfers tend to look at their heat scores, and sometimes their best scores come in a sequence. They'll get on a roll and they keep getting better and better.
Yeah, and that's what you got to do. I mean, it's so hard to get that roll going. You know, we talk about the playing field constantly changing. I mean, there's some sessions you paddle out and things just happen for you. You know, you might fall off on a wave, you paddle back out, another good one pops up. It's one of those situations. But then there's other occasions when you literally cannot buy a wave. You know, there's it happens to the best in the world, and that's what makes it so exciting.
Down to 5:45. Manuel with priority. She needs a 7.87 to go right into first. That would have to be the best wave of the heat so far. Better than Bianca's scores to get that lead change with opportunities on the way. Manuel now with a decision to make. She'll let that one go. Bianca checks it out just in case. There could be one more option, Potts.
First wave of the set, smart move there, let it go. Got a lot of bump on the face of that one. Second wave's going to be a little cleaner. Looks like Malia is having a look. Does she want it No, she doesn't. Both surfers opting to let that go, but you can see even though it's got a little bit of white water on it, you don't really want those ones. Harder to kind of set those fins and make things look good. So good wave selection there.
Well, one thing that we know is pretty challenging, frightening, a bit scary is the shallow reef on the inside section. We had DeFay survive a couple of crazy finishes. We have our own Strider, Raspberry Wazalewski on the inside. Strider, how's the reef looking?
You know, these girls, these women are out the back. They're taking off on these bombs faced with the wall, right? They get it, they ride it, they come all the way to the inside section, and then you see them commit to that inside last turn. And they're doing that knowing what's underneath them. And what's underneath them right now, if you take a look, is very shallow coral reef. I mean, this is called shish kebabs in here for a reason. I got a tattoo on my back from it. This place will tear you up. And these ladies are getting after it, you know, throwing caution to the wind for the score, getting after the big numbers that they want, and they can get them if they finalize that maneuver.
Well, Strider, you've been surfing out here for a long time. What are your secrets to success on shish kebabs? When do you avoid the section and when do you try to hit it?
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of, I guess, you know, bravado that you get on the inside there. You want to like get that barrel, that long part of it, or hit the lip or do something. You're better off just pulling out through the back if you're just out for a recreational surf here at Shish Kebabs.
Strider, what's your technique on avoiding the bottom once you pull into that inside section?
You know, there's really no avoiding the bottom on the inside section. You're going to hit it. You know, you fall through what they call the hole. When you roll off in the tube, there's a separation of water at the bottom. But here, when it separates, it goes straight to the bottom and you ended up hitting it.
Right. So make your waves. Thanks a lot, Strider. He's had so many barrels here at Cloudbreak. Former boatman out here. Loves to pull in.
Still is getting so many barrels.
Yeah, he still is, yeah. He's got an epic quiver and he's having a ball. Certain times you see certain surfers that like to sit down there. They love to get barreled on that part of the reef. There's a lot of risk with that.
There is. Two surfers that come to mind that kind of made that section their own was the Hopgood brothers. Traditionally, they'll surf their heats down there. They'll pick those long drain pipe waves and pull in, total commitment, and sneak out the end and get those big scores. The thing that I'm liking at the moment, Joe, it's looking like it's sort of cleaning up just a little bit on that inside wave there, but that just could be the tide going out and all that water drawing off the reef.
That's right. Sometimes you have this little local wind condition, this thing called the heat bubble that Dave Clark, one of the founders of Tavarua, teaches us about every time we come. Great to get his insight as we check out the heat recap. Malia Manuel started with a 6.83. Before that, she had the 3 Ranger for the barrel attempt, but this still is her best wave so far, as she's still chasing a 7.87.
Yeah, great surfing on this wave from Malia. Great recovery as well, but Bianca, she's a couple of 7s, and this is why, just the attack mode that she's got going at the moment. Big drawn out turns there. I love that snap and then straight into this last turn. See how that turn allowed her time to connect with that lip perfect and finish off on her feet. There was no rushing that one. And this one here, this is the high scoring wave of the heat, 7.37. Just clean surfing from Bianca, no mistakes, and nice powerful gouge there. Attacking the lip too, bang, right through it right there. And then finishes off with a nice little bit of a layback snap. So Bianca mixing it up, picking the better waves, picking those waves that are slowing down and letting her just that time to unload those big turns.
Well, we saw the set before come through, and Malia Manuel didn't want to gamble on those last couple opportunities. She's waiting for something a bit better. She knows she needs the best wave of the heat to come through to earn a spot into the quarterfinals. And now we start to hit the final minute of round 4, heat number 4. A couple of lines popping up. And moving into position without priority is our heat leader, South African Bianca Buitendijk. The healthy wall to work with. Trims it high. A lot of white water in front of her. She'll sneak out. And now it's up to Manuel on the next one. A sizable wave at Cloudbreak. She needs to turn in a big number on this effort. The section lands on her back.
My goodness.
Takes out Malia Manuel with her hopes of turning this one into the quarterfinals.
Wow. That was huge. Is she okay? Yep, she's up. Gosh, she's tough. And Malia just about to go into the next one there. Nervous moments when you see a surfer put themselves in that kind of position, Joe. It's the power of that ocean just unloading on the top of Malia. moments here, just gathering her thoughts, shaking that water out of her ears. And this heat is pretty much over, Joe.
Tough one for Manuel. Made the semifinals last year. This time she's out the round before the quarters. You saw her there wanting to showcase her backside tube skill. But Cloudbreak decided she'll reroute the results of this one. Ends up going down with an incomplete score. Bait Dog ends up taking this one out with a 7-3-3 and a 7-3-7 to move on to the quarterfinals to take on Nikki Van Dyke. Speaking of quarterfinals, that's coming up next. We'll bring in Todd Klein and Ross Williams for the call.
Fiji is a beautiful place, and it doesn't seem like an obvious place with a need for clean water, but it is, and together with the WSL, we were able to help with that need. Finding the overlooked populations is part of what we do. We are Waves for Water.
And we are into the quarterfinals here at the Women's Fiji Pro. Sally Fitzgibbons up against Laura Enever. We're down to 8 surfers. Todd Klein joined by former CT competitor Ross Williams. I tell you what, you get into this round right here, Ross, and this is when it starts to become a result for you here at this particular event.
It's true, and this is awesome. A little bit of a rubber match here. They've already met up twice in this event, and it's one apiece, so who's going to get the nod?
Well, the interesting thing, in addition to this stat that we're seeing, is they've matched up 15 times prior in the 3 women heat, so only one matchup, though, man-on-man, and it's gone to Sally Fitzgibbons. Laura Enever wanting to get the better of her in this quarterfinal, but interesting that they've matched up that many times in the 3 women heats.
That's wild, and somehow avoiding the, competitor versus competitor. So this is cool. We're going to see it happen, and they've been battling. They had beautiful heats so far in this event. So again, this is the tiebreaker.
Well, have a look at the skies, Ross. It's starting to clear out there, which could be a good thing. We've had onshore, kind of side shore conditions this morning. Some cross chop out there, kind of wreaking havoc. We've seen some clean open face though on those bigger sets. Hopefully that wind will pull back, which it does look like it's done so now, and the skies are definitely starting to part for us.
That's amazing. Yeah, it's cleaned up quite a bit. As soon as they take off, not more than just a half a bottom turn, and that wave just gets brushed clean. It looks like a powder run snowboarding. So it is game on out there. So excited.
And looking at this matchup, Ross, Sally Fitzgibbons up against Laura Enever, having a bit of a contrast to their year so far. Sally Fitzgibbons having a good year. She comes into this event currently rated 6th, coming off a 9th place finish at the Oi Rio Pro, where she's dropped down 1 spot from 5th place. Laura Enever, though, she's had a really tough go up until this event. And have a look at this set, starting to approach the lineup. Definitely cleaning up, Ross.
Yeah, Laura has been having a shocker, as they say on tour. Just hasn't been able to make a heat yet. So this is huge for her. Just kind of opened up a can of worms. Suddenly the floodgates are open, and here she goes.
Yeah, having to go on this one, drawing first blood. Laura Enever, big opening turn right there. Following it up with another speed turn there to set the rail and get down the line, because that one was really racing off. But a big opening maneuver there for Laura Enever in the blue. Now right behind her, going to answer, Sally Fitzgibbons. Another solid wave. You can see she still has her head taped. Unfortunately, in round 2, suffered a bit of a damage to her eardrum, but it didn't stop her in round 3. Have a look, big off the top there for Sally Fitz as she kicks through. So once again, you know, your thoughts on that, Ross? You know, we know that competitors in all sports, they dig deep in those situations. Round 2, she unfortunately, she won the heat. At the end of that heat, though, against Maina Maeda, she fell awkwardly on that ear, you know, damaging that eardrum. They taped it up, and she got back out there in round 3 and posted one of the highest 2-wave totals of the event. She
Unofficially gets the Rocky Balboa Award for this event here. That just took so much courage for her. The doctor said, nah, you should probably skip it. Don't get back. I don't recommend you get back out there. And she shrugged it off and she went out there. Not only did she just have a go, but she performed amazing. She went bananas in that heat and won it. So again, I think her training has really paid off. It's evident here. Watch after this maneuver, nice little slice, but watch this bottom turn right here. Really low to her board. That was beautiful, and it set up that beautiful attack there off the top. Pretty heavy carb. I think the judge is going to be pretty excited about that. It was a big wave and 2 nice major maneuvers, so she's going to be off to a quick start. Now behind her, you know, Laura, just a little more light on her feet, but she's pretty tenacious, and she's not afraid to attack that lip, but you can see the size really filling in, Todd.
From the tower there as they announce him. And looking at the matchup, Ross, Sally Fitzgibbons, you touch on it, you know, she's such an athlete, you know, she trains so hard, she does so much training, but in addition, what's very, you know, interesting to watch is the amount of media that she does. You know, she's constantly doing stuff for the media. She's on morning shows in Australia. The other thing that she does, similarly, we see the likes of Kelly Slater always taking time for the fans. So, you know, a lot of surfers, once that jersey's off, they feel that the job's done. She's always working.
It's true. And just a quick update here. She took her leash off on that wave prior, and to me, that signifies that she switched surfboards. So I think that wave was pretty sizable. Maybe she picked up on that and said, you know what, I'm going to maybe step up here a little bit, ride a longer board. But she does. She's smart. You know, after all, these are all careers. It's not only about competing. You know, it's about marketing. And so she's in the limelight quite a bit, which is very clever for her, you know, just making sure she keeps her sponsors happy, Todd.
Absolutely, Ross. And coming into this event, 18 surfers started out, only 4 goofy footers, and we have 2 remaining, one of them being Bianca Batendock taking down Malia Manuel. She's standing by with Rosie Hodge.
Thank you so much, Bianca Batendock, the winner of that last heat, obviously. Second place in Rio, coming into this one, guaranteed quarterfinal finish. You know, what do you attribute this role to in this this newfound momentum?
I think the conditions between Rio and here are very different to each other, and I got to spend at least a week here before the contest started, so I think that preparation gives you a bit of an advantage. And it just being super fun, being a lift that I never get to surf, I'm just super excited.
And I know that you've been one of the girls that have really been putting in the hours here free surfing wise. I know even when it wasn't that good, you'd still go out and assess the conditions. Do you feel like that's really coming into play now, just learning the lineup?
For sure. I mean, I never get to surf waves like this. The size particularly, but also lifts. South Africa, we only have right point breaks, so even if it's really bad, I still think it's the best lift I've surfed in like 3 months, so I just jump in.
All right, well, that positivity playing off. Back to you, Todd.
Thank you so much, Rosie and Bianca. They're loving to be on that forehand and showing in her turns and her performance, taking that big win over Malia Manuel, who was a standout here last year in 2014. So on into the quarterfinals, where Bianca will be matched up in quarterfinal number 4 up against Nikki Van Dyke. And scores are in, Ross. First of red, a 7.33, so a big score there for Sally Fitzgibbons in the red. Laura Enever, 2 quick scores of 5.17 and a 3.33. So with the 2 scores, Laura Enever is in the lead, and have a look. I tell you what, it's really starting to pulse right now, Ross.
Whoa, look at that. That was almost capping outside the ledge there. So that's the first sign of this big swell. It's supposed to build, by the way, all day today. So we're just looking at the tip of the iceberg here.
And you made note, you know, after that wave for Laura Enever, Sally Fitzgibbons, maybe changing equipment, you know, noticing that that swell is starting to pulse now. So we'll see, you know, if that change of equipment does pay off, but nonetheless, it is pulsing out there. Conditions are cleaning up, and I tell you what, exactly what we would like to order if we could for a quarterfinal.
See that wave right there peeling across the screen. Jeez, thing even spit. Everyone in a boat just guaranteed making all kinds of different noises right now, groaning because that thing was just a beast.
How epic was that angle right there? That's what all the competitors out there on that ferry boat are looking directly into. Now you're looking at the angle more from the judges' tower, and fantastic camera work by all the crew behind the scenes, bringing it to you live from out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. 2.2 miles here from the island of Tabarua is Cloudbreak. And beautiful conditions starting to clean up here. Skies are clearing. We've had some off and on drizzle this morning, some side shore conditions. But as we would like to see here for the quarterfinals, not only the best surfers, but the best conditions, and it's all coming together.
You can see, Todd, I was just trying to pinpoint our two competitors in the water, and it looks like they got smoked by that set. So fortunately for them, it's just about one, maybe two waves. So a couple of duck dives there just to rattle the cage a little bit.
When a set like that comes through, Ross, and you're caught inside, you know, even though it's not top to bottom for the people at home watching, you know, what's it like when you attempt to duck dive a wave like that, you know, that's well overhead?
There's two things that go through your mind, you know, and it does depend on the individual. So if you're someone who's obviously kind of stressed out there, maybe a little more timid, then it's a little bit traumatic. You know, you don't want to go through it. But the other thing, more so what I experience when you get cleaned up, much like Sunset Beach as well, you can see right here. It's just irritating. You're out there, you're trying to compete. That was Sally, so that was good for her. You can see she actually penetrated through that lip line there, so she was able to make it through that wave. It really gets heavy if you get in front of that lip. That's when you get blasted, Todd, and you can get really tumbled. But you know, it's just irritating because you're out there, you're trying to get your position in the lineup, and you're starting your heat just in a washing machine, and you really have to shake it off.
And we talk about, you've heard us reference over to the events, you know, when you duck dive in front of it, you get lipped. It's like wrestling a crocodile underwater if you hold onto that board, but at the same token, if you hold onto that board, you know eventually you're gonna come up, as opposed to bailing it and having it just drag you to the inside.
It's true. Also, Todd, if you bail, you could snap your leash, and that's a whole series of events right there.
18 minutes, 50 seconds to go in this heat. Laura Enever out to an early lead with two scores of a 5.17 and a 3.33. One solid score for Sally Fitzgibbons now with priority, waiting out the back patiently. And that score of a 7.33, she's going to want to capitalize and get a back up to regain the lead. And as we look at these two surfers, Ross, two former World Junior Champions, 2009 for Laura Enever, 2007 for Sally Fitzgibbons. And it's interesting, you know, you mentioned it earlier talking about Carissa Moore. Some of the surfers that come along through the amateur ranks and have success early, a lot of times burn out. Not the case once again here for two of the world's best.
It's true. You know, sometimes if you get all that attention, that spotlight squarely on your shoulders when you're 12 years old all the way through till you're 17, 18 years old, it feels like a career in itself. Essentially it is, and it can wear on you. And so sometimes that's kind of beneficial for the competitors that kind of sneak onto the scene, under the radar, and they're fresh, they're ready to go when they turn pro. But if you got that spotlight on you from the beginning, it makes your career feel twice as long.
Big 48th career quarterfinal appearance here for Sally Fitzgibbons, and you know, she's so polished when it comes to competition surfing. She works so hard as far as working out. Then you look at, you know, Laura Enever. She's also very fit, but she has a little bit more of a raw, go-for-it attitude.
She does, and it's kind of infectious. Everyone loves it. You know, when you see her suit up for a heat, you know she's going to bring it. Kind of like Tatiana Weston Webb as well. They kind of have that wily kind of a attitude out there where, you know, they're just somehow that fear is not part of their DNA.
And it's interesting you say that because you know, this morning Joe was able to catch up with Stephanie Gilmore, and those are her two picks for the final.
Yeah, I think, you know, she's just like us right now. She's fanning out. She's sitting on her couch watching a show, and it's evident. You can see that those girls are really taking advantage of the lineup. That being said, Sally, for me, you know, again, she's right there in the mix as well for me. She has just been such a trooper, battling with that injury, and she's been ripping too. I would say maybe the most. In terms of maneuvers, she's been a standout.
We've got 16 minutes remaining here in quarterfinal number one. Let's look at the road to the quarterfinals as we look back at round four with Martin Potter and Joe Turpel.
Thanks a lot, Todd. It's been a busy morning and a potential finals day at the Fiji Pro, and we had an interesting thing happen in round four. Well, all the lower seeds were able to provide big upsets in every single heat of that round.
Yeah, it's I mean, that's Cloudbreak for you. I mean, it's so notorious for dealing up some upsets, and this year no different. Let me tell you right now, starting off with the first heat of the morning up against Laura Enever and Coco Ho. You know, Laura's been posting massive scores through this entire event. 9s in every single heat, and this heat was no different. Came out swinging, Joe.
That's right. She was very aggressive to start, took off waves without priority, established herself in this lineup. Remember, she came into this event equal 16th. You know, tied for last in the rankings. A big move for her into the quarterfinals. Then we saw Lakey take out world #1 Carissa Moore.
Yeah, this was a strange heat. You know, Carissa, obviously her leggy came off right at the beginning of the heat, so kind of put her behind the 8 ball, left Lakey out there to get this wave. And what it came down to, Joe, both surfers posting 8-point rides. It was the strength of the backup that was the difference. I mean, you look at the way that Carissa was surfing, it had nothing to do with that at all. It was wave selection that came down to. Lakey had the stronger backup. She had a little bit more time in the beginning of that heat to set things up. Carissa sort of was almost playing catch-up through that entire heat.
It came down to a decision on Lakey's final wave. Now DeFay in the lineup with Tyler Wright in heat #3. Remember, Tyler was world #3. She got taken out in this round last year. What was the difference for Joanne winning this heat, Pops?
Well, I think it was that second wave of the set, Joe. We always talk about that notoriously when you've got these lumpy, bumpy conditions. Catch that second one. It's a lot cleaner. It stands up a little bit better on the reef, and it allows you those nice vertical turns that Joanne did. Posted 2 9+ rides. Tell you what, Tyler was surfing a little bit more powerful than Joanne, but just the wave selection was the difference. I mean, have a look at these waves. Nice, clean, vertical surfing from Joanne DeFay. Watch this turn right here. Bang, just beautiful snap off the top. So Joanne looking comfortable, feeling at home on these reef breaks. St. Lou her home break, and I'll tell you what, she was channeling that this morning.
DeFay said that was her first heat where she had a couple of 9s to her name. She felt like she was dreaming. She's into the quarterfinals. This was the last round 4 matchup. Malia Manuel taking on Bianca Batendog. We saw Malia take over the lead early, got that high 6 range score, and then Bianca took over the rest of the heat.
Yeah, you know, Malia started off well. I'll tell you what, that first barrel that she had she come out of that, that would have been a 10-point ride. Bianca, just aggressive approach, big whipping turns, and I'll tell you what the difference was, the finishing off turns right here. Commitment right there, just giving herself time to connect with that lip. Just clean open face waves for Bianca, seamless surfing, no mistakes, and I think that's what it's going to take to win here today. Get that second wave of the set. See how cleaner it is on the face of the wave. It's easier to set those fins and produce those big, clean, radical turns that the judges want to see.
Bianca Batendog off to the quarterfinals as we have an exciting day on hand, a potential finals day. I know, Todd, you've been watching the rankings closely. It's interesting to look at Courtney #2, Lakey #5, Sally #6, still in the mix. There's a lot of room for potential movement after this event's over.
Absolutely, Joe, as you guys pointed out, you know, there's a lot of opportunity for movement, and Sally Fitzgibbon's up and riding on this wave. She wants to climb this leaderboard. She knows there's opportunity. She's into a quarterfinal already. A couple of turns out the back. I tell you what, though, on that last one, though, Ross, timing a little off, and she gets lip. Now right behind her. Big wave here for Laura Enever. She grabbed the rail there looking for a tube ride. It didn't cooperate. So definitely, as we continue to see, the waves are increasing.
Just wanted to keep an eye on Sally because she kind of fell on that injured ear as well. Slapped down on it. That could not have felt good. Now she's taking a couple of waves on the head and that shallow reef there. Just in time. Ski's going to pick her up, so now she's out of harm's way.
Water Patrol doing a fantastic job there on those Yamaha skis, whipping in onto the inside and then getting these women back out into the lineup. And you look back at, you know, with the years when you used to compete, Ross, they didn't have that luxury.
No, we were solamente, just out there on our own energy, but right here, such a trooper, Sally. Again, a longer board. You know, we saw her take off her leash, so it looks like a step up to me. Just a little late to the occasion there. That last maneuver on a shish kebab section, she got up really high and tight, too high, in fact, and that long board couldn't really sling back around in that tight curve. Watch right here when she sets up this last move. Just kind of a funky choice of maneuver. She probably should just let it go, but you know, being that she's such a bulldog, she's trying to fit in one last turn.
It was almost nowhere to go on that particular moment. You know, I don't know that her timing was off. I just think that wave came.
Turn to max out her score, and that wave just handled her.
So Sally Fitzgibbons, her second score comes through at a 4.33. She's in the lead now. Laura Enever drops to second place, looking for a 6.50. 11 minutes, 20 seconds to go on the clock. We're talking about Sally Fitzgibbons and the success she's had over the years. She's been runner-up on the championship tour in 2010, 11, and 12. Last year, Ross, going into the final event, the Target Maui Pro, she was in second place as well. Unfortunately, finished up fourth on the Jeep leaderboard, but always knocking on the door. And with the opportunity, as Joe Turpel and Martin Potter pointed out, with some of the top seeds, our top seeds coming into this event losing out already, some opportunity to move on that board.
It's true. You know, just different venues as well. I think it's shaking things up quite a bit. Very fair test out here. I don't think there's any kind of hocus pocus going on where, you know, the top seeds are getting caught off guard. You know, there's no real luck factor. I think they're just getting outsurfed at this point.
I love that hocus pocus. We'll see if she can pull a rabbit out of the hat in this one with 10.5 minutes to go. And sets continuing to pulse through. I tell you what, this morning, challenging conditions and surfline forecasting. It was supposed to increase throughout the day. We've even seen a couple waves wrap the island here out at restaurants. Not quite big enough yet, though, but potentially could be some waves on the horizon out here. 10 minutes to go. Sally Fitzgibbons holding this one down. Two quick waves, 7.33 and a 4.33. Laura Enever now, as we talked about, a little bit more raw, go-forward attitude. What is it about Laura, you know, in particular at this event here in 2015? We continue to talk about that she's been a standout. She's a pick from Stephanie Gilmore to win this event. What is it about Laura that's impressing everyone?
I think she's just really drawing aggressive lines. She's not surfing timid. She's not going out to the shoulder and going for kind of smooth cutbacks. She's attacking the lip. She's getting right up in the most critical part of the wave. And on top of that, she's handling it. She's making those maneuvers. She's getting high scores. So she's been turning a lot of heads. And also a little bit of a fan favorite for everyone amongst the peers as well, because she's been having a rough one. So now that she's stringing together some solid scores and getting you know, a result under her belt, it's just making people stoked for her. Well,
she finds herself right now in second place with priority, looking for a little hocus pocus to get that 6.50. Coming up next, quarterfinal number 2, Tatiana Weston-Webb up against Lakey Peterson. As they say in those commercials for Tavarua, Bula! And welcome back to quarterfinal number 1. Sally Fitzgibbons in the lead. Laura Enever looking for a 6.50. And on cue, a set approaching the lineup. Laura with that priority, looking for a score, a solid one, 6.50. And she's gotten plenty of those throughout the rounds. Here we go, without priority, it's going to be Sally Fitzgibbons. Late takeoff there, free falling to the bottom, and unfortunately she goes down.
Look how big this wave is, Todd. That's a massive one.
There is a couple more approaching the lineup, and we don't quite see where Laura is sitting in the lineup. Obviously not in position for that one, though, Ross, unfortunately. And you can see taking some lumps on the head is Sally.
That was brutal right there. Really late duck dive. You can see that wave just spit her back outside.
And it does look like in the corner of the screen there, Laura was having a look at that one, and we look back at the bottom of your screen, and once again, Sally just taking so much whitewater. You can see how much water is moving on that inside section, Ross.
That is a bummer right there. Watch this late little duck dive. She can't go too deep, Todd, because it's so shallow there. So it's just kind of a micro push under, and then you're just, like you said, bear hugging your surfboard to make sure you try not to hit the reef.
Yeah, that's a challenging situation right there. It's borderline punching the reef with your knuckles if you duck dive too deep, or going too shallow and then just getting drugged even further back in shallower water based on those waves coming through there. A lot of water movement.
So if Sally, makes it through this heat, she is being taxed right now. This is taking a lot of energy out of her. She is, trying super hard to find those scores, but it's not coming easy. A couple of big wipeouts, getting cleaned up. So something to consider throughout the rest of the day. The endurance is going to, be a key factor.
Yeah, that quick free fall there for Sally Fitzgibbons comes through at 0.50. Doesn't go into her score line. And let's have a look here and see what happened, why she went down on this particular wave.
She's going to take a look at her left rail, that inside edge. She's going to try to get it in the water, and it will not. So right there you can see she's slipping. So because she sort of free fell, her legs got really straight. And when your legs get straight like that, you're just kind of rolling up the windows, and it's game over. You really need to get that your weight and the center of gravity over the deck of your board. But as soon as she got extended, it was over.
Using your knees as a shock?
Yeah, for sure. But more importantly, as she was paddling in, she kind of missed that opportunity to get low and over her board and all that momentum and weight forward. Think about dropping into a half pipe. You know, you have to lean forward and keep that momentum going down. Sort of the same thing with dropping into a big wave.
Don't want your legs stick figure either going on a half pipe.
No, yeah, definitely not. You know, as soon as you get that weight going backwards, you know, you're just going to flick that surfboard in front of you. So that's pretty much what happened.
Time starting to wind down for Laura Enever. 5 minutes, 15 seconds to go, though. Very obtainable score. 6.50 is all she needs. She's out the back. She has priority. And that was a really solid set that came through. Unfortunately, as you pointed out, Ross, unable to stick that first bottom turn, if you will, for Sally Fitzgibbons, and she goes down and takes the next 2 on the head. Laura Enever seemed to be out of position and didn't even get a piece of that set.
Well, here's the thing. Just to kind of set the heat right now, Laura Enever needs just a small score. Look at that, all the way to the right. 6.5. She's got priority. So things are like, okay, this is not too big of a deal. But a number to really focus on for Sally is her keeper right now. Her second score is a 4.3. That's really small. So if I'm Sally, I'm going to hound the inside of the reef here. Look for just a medium-sized wave. Try to find a 5 or a 6 to really make that number from a 6.5 jump way up.
Good point, Ross. And a lot of viewers out there wouldn't realize that. So great insight there. Sally Fitzgibbons looking to better her 4.33 to increase that lead over Laura Enever, because as it stands, as you pointed out, a 6.50, super obtainable for Laura.
Just a bit of a recap here. What do we got? It's a 5.17 here for Laura, and we've been loving it. All these spicy little lines she's been drawing. But that wave got cut short for Laura, so that kept the score super modest. And then right from the get-go, Sally, she got that banger, 7.3. And but Todd, just like Laura, she has kind of been out of rhythm as well. Her backup score is not that great right now.
She seems to have just found better waves, though, Ross, at this point. It seems to be the difference for me. And Sally, with that set, has been able to put a little bit more power into those turns. We've seen some moments there for Laura Enever, but her highest single wave score being that 5.17. I think it's come down to wave selection and giving her the opportunity to really lay into the power on those backhand snaps. Bigger waves, bigger maneuvers, you're going to get bigger scores.
For whatever reason, right now, the way the world is aligned with the universe and everything, for Sally, she is just getting kind of beat up out here. But here's the good news. Even though she's been taking some lickings in this heat, she's winning. She's in the lead, so it's pretty great for her to have all this momentum despite taking some lumps.
Well, time winding down here. Sally Fitzgibbons is in the lead. Less than 3 minutes to go for Laura Enever to find the score of a 6.50 with priority. You can see her in the blue, sitting further to the left of on your screen. Sets are approaching the lineup a little bit wider down the line. Sally Fitzgibbons, as Ross Williams just pointed out, looking to better her low score of a 4.33 to increase her lead. Here we go. Laura now chasing that score, 6.50. Opening turn there, nice snap off the top, stays high to come down with a lot more speed than she went up there with. Goes vertical, nice turn there in the pocket. And again, so this is a really good wave here for Laura Enever. Let's see how she can finish off on the inside. She kicks out Ross. Right behind her is going to be Sally Fitzgibbons. We talked about trying to better a 4.33. She's already got one nice off the top, out the back. Big turn there on that second one. And again, so wow, exactly what you said she needed to do. It looks like it's happening right now for Sally Fitzgibbons. This is going to be a solid score for her as she surfs that one really good all the way across.
Easily the best turns we've seen in his heat. I don't know what it is about her surfing for me, Todd, but I just feel like she has gotten way better this year. Her lines and her angles, she's drawing a steeper bottom turn and just delivering the goods in the most critical part of the wave. Take a look at her lower body. Watch those knees. It just looks a little different for me. Last year she was a little more bowed out. Those knees are kind of in now, which is creating a ton of leverage off the bottom. Beautiful style. Man, those top turns were really critical. I think the judges are going to freak out over this score right here. And again, to me, I'd be surprised if Laura's not in a combination situation.
Yeah, I'm freaking out over that last one as well. Fantastic surfing. Now let's look back at Laura's last wave.
Laura had a decent wave as well. Kind of a choppy start of the wave, but watch it clean up as it hits that inside reef. Now she leans into it. Wow, really crisp turn right there. I think this one's even a little sharper. Zips right out of it. So 2 nice carbs there for Laura. Right now, I think she's easily going to get rid of that 5.17, or at least, she's going to have her best score.
Well, going into that exchange right there, Ross, Laura Enever was in second place, needing a 6.50. And Sally Fitzgibbons was looking to better her 4.33, and she got probably, arguably, the best wave of the heat so far. So a great exchange right there. Might be a little bit short. Looks like it's going to be short there for Laura Enever. Scores are in. Have a look at that. 9.73 for Sally Fitzgibbons. Hands down the best wave of this heat. Best wave of the day so far. I tell you what, unbelievable surfing there. Now look what it's done for Laura Enever, as you speculated, Ross, in a combination situation, chasing 2 scores, 17.07.
Wow. So again, this just proves that how tough Sally is. She's been taking some lumps in this heat, some crazy weird little wipeouts. She even slapped on that ear that she injured, and she comes back, she responds with almost a near 10. One of the judges threw her a 10, Todd.
Yeah, unbelievable there. One of the judges throwing a 10-point ride there, seeing it as a perfect wave. And I tell you what, it was darn close, a 9.73. You take the high score out of those 5 judges and the low score and average out the remaining 3, and well, there it was. A 9.73. Unbelievable surfing. She continues with that momentum. With the injury, Sally Fitzgibbons into the semifinals. Coming up next, quarterfinal number 2. Stay with us. Quarterfinal number 2 hitting the lineup. As we look back, quarterfinal number 1, Sally Fitzgibbons. Great performance, finishing up with her final wave, a 9.73, 2-wave total, 17.06, getting the win over Laura Enever, though. Congratulations to Laura Enever. Good result. 5th place finish, her best result of the year by a long shot.
Amazing. Yeah, this will give her, you know, a lot of encouragement, just getting the monkey off her back, so to speak. But I can't get enough of Sally. I think it's so impressive, battling through that injury and really just kind of maybe stealing the thunder away from Tatiana.
Yeah, awesome to see Sally continue to battle through with that injury to her ear. Now we kick off quarterfinal number 2. Tatiana Weston-Webb wearing the red, and in the blue, Lakey Peterson. We look at the matchup here. You've got a goofy footer in Tatiana Weston-Webb up against the regular footer, Lakey Peterson. They matched up one time in the past, and getting that nod was Tatiana Weston-Webb, and it was last year here in 2014 at the Women's Fiji Pro.
Well, every now and then you'll have a rookie come on tour and not behave like a rookie, just really shake things up. And I really believe that's what we're looking at right here with Tatiana Weston-Webb. She was able to have a few cracks at it last year, Todd, as a wild card, and she did the same thing then. Really turned heads, and she is not disappointing. She's steamrolling the Rookie of the Year.
Well, that's what I was going to say, Ross. She got a bit of a jump start on some of the other rookies that, you know, haven't had the luxury in the past of getting 3 events like she had last year. She was an injury replacement for Courtney Conalog, and this was while we were away.
Look at the sun popping out. Changing a lot out there. The wind's getting better, so clean wall here for Lakey Peterson. Wow, nice bottom turn there. Delivered the goods right off the top there. So nice crack, one big move for her. And another snap there for Lakey. So you can see, I think her game plan is to get a quick start. Grab the first wave, get that score under the belt, maybe try to create a little bit of pressure for this young lady right here. But Tatiana, I think really, for me, Todd, the advantage that she has over Lakey is she can look for those barrels. She has a great knack for finding them out there. So I wouldn't be surprised, you know, because Lakey, we haven't seen her pull into many barrels out here. You can see right away game plan being executed, but not able to make it out. That's going to keep the score somewhat modest.
Yeah, have a look at Lakey duck diving through this section as Tatiana pulls up into this barrel.
That's where our boy Strider was sitting there showing the reef, and Tatiana pulling into the shish kebab section. It's so shallow right here. Lakey just trying to get out of the way.
Wow.
Sketchy little situation. And Tatiana, I don't think she was thrown off too much by it, but more that wave was closing out. So she made just a small attempt to escape out of that side hatch.
Super close one there for Tatiana and Lakey Peterson. One that wasn't so close was that last heat with that massive wave of a 9.73. Sally Fitzgibbons standing by with Strider Wazalewski in the channel.
Thanks, boys. Yeah, out here with Sally. Sally, you got a new wrap today. Looks a little cleaner on the head there.
Yeah, we're pretty streamlined today. The medical crew and Chris Prosser, they've been great to see how to get me back in the water, and a lot of blue tack and some waterproofing, but took a few spills in that one, and yeah, it's pretty hard going, but yeah, just kept fighting and found that nice clean one I was looking for, so that was a bit of a treat at the end of the heat.
Talk about those spills, you know, you take the spill, but you said a little bit earlier that you knew that the boys are there on the jet skis. Does that kind of play into it?
Oh, for sure. Having you know, world-class water safety is probably the reason why I'm still out there, and yeah, it's just when you go under with such rigid taping, you know, the neck and everything's getting thrown every which way, so it's a little bit different, a few challenges today, but I think I'm just really excited because I know I'm going to have to spend a little time out of the water, so I'm just enjoying these last couple of moments before a break after this event.
Right, and then, you know, with the injury, it's one of your senses, you know, your sight and your hearing, and your hearing's a little thrown off. You said it's really loud when you fall. Is it everything's different now?
It's definitely extremely loud. You've got a lot of power out here at Cloudbreak, so it kind of feels like a semi-trailer's rattling through your head, and you're just trying to make sure you're focusing on the surface so you don't get too disorientated with the extra weight on the head. But yeah, we're past all the tests, so we're good to go, and definitely don't try this at home.
Well, there you go, Sally combo in the field. Brings it on through. Congratulations, great heat.
Thank you. A big hi to everyone at home, and thanks for the incredible support back in Australia and online. And yeah, keep watching. Thanks for watching, guys.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Strider. As we see a quick wave there for Lakey Peterson, her first score came through at a 7.17. She's in the lead, Ross. Tatiana's first wave of 4.83. Going back to that post-heat interview there with Sally, I tell you what, you know, she gave a little disclaimer, don't try this at home. And I was actually thinking to myself, you know, try covering one of your ears, and the way that it messes with your equilibrium, because the way that you're hearing and taking in sounds and your balance is just completely off. So, you know, hats off to her, not only for doing that if you didn't have that bandage around your head, but doing it with that injury is just mind-blowing.
It is. So Sally obviously doesn't need all of her senses to tear these waves apart. It's really impressive. Again, Rocky Balboa award firmly on her lap right now.
Unbelievable. And a set approaching out the back. Tatiana Weston-Webb sitting in second place, looking for a 3.85. You talk about some barrels, you know, potentially in this heat for Tatiana Weston-Webb. As the swell increases, we haven't seen many. You think that's possible out here, Ross?
For sure. It looks like a nice little low road here. Wouldn't be surprised if this competitor, I can't tell who it is, swings.
I believe it's Lakey, because she was just paddling back out, and it is Lakey Peterson. Solid wave here for her as she comes off the top. Nice big spray, draws out that bottom turn, even grabs the rail on the bottom there. Goes right into the pocket and snaps it back again. So two quick turns there. And did you like the way that she grabbed that rail on the bottom turn there, Ross?
Yeah, I did. I think she was really trying to get up to the top of the wave quickly. So she was grabbing that rail to sort of assist in having a sharp bottom turn. So showing some skill there for Lakey, and two nice turns. So she's going to have herself a quick little lead here. And for Tatiana, you know, it can be a dangerous game if she gets too fixated on finding barrels. You never know. It could work against her. But let's see. Nice setup carve right here. Watch how she kind of wipes off speed. I like that. Very patient. And grabs the rail just for a split second to get that sharp angle. So a nice little attack there on her backhand. But again, just the kind of the cutback and the one big move.
Now Tatiana, who's been waiting out the back with priority, she's going to take off on this one. Driving down the line, speed and momentum. It's been pretty flat to this point, but now it starts to steepen up on the inside. She gets up into the lip late on that one, Ross, and she goes down. So a bad mistake there for her. She had priority, utilized it, and it's not going to change this situation. She needed a 3.85. Safe to say she's not going to get it on that.
Kind of went up and over the falls, and now she's on the inside getting this thing on the head. So definitely a little bit of a mistake there for Tatiana. That's not how she envisioned using her priority.
And you being a former championship tour competitor, Ross, in a situation like that where you know you're in second, you have priority, and you know you have to capitalize, and you didn't in that particular moment, but there's still 21 minutes on the clock. How do you wipe away those thoughts, get back out there, and have a clear mind and approach for the next set?
I think, you know, always be, you know, have urgency on your side. You know, you don't want to get too, you know, loose out there and think like, oh, this is no big deal. You want to keep your attention switched on, but at the same time, she has a lot of time left. It's only top two. She has got 21 minutes, so you got to have that balance of being, you know, really fired up, but don't get too frazzled.
Scores are in for that second wave there for Tatiana Weston-Webb, a 1.07. Goes into her score line. She now needs a 7.74 because that was only her second wave. That's why it went into her score line, but she still needs that 7.74 with 20 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. And unfortunately, we had a winner in that last heat, but we also had a runner-up, but still going to be a great result for Laura Enever. We said she was one of the standouts throughout this event. Unfortunately, she bowed out here in the quarterfinals, and she's standing by with Rosie Hodge.
Thanks so much, Todd. And what said, a fifth year, you know, standout performer throughout the event. Obviously, yourself and Sally always have such exciting clashes. You know, how do you bring in, you've been competing against each other since you're juniors, so, you know, how does that factor into your game plan when you're out in the heat with Sally?
Yes, Al and I have been competing against each other since we were about 5. No, probably like 12, but I mean, it's good to be competing against her again in the quarters and stuff, and making the quarters at least. So, I mean, I'm disappointed that I couldn't have gone a bit further in the event. But Sally's a trooper. I still can't believe she's surfing with her ears. She's out there just looking like she's in so much pain. I'm like, are you okay? But yeah, she's a trooper, and I think it all came down to choosing the better wave out of that set. And I went the second wave of the set, and she went the third, and it was an absolute bomb. And it was like 2.5 minutes to go, so I had no idea like which one was going to be better. But I know I kind of had to go, but I got to see her surf really great on that wave behind.
Well, Laura, it's been a pleasure watching you at this event. Go enjoy the pool on Tavaroa, and we'll see you at the US Open. Back to you, Todd.
Thank you so much, Rosie. And yeah, congratulations to Laura Enever. You know, we talked about the tough year she's been having. 13th in the first 4 events and now making the quarterfinals. You heard there in that post-heat interview. You know, she's part of her stoked, but the other part is, you know, you get that close, you want to make it all the way to the finals, Ross.
It's true. You know, and it's just kind of evident that it paid off. All that practice, those couple extra trips that she rushed over here from Australia to catch those big swells on her own dime, you know, just totally was, her, you know, on her own right there. Wow, look at this. She's gonna, thought maybe she's going to go for a backflip here.
I think she is.
Careful now. Well, that's pretty far, too. There you can see she's a little bit of a nutball. She is not afraid. You know, anyway, so that 5th place finish, you know, it didn't surprise a whole lot of people. Even though she's had a rough year, all that extra practice here paid off.
Well, you know, I mean, you got to have a ton of talent just to make this championship tour, and it's, you know, you got to maximize the opportunities in front of you. And maybe it's been situations where she just hasn't been in rhythm with the ocean. She seemed to be here up until the quarterfinals, and again, congratulations to her. Quarterfinal number 2 in the water now, 18 minutes, 15 seconds to go. Lakey Peterson still holds down the lead. 2-wave total of 12.57. She's got a 7.17 and a 5.40. We do have a set approaching. Lakey Peterson has priority on the inside. Without priority is going to be Tatiana Weston-Webb. A lot of wall in front of her on that. And with that said, she goes to kick out, Ross, and unfortunately looked like she went over.
She certainly did, yeah. She went right over the falls there.
Oof.
I saw as she was paddling for that wave, it had a really funky line on it. It was almost like a right-hander came at her, so that thing was definitely a closeout from her position. And she couldn't quite get that penetration through. She was trying to duck dive out the back as she was kicking out. And watch this. So right when she tries to kick through the wall, she got really high. And that wave just basically slapped her and pushed her right over the falls. But she got back up on her board really quickly, so, you know, luckily she didn't hit the reef.
That's what I was going to say. No harm, no foul. Looked like all the board and leash and everything intact. She got right back out there. And it was interesting, Ross, because, you know, it looked like such an easy section to set the inside rail and get up and over, but that thing really jacked quick and caught her off guard.
It did. It caught her off guard, and she had that awkward high kick out. So that's the reason why Lakey, she had priority, but she let that wave go. She knew it was going to close out, but I think that's what Tatia wanted to do. She was just having a quick look.
Plenty of time on the clock, 17 minutes remaining. Lakey Peterson with priority, having a look at that one. She didn't like what she saw, so she's going to wait out the back patiently. We talked about the goofy footers coming into this event, Ross. We had 18 surfers total, only 4 goofy footers, and 2 remaining. Bianca Batendock just won her heat, and Tatiana Weston-Webb now in this one representing the goofy footers as well. You know, talk about the approach, you know, with your chest to the wave versus your back.
I think it's an advantage for tube riding in terms of slowing down, setting your pace with the barrel. You know, we've been talking about this quite a bit during this event. If you get racing down the line with too much speed and get ahead of the barrel, the judges aren't going to give you a big score. You got to get behind that curtain. And if you're facing a wave, you can kind of use your back arm and step on the brake, so to speak. It's a little bit easier. You have, you know, 1 or 2 more tricks to slow down. Whereas if you're on your backhand, you better be very comfortable with kind of dragging your body in the water, which we haven't seen a whole lot in this event.
It's interesting because, you know, one of the better tube riders in the earlier rounds and even back in 2005, 2006, Silvana Lima, you know, she was one of the standouts for folks that really are familiar with her performance back in those years in 2005 and 2006. But during those heats that she had, unfortunately, she couldn't find those tubes.
It's true. Yeah, you could see she was looking for it. It just didn't work out for her. But today, I think this is our best day of competition in terms of waves. And as that tide starts to drop out, we'll see more barrels.
Well, here we go. Lakey Peterson with priority, 15 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Nice opening snap there. Once again, draws out the bottom turn, utilizing all the face of that wave. Quick snap, and then she didn't like what she saw, and she kicks out. So interesting that she had priority, Ross, and took took that wave with it. Now behind her was Tatiana Weston Webb. Priority swung to her. She had a look at that one there. But were you surprised to see the wave selection there for Lakey Peterson?
I don't know. It might have, yeah. It's tough to say, you know, looking at the screen right here. But I think she just had a look at it and said, you know what, I want to get rid of my 5.4. Sometimes those medium waves, you can really tee off on them. They're a little more rippable, so to speak, because it's a smaller wave. You can be more aggressive. But that thing was really thick and throaty, so it was not a wave that she could produce any moves on.
Quarterfinal number 2 in the water, 14 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Lakey Peterson holding down the lead. Tatiana Weston Webb is looking for a 7.74. Will Mother Nature deliver? Stay with us.
Tatiana Weston Webb is putting the hammer down.
She's absolutely attacking this wave.
She's actually committing under the ledge and pulling up into the ball, which is really impressive to see.
Beautiful takeoff. She'll pull into the barrel. Comes out without a problem.
An unbelievable tube ride right here for Tatiana Weston Webb.
We've been hyping up Tatiana, and it's thank you, because she just gave us good reason to.
I really love this wave. It's pretty magical to be out here. I think that I'm just really appreciating the moments that I have.
Tatiana Weston Webb being one of the standouts this entire event as we look back at some of the highlights from her earlier rounds. But right now, Ross, she finds herself with 12.5 minutes on the clock, chasing a score of a 7.74 with Lakey Peterson holding down the lead in this quarterfinal.
Well, the waves have been taking a little bit of a nap in this heat. It's been kind of slow, on the slow side, so that door's been wide open for Tatiana to climb back into this heat. Lakey, sure, she has the lead. She has a decent score at that 7.17, but this heat is far from over at 12-minute mark.
And we talk about, you know, we saw some of the highlights there where she was able to find some of those big barrels. We haven't seen really any of those barrels today, Ross. You speculated that it was possible in this heat. Again, looking at the conditions, 11 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Do you think she should go to those forehand turns or still be looking for those barrels?
I think she has to, and I'm sure she knows this, keep her mind open. She can't cement the idea of I'm going for barrels only, but it's definitely on the menu. You know, you can see that rock just got exposed right there in that little whitewash inside. The tide is drawing off the reef as we speak, so every minute that peels off the clock, you know, I think it's going to potentially get better and better. It's going to open up those tubes, but there's no guarantees, so she has to compete. She has to go out there and just look for a score that's available right now.
Can you sometimes find yourself in that one-track mind after you kind of had the highlights getting those barrels throughout the event?
Oh yeah, and it comes natural, which is a bummer, you know. So if you get too fixated on something, you don't even feel it while it's happening, and then you come in and your friends are like, "Hey, what were you doing?" You kept trying to pull into everything. You're like, "Really?" I don't know. I was just like flies to a light, you know. So you have to be so switched on mentally and be present.
Well, again, as you said, the ocean kind of quiet here with 10 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Lakey Peterson came out of the gates with a 7.17 and a 5.40. Coming up next there, you see Joanne DeFay. She'll be in the next quarterfinal. And I tell you what, the performance she's been showing as well. We talk about her, you know, her home where she's from in St. Louis Reunion Island, and you know, reef lefts just like this, and showing that she's, you know, feeling like she's right at home out here.
She is, and we saw her pops is on caddy duty right there, Bruno. So she's feeling the vibe right now. Very used to this island atmosphere, very comfortable with the warm water, the shallow reef. So, and geez, how's that last performance by Joanne? She's got to be confident after that.
Well, she's definitely going to have to be confident because she's coming up against Courtney Conalog. Courtney's coming off back-to-back wins at the last 2 stops and coming in with a lot of momentum. And, you know, Courtney as well, we talked about that Jeep leaderboard, you know, and she comes into this event currently rated 2nd. Carissa Moore has just lost out. And, you know, a lot of opportunity here for her. I've heard rumor that if she makes it out of this heat here, the quarterfinals, and goes into the semifinals, she will take over that Jeep leader.
Well, that's big. So right there, Carissa Moore, you can see sitting at top. That was a huge upset.
And again, this is those moments, Ross, you would know as well, how hard is it to not get too excited when you see an opportunity that like Courtney has in front of her now with Carissa bowing out, not to get ahead of yourself.
I think she can use it as motivation, no doubt. She can go out there and have that that fuel to the fire, but you have to compete against that one other competitor in the water. You have to dissect the lineup and clear your mind. You can't get too ahead of yourself.
Well, it does look like we might have a set approaching finally, Ross, with 8 minutes 50 seconds on the clock. With priority is Tatiana Weston-Webb wearing the red jersey. Lakey Peterson sitting out there alongside of her, so if Tatiana's not going to want the wave, you can probably see Lakey having a go at it. Tatiana just kind of turned around, had a look at that one. It's interesting because some of the sets we see coming through, Ross, will have three waves to them. That particular set right there really only had one.
I'm surprised she didn't go. Obviously that wave wasn't an absolute gem, but it was decent. And had she torn it up, she could have got a solid score on it, which would be better than that 4.83 or certainly right now. So she should be in a frame of mind of 2 waves. But because she let that wave go, that might be a little mistake for me. I think she might be thinking, oh, I need to grab a 7.74, but with 8 minutes to go, she might want to get rid of that 4.8 as well.
Well, we talk about how aggressive she is, when she's on a wave. You'd like to see her get a little bit more aggressive in this heat and taking more waves.
It's true. So here's a nice looking wave here. Let's see if she swings.
It is starting to hit the lineup, and it's a fine line between going too deep and not being out far enough to catch it when it breaks, and she's right in particular position here for this one. Tatiana, opening sweep there for this opening maneuver. Comes off the bottom. Nice gaff right there, throwing some nice spray out the back. Carving it back again, so Tatiana, a good wave here so far for her. Once again, draws out the bottom turn, snaps it right in the pocket, pulls in the barrel, and she comes out. So Tatiana pretty much doing all she could on this wave, and she's not done yet. Goes for a floater in all of about 6 inches of water. Tell you what, great performance there for Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Wow, that was pretty crazy. She looked just slightly off pace in that wave, but she got the job done. Some pretty critical maneuvers, and as you mentioned, finish it up, trying to milk that thing. Wow, it almost looked like she might have bumped the fin right there. That's how shallow it is.
It's inches.
She can't even duck dive. She's literally just laying there still. So I think she'll definitely turn the heat. Well, I don't know. A 7.74, that's almost a near excellent score. So even if she doesn't turn the heat, at least she's going to easily ditch that 4.8.
Well, she definitely maximized the opportunity on that wave, Ross. And I tell you what, really going for broke on that inside section. We saw there she was duck diving. Really not much water left.
Had a big old kink outside, so that made this wave funky for the first couple of moves. So just a sweeping cutback, slightly off balance. Hooks into it though. That's that little spicy turn that she likes to lean into. She doesn't have that real smooth long wrap. She kind of gets to the top and then just swipes it back right there, just a little high, so kind of a funky move right there. But then she really leaned into that last turn. That was easily her best one. So I'd be surprised if this score goes excellent, but it's definitely going to better her situation.
Well, definitely time is winding down though. Let's have a look at it from another angle.
She's also coming up against that 7.17 of Lakey, so the judges may compare the two. That's where the scale is set. I love the jams, though. That's kind of the word that comes to my mind when I see her maneuvers. They're just a quick jam right in the pocket. Really a quick turn, but very, a lot of tenacity involved there. This is where she just got caught between 2 moves. She could have maybe just kick-stalled right here and gone for a little barrel, but instead she went for a little check fade, and then just a small, quick shampoo on the way down. Great ability, though, to step on her tail just to make sure she didn't pearl. So, cat-like skills.
Yeah, actually out of that snap, free-falling a little bit, and as you pointed out, Ross, having to stomp on the tail to keep that nose from pearling, and then riding it all the way through and carving back one more time. She wasn't done yet, Ross, when she hit that hit side section. She was, a lot of women would have kicked out. She says, you know what, I'll cram in one more floater. Unfortunately, she goes down. She ran out of water. Scores are in 6.90, so it didn't quite go to the score that she needed, but it did help out her situation, as you pointed out. Now she needs a 5.68, 5 minutes remaining. You're out there in the channel. You're her dad, Doug. What do you holler out to her?
Lakey has priority, so I would just give myself a little bit of space. Don't sit right next to her. Maybe she'll make a mistake and you can grab one from her.
Looks like we do have another set now approaching, maybe a little bigger one than we just saw Tatiana catch. Lakey does have priority. She has the lead as well. She's looking to better her low score of a 5.40. She actually just looked like she gave that wave to Tatiana. Tatiana couldn't quite get into it. talk about, you know, the lineup out there, Ross. We know sometimes when it goes to that next level, there's a fine line of paddling down the face and kind of pulling up underneath it and having to take off with like 1 or 2 paddles.
You hear that, Todd? You could hear maybe it was her pops or some friends in the channel yelling at her to go, but she let that one go as well. So 2 opportunities there. Maybe that that first really big wave was steep. It was always going to be a late drop for her, but for whatever reason, she passed on it. And so now she's in a sketchy situation with under 4 minutes.
Yeah, that was a very unique situation there, Ross. Again, I was posing the question before we listened to the ambient sound there, maybe her father yelling from the channel. You know, when the size increases a little bit here, it seems to go from the inside to the outside. Sometimes you actually get a roll in. On that particular occasion, there was no roll in. It looked like maybe she was hoping for that. Was the difference there that she couldn't catch the wave, or she actually maybe didn't like how steep it was when it got to her?
You know, if she was going to catch it, she had to paddle like crazy way before the swell approached her, and she didn't do that. She kind of had a long look at it, and she let that wave catch up to her. So if she was going to stand up on it, it would have been a really hefty late drop. So when those waves are thick like that, you have to forecast how it's going to behave way before that swell catches up to you.
There's her father, Doug, there on the back of that ski, possibly going to change equipment, or maybe calling it quits. Who knows? He looks to be kind of frantic, maybe looking to change equipment. Time winding down, though. Not much time if he is trying to do that. Less than 3 minutes to go. And Tatiana finds herself, even though she's been one of the standouts this entire event, with some beautiful tube rides. Unfortunately, yet to find one of those barrels in this particular heat, looking for a 5.68 time winding down.
Well, here's the tricky thing for Tatiana. You know, she needs a small score, but she needs a couple of waves to come in. Obviously, if just a 1-wave set comes, Lakey has priority. So she can use that as a block. She can go on that and even improve her situation. So Tatiana really up against it with Mother Nature right now. She needs a couple of waves to approach the lineup.
That's exactly what I was going to say. In a perfect world, it'll be a 2 or 3 wave set, and Lakey would catch the first one, leaving Tatiana to catch the next one. And maybe, like you said, Lakey Peterson not able to better her 5.40, but we'll see. Time winding down as we see her father is making a change there, and it looks we've just got news from the boat. It's a contact lens, so possibly losing a contact lens out there. Tatiana Weston Webb. Time winding down, though, and I tell you what, though, you know, it can't. We talk about Sally Fitzgibbons and having one ear. Imagine not having both your eyes out there with good vision. It's got to be really challenging.
Well, I'm surprised by that rush to get another one. She doesn't have enough time to pop in another lens, so it's all on this last set right here, Todd. But look at the lines. There's 2 of them, so maybe an opportunity.
Absolutely stacking here on the reef, on the inside. Tatiana in position. She's going to take off right next to the whitewater. Solid wave here. Big opening turn. Sets the rail quickly, flying down the line, trying to pull up into the barrel. Goes for a massive floater, timing off, and goes over. That looked like it could have hurt right there, Ross.
Wow, you could just feel the nerves on that wave. See right now, trying to spot any anguish on her face. That did look like a hairball wipeout. She's on 0 water right now, so shallow. As a competitor, it's so tough to get that medium score, a 5.48. You could see she was a little timid on that wave, and it showed with that little bit of indecision on that floater. Awkward wipeout, so Lakey could be safe.
So a massive result here for Lakey Peterson if she can win this one. And she's had 5ths across the board, but let's look back at this last one for Tatiana.
Trying to find a score here for her. Nice little snap, little jam again right there in the pocket. Trippy little high line right there. She got in front of the barrel. Now she's going for a floater, but she got there really early. So her timing was always kind of weird on that wave. Not really clicking on all cylinders.
And unfortunately, she did not get the score. It's a 3.83 for last of Tatiana Weston Webb. Time winding down, so it looks like it's going to be a semifinal berth here for Lakey Peterson. We talked about across the board. She's had great results, 5ths at the Roxy Pro, Rip Curl Pro, Drug Aware Margaret River Pro, and coming off the Oi Rio Pro. This will be her first semifinal here in 2015.
Wow, huge result here for Lakey. You know, pretty heavy favorite there, Tatiana. You know, she's so aggressive, looking for the barrel out there. Lakey.
Tatiana Weston Webb in 2015 at the Fiji Pro. Coming up next, current world number 2 on that Jeep leaderboard, Courtney Konalog will do battle against Joanne DeFay, current number 12 in quarterfinal number 3.
Welcome back to the Fiji Pro quarterfinals time. Number 3 features current world number 2 Courtney Conlogue taking on last year's Rookie of the Year Joanne DeFay in fun Cloudbreak conditions. Winner of this heat moves on to the semifinals. Looking at their career matchups head-to-head, Courtney Conlogue with 1 win over Joanne DeFay. It was over a year ago, the Roxy Pro Gold Coast season opener for Joanne DeFay's rookie debut. Joe Chappelle with Martin Potter in the booth. Potts, remember that for Joanne DeFay? It took her a couple of events to feel comfortable. Now she's more than comfortable on the tour.
Yeah, it did. It took her to about this event last year, which is where she got the ball rolling. But I'll tell you what, she's never looked back, taking out that Standout Performer of the Year award. I'll tell you what, she's gone from strength to strength, looking pretty good. There we have Lakey, who made it through that last heat there. That was a tight one between Lakey and Tatiana. So Lakey, all smiles, moves through to the semifinals up against Sally.
What a big result for Lakey Peterson. We talked about the low seeds knocking out the high seeds in round 4. Lakey's a higher seed than Tatiana, but Tatiana had all the momentum because of her insane performances in the early rounds, the highest combined heat totals, even a call out from 6-time world champ Steph Gilmore saying Tati could go on to win this event. Things changed in that heat. It looked really challenging. She went for broke on her final turn, had a big wipeout, and Lakey was able to capitalize a semifinal result as she's getting a little bit closer to that top 4 picture.
Yeah, that she is. And this is going to definitely a step in the right direction. But let's focus on the heat out in the water at the moment. Courtney Conlogue, world number 2 right now. And this could do wonders for her if she manages to make it through a couple of heats here. She can take out the yellow jersey, Joe.
That's right. She makes this heat. She will be wearing yellow for the first time in her career. That's at stake to be world number 1, heading into the U.S. Open, which is Conlogue's home turf, where she's won in the past. More recently, she's had a final with Carissa Moore out there where the decision was made after the horn. Moore got the nod that season. An exciting world title race once again underway. Joanne DeFay trying to move closer to a top 10 result. Back in the quarters here at the Fiji Pro for the 2nd consecutive year.
Yeah, it's an event that she's feeling really comfortable at. I mean, you can look at the way she's surfing. Took down Tyler in that last round and just looked really at home, picking the right waves. She had a strategy, she stuck to it, and it came out working for her. So can she do the same against Courtney? Courtney ranked number 2 in the world, 22 years of age, been around for a while, it seems like. She's 5'8" and 63 kilos. So Courtney very strong, and she'll be looking forward to the swell growing. She's one lady that doesn't mind the big stuff, and she really loves riding a bit of a longer board and has the power to throw it around, Joe.
She sure does. Love watching her surf big waves like Sunset Beach on Oahu when she spends a couple of months there in the wintertime, transitioning to big surf at Honolulu Bay, which is our season finale once again on the championship tour. And now in her first appearance ever at the Fiji Pro, last year the injury delayed this big start, but we knew she'd be comfortable. She got here early, got barreled, and there was this little mystical rumor about an injury. And Strider tried to ask her about it, and she said, it's just a rumor. We saw the tape on her back, and she shrugged it off. Didn't want it in her headspace, and it definitely didn't hinder her performance.
Yeah, that's what athletes do, you know. There's no negative, nothing negative really. And Courtney's waving at something. Maybe she's calling for a heat restart, but there's been a few waves come through. It's at the discretion of the head judge, Joe, if there's a heat restart. And at the moment, 24.5 minutes remaining, so this heat is literally flying by. And it seems quicker when you're in the water too. It's almost like you blink and your heat's done. You make one mistake and it's over. So it's really important in these kind of situations to capitalize on the waves that you've got. Make sure you don't make any mistakes, no falling off. And you know, you might not get another roll of the dice, so important stuff.
We talked to some competitors and their heat strategy is broken into parts depending on where they're sitting in the lineup. Thinking about what they should do 20 minutes to go, 10, and then down to the 5-minute warning. But a lot of times the ocean will dictate your plan. When sets come, when you have priority, when you don't. With the start of a heat, there's certain surfers that always want to start deepest on the reef. Right now, we have Joanne DeFay sitting deepest. Why wouldn't Courtney challenge Joanne for that positioning?
I think because they're both pretty far up the reef at the moment. You can see these ones that are coming from underneath them. That's the real far outside peak. So both surfers way up the point. I think Courtney's counting on the fact that Joanne's going to be too deep on the opening exchange, and she can maybe cherry pick the end section. So let's see what happens. Big sets approaching.
So now still no priority. DeFay was sitting deeper when we saw their positioning last time. DeFay with blue on. And they'll let this one roll through. Still scoreless, as we'll see that wave spit on the inside. Plenty of size. The swell supposed to be on the increase throughout the day today. And it's definitely getting bigger, Pots.
Yeah, just you can see a lot more water moving. And that's that inside section. Have a look at that right there. So both ladies a little bit out of position right now. And that's what can happen. That's why the judges have said no restart. There's been a lot of waves come through underneath them, obviously jockeying for that inside position. Courtney's saying, well, if you want the inside, I'm going to push you way up the point. And we're both going to be out of position for the first part of this heat. So 22.5 minutes remaining. No waves have been caught yet. So this is where you've got to re-strategize. You've got to say, okay, well, I've got to surf roughly a 20-minute heat. So take my time, focus on 2 good waves rather than catch a bunch of waves and start off slow. You really need to make this first opening exchange count, and that's going to be tough.
So still scoreless. Courtney, if she wins this heat, will be wearing the Jeep leader jersey heading into the U.S. Open. The highest seed left in the contest here at the Fiji Pro. The reason why is she got on a roll from Margaret River, taking out Carissa Moore in that final. Then we went down to Rio de Janeiro, where had probably more than 40,000 people on the beach. Courtney said when they cheered, she wanted to perform better. She was able to beat Bianca Batendog in this final.
Yeah, that was that little magic carpet she had, and that really did go good for her. Tim Stamps is starting to shape some great little boards for Courtney, and this one worked a treat there, taking out the win. So Courtney said she's got that board on ice for the US Open. You can see how much that meant there, back-to-back wins. That just means an athlete is in that zone, Joe, and is performing at their best.
Well, the catch-up with Gilmore, she referenced that watching Courtney now, she thinks that Courtney's figured something out. She's learned the system, and she's found a way to win. Not just once like she did in the past, but consecutive victories, back-to-back titles on tour, as she tries to go 3 in a row here at Fiji. Taking off on a solid one to start off this heat is Joanne DeFay. She'll go to the top for a little redirect. Still with plenty of speed through the inside, jams it off the top. Chattering off the bottom, and she'll look to punch out. Looked like she made it to safety. 2 big turns, she'll take the lead. And now Courtney with priority.
Nervous moments right there, Joe. If my daughter was out there, I'd be sitting on the edge of my seat. I'd have no nails left. So that was a solid wave there from Joanne DeFay. And she's just proven that she's not scared to take off on the bombs, that's for sure.
What a solid wave. You saw her picking off the best waves in her last heat. What about this one, Potts?
Hey, look at that. That's a triple overhead for Joanne DeFay right there. Just waiting for it to stand up for her now. She reacts. Didn't quite connect with that turn, so it's a first wave. Beautiful turn right there, and this is a critical section. She's got to get out of that wave, which she does, but big steep drop as well. Kind of got caught behind that first section, so just biding her time, making sure she doesn't make any mistakes. Little check turn right there. How much speed you get from this wave. Nice turn right there. So that one big turn from Joanne DeFay, and then decides to hit the eject button. So not going to be a huge score for Joanne, but she's on the board, and the pressure now on Courtney.
See Bear there dropping her off into the channel. Score comes in at a 5.33. This is DeFay's 8th quarter final in just her 2nd year on tour. She's had 2 conversions. Last year she did that at France. She also did that at Lower Trestles to make 2 semifinals. Gave her a good spot to win Rookie of the Year. But it was this wave that made her look so comfortable. We're thinking if she got to surf over a shallow reef all year on tour, she'd definitely be in the world title race, Potts.
No doubt, Joe, no doubt. That's definitely the case with Joanne. It's almost like she looks more comfortable riding over razor sharp coral than she she does on a beach break.
Absolutely. DeFay now with a 5-3-3. Momentum shifts to Courtney now to see how she's going to open up. DeFay said earlier in her post-feed interview she has some revenge for Courtney. They've had 3 women matchups twice in this contest. They've had a couple in the past as well, but Courtney always wins. We look at DeFay with more looks at a lineup, even a warm-up surf earlier, because she had a heat. Conlog surfing in less heats. Where do you see the advantage with conditions changing on a potential finals day?
I suppose momentum would favor Joanne. You know, this wave especially, the more times you surf out there, the more accustomed you become to just your lineup. You know, you work that out. You work the line you've got to draw. You work out which waves you're looking for. You can't identify the good ones. So, but then in saying that, you know, Courtney's no slouch in these kind of gnarly conditions as well. So don't underestimate her.
Little inside decision for DeFay. Smaller wave, but she'll just speed jam it down the line. Now Joanne looking to go straight up. Great timing off the lip. She'll sneak in a backside float, landing tail first, and she goes down. Remember, one of her 9 she had earlier today came with a weightless drop, but that one gets the best of her.
Yeah, that was an awkward way to come down. When you do those floater maneuvers, Joe, you want to project out sort of thing. She came down in that vortex there where the board sort of collapses underneath you. Really easy to hurt yourself in that situation. She looks fine. She's going to get back on the ski. And, well, she's locked in wave number 2. So Courtney could quite easily be in a combo situation here right away. Let's have a look at this little insider for Joanne. It's hitting the reef a lot better. Nice smooth face. Straight off the bottom. Jams it. Real critical right there. And again, another floater. See how she comes down behind the lip. And that's a dangerous little section right there from Joanne. But this first turn right here connects nicely right there. Nice and smooth. And you just watch that wave starting to draw off the reef there, and you can see the coral starting to affect it.
Now Courtney, after a serious delayed start, she'll go down on her first turn. Down to 16:30 on the clock. That was her first decision. Situation of 5-3-3 from Joanne's start, then a 4-9-3. Courtney not comboed, but she still needs a 9.36 to take the lead.
Yeah, you know, basically Courtney's still looking for her 2 waves. So 16 minutes remaining with jet ski assist. That's, you know, definitely a lot of time left on the clock. It's been pretty consistent, so she's just got to be patient. Question now is, has Joanne made it out the back before Courtney to pick up that first priority? If she does, then it's going to be advantage Joanne.
Well, it's an interesting week, Potts. You know, you have a waiting period for every contest on the championship tour level. Sometimes you have highlight reels from round 1, round 3. There's this thing about pacing your way into the final series and saving your best for last. But also sometimes we have lay days. You get to see highlight reels. We saw Tatiana Weston-Webb, who was the favorite to win. She went down in the last heat. Courtney Conlog, number 2 in the world. Everyone says she's one of the hardest, if not the hardest charging women on tour. And she's in trouble. You have a lot of time to think about that, to digest the hype. You still have a lot of contests left.
Yeah, it's still a long way to go. This is it is a marathon, the World Tour. It's not a sprint, so you've got to really pace yourself. You know, it's sort of the way the tour is structured. It's sort of a, you know, the same way you would approach a contest. You know, wave by wave, heat by heat. Don't get too far ahead of yourself. Don't be thinking about the world title just yet. There's a lot can happen, and we've seen it.
Well, number 5 in the world has certainly been on a roll. Lakey Peterson took out world number 1 Carissa Moore, then took out a favorite to win in Tatiana Weston-Webb. She's into the semifinals against Sally Fitzgibbons, and Lakey standing by with Strider Wasilewski.
So Lakey, you know, going into that heat, a lot of attention on Tatiana Weston-Webb, and you know, let's not forget about Lakey.
No, Tati, she surfs this wave really well. She's good footer, and she's not afraid to pull in, and she like really attacks the wave, which is what I feel you have to do. Surfing, you know, a wave like here or Margaret's or something like that, you have to like really attack it. So she's always scary to draw anywhere, but especially out here. And I don't know, I was just trying to catch my waves and stick to my game plan. There's plenty of waves out there, so you don't really need to panic if they get the first wave of the set or whatever. There's so many opportunities, so I was just kind of focused on me and not too much on her.
it looked like the swell showed up right in your heat. I mean, there were some really big waves coming in.
Yeah, there was a few. There was that one right at the end. I probably should have gone. Mike was like, what were you doing? But I just was like focused on Tati, and I was trying to see what she was doing on her wave, and then went over the top of that one. But there's some crazy waves for sure, and I think it'll start to just continue to fill in, and the wind's not too bad, so that's nice. And yeah, it should be a couple really fun heats to finish off the day.
You guys, you must be feeling really good and excited about moving into the semifinals.
Yeah, it's super nice for me just to break through the quarter. It's like I just haven't been able to break down that barrier this year, and honestly, especially for me having it be here, this isn't a wave I'm that comfortable with, and I never surfed waves of consequence growing up, and so for me it's just like it's all a big learning experience, but just to do well here is a personal goal of mine, and so it's really rewarding that I'm made it through the semis.
Well, it seems like you've made it to that goal, and you're on to the semifinals. Hopefully keep going, and congratulations on a job well done.
Awesome, cool. I just want to say hi to my mom back home, and my sister and my brother. I love you guys, and yeah, miss you.
Thanks a lot, Strider, and a big hello to the whole Peterson clan watching at home in Santa Barbara, California. Lakey's into the semifinals as we look at a beautiful takeoff from Joanne DeFay. DeFay behind the whitewater, now out in front. Stabs it in the pocket, and now looking for some clear water. Sets a big bottom turn and jams it under the lip. Beautiful backhand re-entry. DeFay taking over this heat against Courtney Conlog, and Courtney could be comboed after that score comes through.
Wow, yes, I think she will be. That was a critical wave there from Joanne. Things are just going her way right now, and it's, you know, I'll tell you what, that beginning part of the heat has really come into play. We saw Courtney waving her hand, kind of maybe rattled her a little bit that they didn't get that heat restart, but you've got to just focus on the job at hand, you know, forget about all that stuff and just try and get some waves like Joanne's done. She's not that far behind though. Here she goes now.
Courtney Conlog trying to come from behind. Number 2 in the world. Bottom turns, backhand wrap to start. She'll hope for a lip to show up. It's staying fairly flat on the face. She'll reset once again. And that one not giving it to her. Courtney kicks out.
Yeah, just, you know, so critical, that wave selection. You saw how Joanne's, it was sort of more down the line, and, you know, got that speed, made things look a lot more critical. The degree of difficulty is something the judges are really looking at. Let's have a look at this one right here. So late drop to start off with. Jams down the line, and she just waits for it. Perfect timing right here. Unloads a nice little turn and then jams it mid-face. Keeps that board flying down the line. She's looking for one more turn right here. Critical stuff at the end. Snaps it upside down and does that free fall drop. So Joanne DeFay, wow, that's going to be her best score. A solid wave, some committed turns, speed, power and flow. And she is looking pretty confident right now, Joe.
What a start for last year's Rookie of the Year. She had a 5.33, a 4.93. It looked like she put a little bit more into that third effort. Courtney checked out her first wave at about the 16-minute mark and fell on a backside snap. Her last wave left her searching, and it came in at a 2.43. DeFay does put Conlog in a combo as she locks in a 7.67. This event has been raining upsets. Number 2 is now in trouble of getting knocked out by Joanne DeFay.
Well, you look at it. Courtney's in a 13.01 two-wave combo. So you break that down into single scores, and you know, a 6 and a 7, a couple of 7s, she's back in it. So she's got to just try and focus on that. Sometimes when you get, you know, in that combo situation, you feel like you've got to do something extra special, but when you break it down, it's 2 sort of mid-range scores. You know, one into that 7+ range will get you into a good striking distance. So she's just got to be focused on that.
Courtney now digs in. Here's a comeback wave. She needs this wave to break the combo. Beautiful arc to start, but she'll grab a rail and she goes down again.
Yes, that's feel that sense of urgency starting to creep in. She's got to just slow things down. Sometimes you can get carried away. Take a breath, relax, do what you've been doing this entire year.
Let's see if Courtney can reset and break a combination of 13.01. But Joanne DeFay doesn't want to let that happen with big turns like this. We'll be right back. Thanks for being with us on a potential finals day at the Fiji Women's Pro, the 5th stop of the Samsung Galaxy Championship Tour. Joanne DeFay, Rookie of the Year last season, breakthrough performer with a 13-point total over Courtney Conlogue. Courtney, current world number 2, with a lot of backing for a potential win here at the Fiji Pro. If she does so, it'll be 3 event wins in a row this season. But right now, she's in a little bit of trouble. Her highest number is a 2.43. I'm thinking about on this year, can't think of another heat where she's started with such low scores with just 7 minutes remaining now.
Yeah, 7 minutes to go. She's in a 2-wave combo, 13.01. So she's got to wipe the slate clean. She's got to somehow find some room to move. Joanne DeFay with priority, though, coming into the back end of this heat, surfing incredibly well. Some critical stuff at the end of her last ride, which was pretty amazing. I mean, there's a lot to learn about the way Joanne attacks the wave. And she always has her eyes on the prize. She's always focused at what's coming ahead of her, and that allows her to react. And that's just indicative of surfing those point break situations where you can sort of rattle off a few turns. It's not that beach break where each wave's super quick and you've got to react. It's sort of, St. Louis gives you a bit of time to focus. You can see her looking down the line, so she sees all that water drawing off the reef, and now she starts to react. She knows she's got to fit one big turn in. So she comes off the bottom, gets those shoulders square, and now her body pivots. Right here you can see as we slow it down, she's eyeing down right down the bottom here where that board needs to be. That's where those eyes are looking straight down, which is where the board ends up being right there. So Joanne DeFay, incredible surfing there, just keeping an eye, just that split second ahead of everything that's happening, and that's allowing her to really tag her turns and nail those, you know, the timing of that was absolutely perfect.
Now heading back to the lineup at the 6-minute mark. Here's an important wave for Courtney Conlogue as she manages her time. Backside wrap to start. Casually down to the bottom turn, jams it hard, right over the foam ball. And that foam ball section takes sets up a little backhand hook. Looks at Courtney on the inside, and she'll kick out to regain priority. It was Courtney's 4th attempt to break the combo. Another score that's going to keep her in a challenging position, hitting the 5-minute warning. We've seen great comebacks in the past at this event because how rippable and amazing this wave is.
Yeah, I mean, you can get 2 good waves in 5 minutes. So Courtney's got to just stick to her guns at the moment. Things aren't going away. Sometimes you have heat swing, that momentum. Something happens to create that momentum switch, but at the moment Joanne's doing everything right. You know, she didn't continue riding that last wave in. She saw Courtney had wiped out, so there was nothing, you know, she didn't really need to try and milk that one through and try and create a score. Kicks out, gets back out the back, gets priority with less than 5 minutes to go. So Joanne DeFay doing everything right at the moment.
Bianca Batendog look for a spot into the semifinals. They'll take on the winner of this heat once the semifinals get squared away. Bianca with that bright pink board from Channel Island Surfboards. Joanne DeFay also on a CI surfboard.
Pretty popular.
As well as Nikki Van Dyke.
Yep. Pretty popular boards on the tour these days. There's Nikki paddling out. Breakthrough the result for her this year. And it's a perfect time for Australia to be watching right now. I'm sure friends and family are at home. Pretty excited to watch Nikki do battle.
That's right. A pretty easy trip for the Australians to get over here in Fiji.
It's like 4 hours from Melbourne.
Not too bad at all. Coming from Australia, you have a lot of options. You got Bali on one side that you can get to fairly quick, especially if you're on the west coast of Oz. Nikki Van Dyke from a place called Victoria, that's the state, a place called Phillip Island, where the Bells event ran one year. A great surfing state as we check out this heat recap of quarterfinal number 3, all about Joanne DeFay trying to figure out how to beat Courtney Conlogue for the first time in her career. All about wave selection. Started with 5s, increased to a 7.67 on her best wave.
Yeah, you know, Joanne's just been doing everything right, including getting out of the back of that one, that's for sure. That was some critical stuff, but she's been going deep up the reef and just finding these ones that are just allowing her some big turns. Joanne DeFay capitalizing on maneuvers and racing down the line. This was probably one of the maneuvers I like. She checks out where she needs to be, slams it upside down and just does that free fall drop. Great timing and positioning for Joanne DeFay. Not only has she been picking the right wave, she's been making the right decisions, kicking out of that wave before, maintaining priority and keeping that pressure well and truly on the world number 2.
We mentioned how Gilmore being out of this event was good for her to have Carissa Moore knocked out in round 4. And now this is good for Carissa and Steph Gilmore if Courtney Conlogue is eliminated in the quarterfinals. That top 5 picture is usually guaranteed to make the semifinals and finals. That was the theme the last few years on tour. But now the changing of the guard kind of started by Courtney, Lakey Peterson getting closer. And now surfers that need results to re-qualify, like DeFay, like Van Dyke, who are still in the final series.
They're stepping up, exactly, and that's what happens. Sometimes when you get backed into a corner, you come out swinging and strange things happen. You know, sometimes, you know, you find these top surfers in the top 4 think that, you know, hey, I'm in the top 4, everything's going my way. You kind of drop your guard a little bit, underestimate the fight in your opponent, and all of a sudden you're upset and out of the event. So it's a funny old thing, professional surfing.
Always keeps you guessing. That's why we think it's the best sport in the whole world.
Yeah, there's no guarantees, Joe.
Minute 30 remaining in quarter 3. DeFay still with Courtney Conlogue in a combination spot, looking like she's a little bit closer to beating Courtney for the first time in her career, as we'll watch DeFay scrap into one. Looking to better the 5.33 to put this to bed. Carve to start. Little fade. And now she'll just throw a little wrap into the inside corner. Slashes it off the top. And just casually grooming the inside. She'll get a safe kick out into the final minute. What a performance from last year's Rookie of the Year. She said she had her best heat earlier today where she counted a couple of high 9s. And now with a huge matchup against world number 2, she's able to eliminate the favorite to win. Courtney had 2 wins in a row from Margaret River to Rio de Janeiro. That streak will end here at the Fiji Pro, getting a quarterfinal finish.
Well, Carissa, 2 wins on the trot as well. That streak was ended, so the world title race is looking pretty exciting, Joe.
What a great year. Last year we were hoping for a surf-off coming at Honolulu Bay. Now there's a whole sorts of list of things that could happen by the U.S. Open.
Yeah.
DeFay waving to her dad, Bruno, who's here on hand. He doesn't speak a whole lot of English, but by his happy vibe, we've already given him legend status.
Yeah, you can see the spoils of victory. Hang on, Ringo. But yeah, you know, she deserved that. I mean, she surfed really well. To back up a heat coming off 2 9+ rides, that's a hard thing to do. It's tough to, you know, try and match that kind of performance. But Joanne just, you know, kept her wits about her, kept calm, didn't get rattled, and produced some great surfing to take down the world number 2.
Beating Courtney for the first time in her career, picking bigger waves, loving that board under her feet. That Channel Island Surfboard's this model called the Proton. Has this continuous rocker, which allows Joanne to go so hard off the bottom and really hard off the top. And looks like Rosie has her. Go ahead, Ro.
Yeah, thanks so much, Joe. Well, Joanne DeFay making it into the semifinals. Obviously, you know, a massive result for you. You know, hailing from Reunion Island, St. Lou, you must be feeling so comfortable and confident at this wave out here at Cloudbreak.
I know, that's what everyone told me. I think yeah, I have like a good ball right now. My 5.11 is perfect for this condition, and it's just the wave is picking up, and I think it's not the biggest one who's the best. So I just try to keep busy, and I think my experience in the first round, like just sitting down and just had like maybe 2 waves in 35 minutes, kind of like me really hungry, and I was like, okay, now I gotta like paddle. And
all right, we are in.
I think, yeah, Courtney is very strong.
Final quarterfinal.
Until like 5 minutes, I was like, she can do like 2.7 in 5 minutes.
And obviously, like you mentioned, Courtney is so strong. You know, she's got, you know, 2nd in the world at the moment. So for you, it just seemed like you're sticking to your game plan, and that was working for you.
Yeah, cross his finger. We'll see in the semis.
All right, there you have it. Joanne DeFay is our first semi-finalist of the Women's Fiji Pro. We'll get an update from Jessie Marley, our commissioner, and see if we will get more action. But we still got quarterfinal number 4.
Welcome back to the Fiji Pro. We're into the quarterfinal number 4 with Australian Nikki Van Dijk taking on South African Bianca Batendog for a spot in the semifinals to take on Joanne DeFay, an event which is changing the guard as far as the top 5 picture is concerned. It's been an overcast day, looking a little bit stormy and bumpy to start, but that inside is looking nice and groomed with the size increasing as we speak. Joe Turpel and Martin Potter for the call. We'll watch South African Bianca Batendog swing off the roof to start. High line, little setup snap. Jams it off the coping and she'll fall. Next wave will go to Van Dijk. Nikki just looking for some space, and she'll decide to get out of there. Van Dijk's hoping to regain first priority. Bianca still on the inside going under waves, and she's suffered a broken board.
Oh my, that's the board she's been riding so far this entire event. And as Cloudbreak does, keeps throwing up surprises. Gotta love the jet skis right there to get Bianca out of that critical situation. So Bianca, unfortunately, there breaking that really good board. So she's going to get into the channel and get on her backup. You can see Holly Monkman there ready to do that pit stop. These are the kind of things that can fluster you, Joe, so you've got to be real careful. Sometimes the heat doesn't start the way you want to. You've got 35 minutes. Just take your time, ease back into it. Obviously that backup board's something she knows, otherwise she wouldn't have it there, right?
Very true. We see the switch. Holly Monkman, her team manager over at Roxy. Former competitor. Holly had a heat back at the Maui event years ago.
You just lost Holly?
And she just got dropped off in the channel. She doesn't mind that there. Monkey went down to Megan Abubo in an early round matchup. And we see the rest of that sled still drifting in the channel.
Crazy where it broke. Look, right where the fins are. Yeah, that wave is really abrupt. There's so much power gets harnessed in this tight little ball. And if you're right in there, it cannot just break your board, but it'll drag you across.
Falling on her finish. She'll wait to put her leash on once she gets to the lineup as she's celebrating her 13th career quarterfinal appearance. Former Rookie of the Year, now in her 3rd year on tour. She's had 4 conversions, making it into 4 semifinals. She's converted 2 of those semifinals to final appearances, one recently at the last event in Rio.
Let's have a look at this wave here from Bianca. Look how she's on attack mode straight away. Not too many ladies are busting it up and above the lip there. Nice check turn. She wants to fit this last one in. Up and over the top there. Board was still in one piece, and right there, that's where it snapped. Went down with that lip there. So almost maybe a blessing in disguise. She did come undone right there, because this board went up and over with the lip. She could have been doing the same thing and maybe connected with the bottom, but see that board turning upside down, and probably the weakest part of the board just unfortunately got smashed in two.
So Bianca looks to regroup on her backup board. Van Dijk just needs a 2.67 to take the lead. She had a 2.67 start. We're down to 23.5 remaining. We talked about Nikki Van Dijk's role with coming back from such a tragic moment here last season. She was a rookie on tour. It wasn't just Fiji that gave her some challenges. She had her board hit her in the face at Bells, had a black eye, and had to push through it. This year, or this time last year, she had to get airlifted out of here, got plastic surgery, and she said she was good to go right out of the gates.
Yeah, she's tough. Tough young lady. They're all tough. I mean, look what they're dealing with. They're dealing with one of the heaviest waves on the planet right now, and they're actually, you know, going for it. It's not like they're pulling back. There's some big sets coming through, and the girls are waiting for it. They're sitting themselves nice and deep on the reef and looking for those bombs, Joe. So they're definitely up for the challenge.
Well, as we know, semifinals would be coming up next. Sally Fitzgibbons with a matchup with Lakey Peterson as we watch Bianca Batendog to see if she wants to make a move here. Nikki lets it run through, and there's another wave behind it. Van Dijk does have priority and doesn't need much for a lead change. And it looks like the Victorian will set this one up. Van Dijk hacks the start in the pocket. A lot of foam on the face on the inside. She'll carve through for a second turn. Little slashing snap off the top for Nikki Van Dijk, and she'll kick out. We'll wait for scores to come through for Van Dijk, but first let's get an update from our commissioner, Jessie Miley-Dyer, who's out in the water with Strider Wasilewski.
Yeah, we got Jessie here. The rough calls have to be made by somebody, and she is our women's commissioner. What are we doing, Jessie? What's going on?
Yeah, this one is a really hard one because, you know, we've been looking at a forecast that's been so good. There's so many different variables with the wind here. So we are going to go on to the semis and the final today and crown a champ. You know, we're looking at tomorrow with the wind, and it kind of looks like it could be the devil wind and not that great. So right now it kind of is pumping, and I think it's going to be good for us to finish today.
Well, there you have it. The devil wind, meaning wind coming up the face from the wrong way. And that's not what you want when you're chattering down the face out here. The waves are pretty much pumping, so it looks like we're going to be going on into the semis and finals.
Thanks a lot, Strider and Jessie, for that call. Jessie Miley-Dyer, former competitor on tour. She was always deadly at solid conditions like Honolulu Bay, where she finaled a couple of times. The challenge for her, though, was she looked at the Surfline forecast and saw a lot of size in the swell increasing into tomorrow. But one thing you always want to look at is that wind. The wrong wind direction can ruin a solid swell, and she wants to prevent that on a finals day tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. You want to make sure that we, you know, get the best waves for sure. Girls are on, the ladies are on a roll, that's for sure. So let's keep it going. Let's crown a champion here today. That's exciting stuff. Last wave from Nikki, 4.07. She takes the lead. So Bianca just needing a small score to get back. So tight heat right now, and the winner will go through to semi-final number 2 up against Joanne DeFay.
Joanne DeFay anticipating a pretty solid finals day. Remember, we started with round 4. Joanne was in round 4, just got through her quarterfinal against Courtney Conlog. So she could potentially surf in 2 more heats today. But she looks fired up and ready for the task at hand. You can see Bianca with the best single wave score, but still second. We've seen heats come to a close where some surfers have the best single score but can't find a backup and end up losing.
Yeah, I mean, it's notorious for a surfer starting off with a bang and then kind of sort of taps off that and ends up losing. So we've seen surfers lose with 10-point rides in their scoreline. So you've got to make sure you get 2 good ones. You know, that backup score is oh so important.
Well, as we know, looking at the highlights from the earlier days of the contest, the sun was shining, the water was bright blue. Today, a much different story. Overcast conditions, a little bit of rain coming down during the heats. These guys are soaking wet. That's Glendon Ringrose. Long-time water patrol, long-time charger as well.
Yep, he's got invested interest right now. He's got Nikki Van Dijk there. Glendon's from Phillip Island as well. So he's obviously, you know, keeping a close eye on this one. He's a great waterman, and he's going to be stoked if Nikki makes it through, that's for sure.
You can see the long days they put out in the lineup out there as water patrol, dealing with the fierce sun. Alex Gray, absolute charger himself, flew out to assist with the water patrol.
Yep.
His first day, he was just honoring guys like Kyborg and saying how amazing that they do, sitting out there all day long, just getting torched by the sun. He came well prepared on his second day out there. And right now, even they're dealing with just being soaking wet through the wind. The unsung heroes of a lot of these big events and challenging waves.
Absolutely right. You know, and the pressure's on them to make sure that they get the ladies out of harm's way as quick as possible. Can be the difference between winning and losing a heat. The water patrol, the pickup and the drop-off. And, you know, you want to try and get in there and hopefully take the girls out of that impact zone as quick as possible, which in turn will be saving a lot of energy and trying to get them back into rhythm. So important job.
And this is that boat out in the channel where they do their post-heat interviews. Oftentimes they try to look for a spot to prepare. There's not a whole lot of deck space. Right now Sally gets to have it as she prepares for Lakey Peterson.
See the tale of 2 stories right there. Sally still in, getting warmed up, and Courtney going over in her mind what happened, how did that slip away.
As we get back into this one, Nice, easy roll in for Nikki Van Dijk. Beautiful bottom turn. Hacks the start. Comes around the corner. Nice, stylish wrap. Now wraps it on her third. And another backside wrapping turn for Nikki Van Dijk heading to the inside. She'll kick out, looking to better a 2.67 to strengthen her lead with 16:40 to go.
I think that's going to do it, Joe. I think she's going to increase her lead just that little bit. And, you know, just finding a rhythm, getting those waves under her belt. And you can tell each wave is, you know, they're building their confidence up. You know, they're finding that sweet spot, working out what waves you want. It's, you know, you kind of get those nerves, those jittery nerves going, and sometimes you make, you rush your turns, you catch the wrong wave. Big sets out the back.
And it looks like Baytendog in position. Locks in as we see her hit it off the roof through the rain. Now, solid bottom turn. Big highline wrap, deeper off the bottom, and a searing carve right in the pocket. Bianca on a roll, she'll kick out. She had the 5.33 early on the wave she broke her board on. This is her backup board. And she's right back in the seat.
I think that board looks just as good, to be honest with you. You know, she's, Bianca's just in attack mode right now. And she's, that bottom turn, top turn combo she's got going is as powerful as anyone at the moment. But where she's different, let's have a look here. Off the bottom, she's literally hitting the lip. Most of the ladies are coming up underneath it. Bianca's connecting with it. Big snapping turn right there, draws off the bottom, low bottom turn. Beautiful carve, just throwing so much spray out the back of the wave. The judges are going to love that. When there's a lot of water moving over the back of the wave, that's just equals power. And that's what the judges want to see. Nikki Van Dijk on her backhand, draws off the bottom, holds that bottom turn as long as she can, and then just whips a turn off the top. Another nice smooth turn there, just not as much vertical face as Bianca's wave. So there's going to be a little bit of a difference in the score line with these two waves. Nikki's going to post her best one yet. So this is going to be a close heat, Joe. Nikki Van Dijk, a 4.07 on the wave before. She's going to better that score on that last exchange. Bianca is going to better hers. 5.33 on her first wave, so it's going to be a tight heat.
Well, Bianca Lupo's back.
Wow.
Those seamless lines on her forehand are so comparable to Mark Akalupo. She has got such a beautiful bottom turn. Doesn't have to reset in between turns, and I love, Potts, how you saw her hitting the lip, attacking. Yeah. It's such a solid skill set to be able to just charge, but feel comfortable hitting a lip like the lip at Cloudbreak.
Well, a lot of surfers will just sort of turn just before it, you know, and use it to sort of project down and out and around, where Bianca's actually attacking it. She's actually connecting with it, which is a lot more critical, and the judges are going to reward that go for it attitude. They're going to reward that, that's, you know, critical stuff, that commitment and degree of difficulty.
Now scores locking in for Bianca Baytendog from South Africa. She had a 5.33 start. Now it comes in at a 9.7.
Wow.
One of the best scores of the event. Going down in this quarterfinal against Nikki Van Dijk. Nikki's last was her best, but it was a 5.5. So Nikki now needs a 9.54 to come back. This is what the judges thought. The head judge for the women's tours, Davey Shipley from Hawaii. They drop one of the 9.8s, one of the 9.5s, and average out the middle three. Still waiting for our perfect 10, Potts.
It's coming. I'm an optimist. 9.70, that's pretty close though. And you know, that's great surfing. I mean, anything up in that 9-point range, it could easily be a 10, you know, so it's game on for Nikki. She needs a big score to come back, so a 9.54. Just under 13 to go, so she's got time.
Bianca Baytendog on fire once again here at Cloudbreak, showing why she's so dangerous and solid. Left-hand conditions. Let's wait for more big turns from Bianca right after the break. Welcome back to Cloudbreak here for the Fiji Women's Pro, stop number 5 of the Samsung Galaxy Championship Tour. South African Bianca Baytendog on fire in this heat. Dropped a 9.7 before we went to break. Van Dijk's last of 5.5. She still needs a 9.54 on road to come back with 11 minutes remaining. Nikki Van Dijk now in her second year on tour. Saw how challenging it was to re-qualify last season. She was able to count on her QS effort. Big win at the Swatch event in Europe. Doing both tours at the same time to re-qualify. If you finish in the top 6 on the QS, you can save your spot. And what we noticed the last couple of years, Potts, majority of the surfers hogging the top 6 are CT surfers that are looking to back themselves up.
Yeah, you know, that's the case, not just on the women's tour, but the men's as well. You know, you're going to find a lot of guys doing those big 10,000s just to keep themselves in touch with what's going on, making sure that they do qualify. You know, even Julian Wilson last year was a little worried about re-qualifying, so he was doing all those QS 10,000s just to make sure, which makes it even harder for the kids that are trying to get in. So yeah, you've got to be really good to break through. You see Sally, the warrior.
Fitzgibbons takes on Lakey Peterson in the first semifinal. Our deputy commissioner, Jessie Miley-Dyer, decided to call today finals day. She's worried about the wind tomorrow, even though we'll have that increasing swell. We don't want to see a big, messy lineup for a finals day. It's still looking very groomed, and with Bianca throwing down 9/7, still a lot of excitement to come.
As we see Lakey. Fantastic result for her. Taking down one of the favorites. Surfing really well, and her job's not done yet though.
She still has maybe 2 more heats to go. Love how Lakey's been sharing this journey with us about saying she hasn't been too comfortable at Cloudbreak. She didn't have a wave of consequence to grow up surfing on in Santa Barbara. Really fun waves though. She started coming here to learn the ropes. Well, last year was her start. She shook off that bad result. Came here during Kelly Slater's week on Tavarua and learned a lot. We've seen that. She's sticking to her own game plan, picking the waves that she wants. She's turning in at least an equal third in this event.
You know, I think that's what you got to do. You know, you've got to go out there and be able to identify the kind of wave you're looking for that's going to showcase your surfing. You know, it comes down to your approach on the wave. Might be a little different to your opponent's. You just got to make sure you focus on that. You know, you can't control what your opponent does. You can't control what anything else that's happening except your performance on the wave. So that's your major focus.
8 minutes, 10 seconds in quarter number 4. Van Dijk needing a pretty big score. Bianca Batendog likes the looks of this wave. And she'll just find a way to kick out. Looked like a challenging wave.
There's a lot of bump on that one. First wave of the set.
Now Nikki sets the next one up, and she'll hop out of there.
Yeah, it's a gamble, that inside section today. You can see that one shutting down. Thundercloud. There's a movie made about this spot. It packs such a punch, and you don't want to be on that inside right there, that's for sure.
Such a heavy section. Well, with Bianca out in the lineup, we want to kind of join into Bianca's corner. Holly Monkman is out in the lineup with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, thanks so much. And Holly Monkman is the sports marketing manager for Rocky, as well as Bianca's caddy at the moment. And we saw Bianca obviously have that broken board situation. You know, what board did Bianca skip to after that, breaking that one?
I mean, her 6.3 that she was riding all events so far has been her favourite board. So she's been really confident on that board, so we wanted to stick on it. Her backup that she grabbed from me was a 6.5, so she went 2 inches up. My problem is I knew her favourite fins for this backup were on that board in there, so I was trying to get them to get this next board ready for her. But she looked so good on that last wave, so really excited.
And Monkey, we're so proud of Bianca, obviously, you know, getting a second in Brazil, and then right now she's looking good to make the semi-finals. You know, what do you attribute that kind of role that she's finding at the moment?
I think the confidence here comes from Brazil, but also she surfed really well here last year. She had great heats at Cloudbreak and Restaurant, so we're just feeding from that and just keeping it really simple. Like, her surfing is on point, and these conditions being bigger waves and bigger faces for her opening up on her forehand is just perfect. So I'm really excited for her and stoked to see her do well again.
All right, we'll keep a close eye on the rest of this heat. Back up to you, Joe.
Thanks a lot, Rosie and Holly Monkman, for the great insight. Monkey's been along for a long time. Used to be one of our co-commentators back in the day, and now a big part of the Roxy program, and she was touching on Bianca's role. She's been getting better results every time she puts a jersey on in 2015, as we catch up to Van Dyke now on a solid one, and she'll look to get out of there.
Wow. Yeah, that's first wave of the set. Really hard to ride, so good move there from Nikki. She needs a big score though, so I like the fact she's keeping a look on things, keeping an eye on things. Every now and again, one of those waves will slow up a little bit, open up and maybe get a barrel. But we haven't seen too many of those today. We saw Malia almost come out of one earlier that would have been a 10-point ride. But pretty tricky conditions at the moment.
Challenging, and Bianca is grooming him with her highline wraps. Sets her rail and doesn't hold back. As we check out the heat recap from quarterfinal number 4, the South African picking off solid waves, picking really exciting maneuvers. We saw this setup turn set up a crazy closeout section. She had to let go, but her board snapped in half when it went over the falls.
Yeah, it did. It is right where the fins are. Nikki Van Dyke, beautiful low center of gravity bottom turn. This is her best wave. And, you know, you just got to try and find that little bit more vertical face, try and find those clean ones, kind of similar to what Joanne's been doing. She's been really picking the eyes out of it, surfing great. This was the backup board for Bianca, and I'll tell you what, free fall drop right there, comes around, watch this turn. Gouging maneuver there, just putting everything into it and attacking that lip. So Bianca, a 9.70, biggest score of the day so far, and is looking absolutely in form.
One thing Monkey said was she had her favorite fins on her other board. You look at some surfboards and there's so many amazing shapers out there today that can make a board with a great outline. And then the difference is just trying to find the right fins. If you put the wrong fins on a good board, you can kind of mess it up. Or if you're using the wrong fins in certain conditions, you'll think maybe the board's not working. How important is that, Potts, to just try different fins? Is that something you do all the time?
Oh, absolutely. There's some instances where I'll take one board and 3 or 4 different sets of fins, and you've got a completely different board every time you ride it. You know, back when the fins were glassed in, you know, it was really hard to come across those magic carpets, because sometimes, as you said, you get the wrong fins in a board and all of a sudden it doesn't work. It might look good, but just won't go. So, you know, it's easier in this day and age to find that magic board. Sometimes as a thruster, the board won't feel as good. Whack some quads on it and all of a sudden you've got this board that flies. So it's such a great addition to the innovation of surfboards.
Looking at 3:10 to go. Bianca Batendog out in front, 9.7 and a 5.33. As you can see, a shot from that big boat way out the back where they prepare for their heats. And then that crazy, beautiful shallow reef as we pan towards the judges' tower. This tower stays there all year. And I guess it's a pretty comfy tower.
Yeah, it is. It's absolutely, well, it's the judges' home for the day, every day. But yeah, this, I mean, you talk about the beautiful reef. It is beautiful, but it's also horrible at the same time. It's not something you want to come in close contact with, that's for sure. But on a beautiful sunny day, it is pristine. There you have the judging tower right there.
On high tide, they have a little challenge of getting everybody up to the tower. The boat times the sets. They have to know where to drive in the reef.
I think it's actually harder on the low tide because you've got to walk. I've been on that tower before in the past with John Shamuka, and you literally got to walk for about half an hour to get off the reef before the boat can pick you up at low tide. So it's not fun, that's for sure.
Well, we're down to 2 minutes in this quarterfinal. Nikki Van Dyke's been really active looking at waves. Her last 2 options she hasn't really committed to, with that gamble on the inside corner. Her best of 5.5. She's never made a semifinal in her career, just in her 2nd year on tour. She made a few quarterfinals last year. And you can hear the power of Cloudbreak through the inside.
Yeah, and that wasn't even a set. You know, it's this wave packs a lot of punch, comes out of deep water. These swells come from a long way away, generate a lot of energy, and then come out of deep water onto this reef. So it's amazing how fast you can get going on this wave in such a short space of time. And that was how Sally injured her ear. Even though it wasn't a big wave, she was carrying so much speed, and then when she connected with the water, that water literally feels like concrete.
It sure does. Van Dyke hit the reef with her face last year just duck diving. We thought it was originally the closeout she pulled into, but it was paddling back out on that shish kebabs reef. She bounces back and comes back for another year and earns a quarterfinal berth, and now has 40 seconds to try to get a 9.54 to turn into her first semifinal result. She doesn't have priority, so she's going to watch Bianca roll in. Baitendog timing her first hack. Beautiful high line off the lip. Deep off the bottom, she'll punch out the section off the top. Now setting up the forehand wrap. 3 beautiful moves from Bianca Baitendog to look to put this one into a combination spot on her final wave.
You know, just that attack mode that Bianca's got at the moment. Let's hope she gets under this one. Just got under there, but you see a lot of the competitors, they're coming off the bottom and turning just before the lip. Bianca's going up and into it and through it sometimes. Just showing that that confidence that she's carrying right now, surfing incredibly well. That heat's done and dusted, and it's Bianca through to semi-final number 2. Compete against an informed Joanne DeFay. What a heat that's going to be.
Semi-final matchups are squared away. Bianca Baitendog keeping her role alive from that quarterfinal at Margaret River. Finaled in Brazil, and now a semi-final at least here at the Fiji Pro. This was her last wave.
Yeah, watch how she comes off the bottom, not scared to go up and into the lip there. Look at the speed she's carrying. We talk about how fast you get going. Bang, up through the lip again. So 2 nice turns, and then right here, just big, powerful turn, throwing a lot of spray up and out of that. That's going to go into the excellent range and put Nikki in a combo situation. So great surfing from Bianca. We'll see more of her later.
So Bianca off to the next one. The semifinals are squared away. We'll start off with Sally Fitzgibbons and Lakey Peterson. We'll bring in Todd Klein and Ross Williams for the call right after this.
We are into the semifinals. Semifinal number 1, hitting the lineup. Sally Fitzgibbons in the red, up against Lakey Peterson. Todd Klein alongside Championship Tour competitor, former Championship Tour competitor, Ross Williams. You know, when we get into the semifinals, I tell you what, you can feel the energy, you know, out here at the restaurant at Tabarua. And you can imagine what it's like out there on the boat. This is when you want to win this heat to make the finals, and already a great result, but you want to get in that final.
It's true. And for Sally, that's kind of business as usual, although she's been off to a little bit of a slow start this year. But for Lakey Peterson, she's been stuck in that quarterfinals all year long. She's made it out, Todd, into the semis. So will she buckle? It'd be great to see this heat.
And a big advantage here for Sally Fitzgibbons, winning 9 of the matchups, the 12 total, and 3 going to Lakey Peterson. So definitely wanting to exchange and get the better of Sally as Lakey Peterson in this semifinal matchup. You look at the current standings, Ross, and you know, we talked about Carissa Moore unfortunately losing. Courtney Conalog just lost. Tyler Wright, Stephanie Gilmore wasn't competing here due to injury. Lakey's 5th and Sally is 6th. So a lot on the line in this heat right here.
It's true. You know, this is a great little, it's a time to, you know, jump up way in the ratings and make some ground, because to be honest, Courtney as well as Carissa have just been smashing the field. They just made such a big separation in terms of points between them and the rest that they kind of needed this, to be honest, to, you know, make up some ground.
26 minutes remaining in this heat. No surfers have caught a wave yet. We just saw some highlights before we went to break of Bianca Baitendog in her forehand attack with that big quarterfinal win. She's into the semifinals. She's standing by with Rosie Hodge.
Thanks so much. Our last semi-finalist decided in Bianca Baitendog. And Bianca, one of the things we've noticed, you know, your boards look so good. It's all about controlling what you can control. So how comfortable are you when you snap a board that you're going to get on another one and it's going to feel like butter under your feet?
Well, to be honest, that's the first time it's ever happened in the heat. And it hasn't happened that much in my life, so it's kind of new. And I don't know, stepped up to the occasion, and Holly was like screaming in the channel. So she adds to the atmosphere. And yeah, luckily she backed up this one and not the smaller one. Learning, you know, she's giving me a lot of her experience to learn from, and yeah, turned out good.
And obviously, Joanne, coming up a good friend in the semi-finals. You know, you guys have stayed a week, and it's no secret that you're best friends. So what's that like competing against one of your good friends in a competition like this?
Well, I've known her. We've been competing since we were 14 years old, and we haven't matched up that much on the CT, but it's happened in QSs and juniors before, so I think we both know what's coming and know friends for half an hour and then best friends again.
All right, Bianca, best of luck in the semi-finals. Back to you, Todd.
Yeah, thank you, Rosie, and congratulations to Bianca. I tell you what, her forehand surfing out here has been very impressive. Big scores. That's going to be a great matchup, Ross, as we look at Bianca Batendock up against Joanne DeFay coming up in semifinal number 2. Two names that, we knew they had the talent, but kind of, sliding under the radar coming into the semifinals.
Totally. I really thought that top half of the draw was, really dominant, and that bottom half, we thought, Courtney, she'll probably do, pick up where she left off in the last couple of events, be business as usual, and we all thought she'd probably make it to the final, but some upsets going down in the last hour and a half, so a little bit of a surprise there. But again, Sally, she's the one to really kind of put a stop to that, all those upsets. She's a pretty heavy favorite in this heat, so we'll see if she can keep that momentum, Todd.
And just a reminder, Sally battling through injury with that perforated eardrum, and she's strapped up and again powering through, and she's been posting some of the highest scores throughout the event with that injury, so truly impressive. She's up against the likes of Lakey Peterson. As we look at this matchup, with its two regular footers out on the water, Ross, break down the styles and the approach to Cloudbreak between these two surfers.
Well, Lakey, just slightly more fidgety. She kind of S-turns back and forth more down the line. She doesn't have that kind of S-turn all the way down the bottom and that smooth transition to the top. She's kind of a little bit more like maybe on the men's side, picture Felipe, where she's looking to attack, which is fun to watch. It's exciting, less predictable. Now Sally, a little more polished, smoother. She always reads the waves as good as I've seen anywhere on tour. She puts herself right in the sweet spot every time. That's what makes her so difficult to beat. And on top of that, she's picking off every bomb that comes in.
And with that said, would you see one of these surfers a favorite over the other?
For sure. Yeah, Sally, I think, is a pretty heavy favorite in this heat. That being said, like we said, the last hour and a half, the underdogs have been just marching through, so you never know. Something's in the air.
Well, knowing Lakey's an underdog, what is she going to have to do to upset Sally in this heat?
I think she just needs to really stay aggressive with her, catching a lot of waves and sticking to her guns. I like the fact that she's been picking off some of the medium-sized waves. She's not really looking for those big bombs. And the key to that is when you take off on waves, they're not as big as you see on her screen right here. Look how hefty that thing is. They're hard to really do aggressive maneuvers. If you take off on a wave that's just a little smaller, you can peg the lip and be more aggressive.
You saw that wave there tunneling off across the inside, just a massive barrel. The tide is drawing out, and as it gets shallower, it definitely gets more hollow out there, but more critical as well. And you've got to have your timing down, or you'll find yourself real quick up and over, and hopefully not paying a visit to that reef. Let's look at the quarterfinals and reflect on how we set up these semifinals here, Ross.
Well, you can see right there in the bottom, first of all, Courtney Conalog, she's been a bull in a China shop lately, and she got taken out by Joanne DeFay. Below that, we kind of even Stephanie Gilmore had Nikki Van Dyke as everyone's kind of personal favorite, but Bianca has been so deadly with that forehand hack. So a couple of upsets there, but honestly, they've been performing at a really high level the whole time. Whereas Sally, to me, she's the one steady cannonball that's just been marching through the lineup.
What's interesting, looking back at that quarterfinal, and you talk about, Sally being the favorite, if you will, in this particular heat. In the quarterfinals, Tatiana up against Lakey, you would have thought for sure that Tatiana, with the momentum she had carried through this event so far, even coming off a 9th last year, she would have been the favorite, but Lakey pulled it out.
It's true. And to be honest, Tatiana blinked. She caught that last wave. I think there was definitely the score she needed in it. And she looked off pace, maybe just a little nervous, and again, it's due to having that medium score. Sometimes you'd rather just need an 8, and then so that way you just go ham on the thing. But because she knew that she needed just the 5.83 or whatever it was, she surfed a little safe. She got off tempo and actually had kind of a vicious wipeout.
She did, unfortunately, but luckily she's okay. And right now, as we look at this situation, Ross, we're coming up on 20 minutes potentially, 30-minute heats. If it gets to that 20-minute mark, we could have a potential restart. How's that situation looked at by the head judge?
Yeah, well, the only way he would not restart it, because obviously neither surfer has caught a wave, is if he deems that both the competitors passed on waves that were totally rideable and says, hey, there's waves out there, you guys just need to start going. Then he would not restart it. But if the waves have just been kind of flat, maybe there was one opportunity where they were in a wrong spot, because of the lackluster kind of ocean, they'll give them an extra 10 back on there to restart for a fresh 30.
And, you know, you've been a competitor in the years past. Situation like that, you know, is there conversation between the two women saying, hey, you know what, I won't take one if you don't take one? Or is it just steely, hey, you know what, I'm reading your mind like a poker, you know, poker player at the moment, and I'm hoping you're not going to go?
It's a good question, Todd. Totally dependent on who's in the water. So if I'm just trying to go into the minds of Sally, Fitz, and Lakey, I'm thinking there's not a whole lot of conversation going on. So, you know, I don't think they're chumming it up out there saying, hey, let's not catch a wave on purpose. I think they're just kind of looking at each other right now. What, 10 seconds to go.
And you look at that wave, and we've seen a couple others, you know, is that, you know, would the head judge deem that as being a competitive wave there, one that could have given them the opportunity to get the scores? 4 seconds to go. We'll see if there will be a restart. If not, there will be a short heat for both of these women.
You know, it was just that one set that came through. They were out of position. Todd, you're just looking at the clock right now. So far, it has not been refreshed to a 30. So there you go. You heard a horn.
So we'll try and see if we can hear the ambient sound here of the announcer on the tower. Possible restart. Yes, there it is, Ross. It is a restart. So the head judge deeming that there was no, you know, waves that came through that would have allowed them the opportunity to get the scores that they needed. So both surfers there being patient, waiting that extra 10 minutes in hopes that Mother Nature would deliver them the goods. So, you know, always giving these surfers the best opportunity now, restarting that heat 30 minutes to go.
Todd, kind of interesting, too, that Lakey's just kind of giving way to Lakey, giving her the inside position. You know, when these heats start, as you know, there's no priority. They wait for the first surfer to take off in a wave, then automatically the priority goes to the other surfer sitting back out in the lineup. So Lakey just saying, hey, I'm fine with it, Lakey. Sorry, Sally, you go ahead and have that inside position. But for me, you know, I would always like to start with that inside. That gives you the first option.
Generally, do surfers want to get the first score on the board, or does it matter?
It's not so much the first score, but if a wave comes in and you're first up on it, you can apply that pressure right away. But here's the tricky part. If you get that inside position, but you sacrifice being out of position where everyone's being paddled, the two surfers are being paddled way up the reef, then it can be actually a hindrance because you take off on a closeout and you just firmly hand over priority.
And we talk about sometimes getting in rhythm with the ocean. That's also super important, Ross. Utilizing that priority, getting a set, getting back out there and waiting for the next set and not catching those in-between ones and getting out of rhythm. We've seen some surfers throughout this event. Tons of talent, favorites going into heats, but unfortunately not getting the set waves that they needed and bowing out. 28 minutes to go here. We do have a set approaching. Neither surfer has caught a wave yet. We had a restart in this semifinal number one. We have a wave stacking up here, and it does look like it's going to be drawing first blood. Late takeoff here for Sally Fitzgibbons, and she goes down. Wow, big late takeoff there. Ross unable to even get to her, you know, set that edge. It just pretty much free fell to the bottom.
Holy smokes. Yeah, so let's see. She looks like she's fine back on her board.
Now behind her, it looks like Lakey Peterson. She has a look at that one. So the water has definitely, well, the waves, I should say, have increased, and a lot more water moving here as the tide's drawn out. A lot of times as the tide draws out, it'll take the swell with it, but not the case today here with the increase in swell.
Something to take a close look at here for Sally in this heat. She has been taking beatings almost every time she puts a jersey on. She's just been getting punished. So endurance is key for Sally. I know her level has been really high. She's been performing unbelievably. She's been ripping, but after a while, when you keep getting taxed like that, you know, it can make a difference.
Well, pretty mind-blowing that wipeout that Sally Fitzgibbons just took there on the first wave of semifinal heat number one. In the channel is Rosie Hodge. Rosie, what did it look like from your angle, that last wipeout of Sally's?
Wow, Todd, Sally is an absolute hero. You know, she paddled into that one, and there was that little bit of a ledge on it that she just didn't manage to kind of get over, did that free fall and just ended up going down with the lip. But what a hero, just keeps going after it time after time. Even her quarterfinal, you know, she took a couple beatings that were pretty severe. So Sally's definitely not afraid to go for it at the moment.
Two things that come to mind to me, Rosie. For one, obviously, just a little bit of change in direction of the wind, slightly more offshore, maybe pushing against her. And then also, I wanted to get your insight, since you were out there in a channel, did she paddle early enough? Because when those waves are that steep, you got to paddle really early before the wave gets to you.
Yeah, that's actually something, Ross, that's maybe coming into play, is the visibility at the moment. They're actually pretty much like popping up just right at you. So Sally maybe not getting that early entry, but she paddled her a little hard out. So, you know, she did give it a good go, but unfortunately not able to get into it. Maybe the visibility at the moment with the squalls and with the glassiness and the bump on the face
maybe a little bit hard to see too.
Rosie, you've been out there all day. With the increase in swell, are you seeing any change of equipment with these women? Are they going a little bit longer, a little bit more volume on their boards, or still riding the same equipment?
I definitely think the girls are starting to go to longer equipment. We saw Bianca Baton that go up 2 inches to a 6.5, and that really seemed to fit well under her feet and in this wave. So maybe the other girls will take kind of a leaf out of her book and maybe step up onto longer equipment after seeing that performance from Bianca.
Thank you so much, Rosie, for that insight. And I tell you what, Ross, as we went back and looked at those replays of that opening score, which, you know, she would have wished to get a big score for that wipeout because she took beatings, and it comes through to 0.67. When we slow-moed that and we looked at it from the judge's angle, that was a super solid wave, and she just went straight to the bottom and got detonated.
She did. She got lit up. So, you know, if you're in Sally's corner right now, there's some pause for concern because it just taxes you after a while. You could see she really moseyed back out. She took quite a long time to paddle back to the top of the reef. So I think she's fine. I don't think she's injured, but after a while, you know, energy just drains from you when you wipe out like that.
Aside from draining energy, though, can you take a positive from it, Ross, knowing like, hey, you know what, it almost can't get any
that since she popped up right away, it didn't look like she hit her surfboard. Obviously, she didn't get injured, so you know, it's not like she got penalized, so to speak, for having a go, having a dig. So yeah, you never know. Maybe she's going to think, hey, I can scratch for these waves. If I wipe out, it's not that big of a deal.
We see Sally's father out there, as well as the coach, Mike Parsons, in the water out there, maybe yelling out to the lineup and giving feedback. At this point, it's been a very slow heat, though. We actually had a restart in semifinal number 1. We've only had one wave ridden, and unfortunately, it was a quick wipeout for Sally Fitzgibbons.
It's an extra 10 minutes for Potts and Joe to eat some pizza, too. It's lunchtime right now, and speaking of lunchtime, Todd, Surfline, this is right when they predict this swell is supposed to hike a couple of feet, so we'll have to keep our eye on that.
Well, it is Pizza and Pasta Day here on Tabarua, and a shout out to all of the workers here on Tabarua, as well as Namotu, who's been looking after the staff and the surfers no better than anyone else in the world. Best people in the world here at Tabarua and Namotu. 23 minutes remaining, and standing by with the runner-up of that last heat, Nikki Van Dyke. This is Strider Wazalewski standing by with her.
Yeah, Nikki here. It was a good run. You had a good time out there, I'm sure, and the waves looked like they were pretty challenging.
Yeah, no, today's definitely picked up a little bit. I surfed earlier on, and then definitely there's just so much more power out there today, and the swell just feels like it's kind of brewing from underneath you, so that's pretty exciting. But yeah, had a really good contest, had a lot of fun, and yeah, excited to make the quarters.
You said when you were in the water with Bianca, you know, you do about 3 to 4 paddles, and she only does 1.
I know, seriously, I was paddling next to her, and I was kind of measuring the size of her arms and legs. And I know she's really, really tall, and I was just kind of paddling next to her. I'd do like 5 paddles, and she'd just do 1. I'm like, come on, like. But no, she surfed really well, and congrats to her. And yeah, let's see what happens in this next heat.
So far, this is your best result for the year, maybe a turning point for you?
Yes, it definitely is. I'm so happy to make the quarters and just get out of that, you know, that rhythm. You kind of get stuck in a little rut, and yeah, no, I'm so happy. This is just a start, so excited for the rest of the year.
There you go. Waiting for more all through the year from Nikki. Thanks, guys.
Thanks a lot, Strider. And yeah, great result for Nikki Van Dyke, a 5th place finish, as Strider pointed out. Her best result of the year. She's been having a tough go up until this point, Ross, coming into this event, currently rated 13th on that Jeep leaderboard. So going away from the Fiji Pro, hopefully taking a little bit of momentum into that U.S. Open over in Huntington Beach.
It's true. You know, sometimes you just got to tear the lid off, and you can grab that momentum, get some confidence. And the cool thing for Nikki Van Dyke is she's light-footed. She's a racy surfer. She's really exciting, and you need that kind of technique when you're surfing Huntington Beach.
So right now in this heat, Ross, again, it's been very slow for some time now. We actually had to have a With that said, would you take some of these medium ones and post a score on the board?
It's not a bad call, but here's the problem. Right now, this swell is building. There's a real long interval. I believe it's right around 16 seconds. So the smaller ones are kind of doubling up. It's got so much energy. They're really long walls, so they're not super rippable at this point.
And it's interesting because there's a lot of bump on the face, too. Here we go. Sally, once again, this is going to be her second. length on this one. Another beautiful turn here for Sally. So 2 quick turns and she gets out of it. But I tell you what, impressive surfing on those 2 maneuvers.
I hold my breath every time they kick out. That end section is so hairy. But you can see Sally made it right through. So she's paddling back out. I just think it's next level, the way she's surfing right now, Todd. It just looks a little different from most. I know Bianca's ripping, and there's a lot of great performances going down, but something about what Sally's doing right now, I think it's just a notch ahead.
Well, it's interesting you say next level, because I'm actually thinking the same thing about the surf. It seems to have gone to the next level. When those sets come, where the tide's at right now, a lot of water moving. You really, I mean, you always have to commit to your maneuvers, but especially here, because if your timing is off just one bit, you're going down, and you're going to go down hard.
It's true. And it's not just about height. We get really infatuated with how tall the waves are, but it's also the girth. So when a swell is just coming in and it's brand new, we talked about the interval, they're really thick, and they just pile up on top of the reef and heave over itself, sort of like a chopu.
It looks like with 20 minutes remaining, score starting to drop for Sally Fitzgibbons at 8.73, Ross. So her second score really setting the tone now. A massive score in that excellent range. 8s to a 10 is in that excellent range. So a very good wave there in that excellent range for Sally.
It's huge. And just the 2 turns. So the judges spotting the fact that, you know, they're just eyeballing that Sally has been drawing those beautiful bomb turns and putting herself in such a critical part of the wave. It's no surprise that thing almost went up to a 9.
And it's interesting, you know, Sally coming off the win here last year in 2014. She's our defending event champion. And, you know, she's had moments throughout this event. But I tell you, you know, aside from being the defending champion, the biggest, most impressive thing is battling through that injury. And it seems like, you know, if you did see that strap across her head, you wouldn't even think she was suffering from an injury. Here she goes once again, up and riding. Bit of a setup turn there, generating speed and momentum down the line. Big turn off the top. Late actually comes down a little bit of a free fall, and she kicks out, so it's going to help her cause, though. Her second counting score at the moment was a 0.67. Now, this is Lakey Peterson's first wave of semifinal number 1. Snapping it back, and you notice this wave a lot more challenging, a lot more white water on the face than we saw those couple waves for Sally. A smaller insider there for Lakey Peterson.
Well, you can see right there, Sally, you know, getting a nice little backup score, another beautiful hack right there. So that should be, you know, just for 1 turn, the judges will be satisfied with that effort on that closeout wave there. And then behind her, Lakey, you know, she kind of was out of position for that big set wave, and then she found herself in position for a smaller one. So she's going to have to start picking up the pace of being aggressive with those big waves.
Looks like an equipment change here for Sally Fitzgibbons, and similar outline, little rounded pintails, but I'm assuming probably going a little bit longer, but you never know. She actually might have gone shorter, but it seems like with this vertical face, you're going to need a little more length to get down this wave.
So that's 2 waves in a row that Sally got underneath Lakey's priority. And unfortunately for Lakey, I don't think it's by accident that she's, you know, out of position for these bigger waves. They're intimidating, and you kind of have to put yourself right under the ledge. It's a really gutsy effort, and it's tough to do. So, you know, we'll see if Lakey is starting to get a little more timid out here, being that the waves are so hefty. There's that last wave right there by Sally. Nice speed carve into that thing. Look how high she got there. Cool little high line hack there for her. So 2 moves. It's going to be another solid score.
It is, Ross, and you talk about commitment, and you can see it in those couple of maneuvers, and just that vertical face, you know, and the degree of difficulty of getting up underneath that hook on your backhand and committing on that inside rail and coming back down in time. She was able to do it twice there and apply some power to that back foot, throwing some spray up and over. She opened up with an 8.73, and it looks like her third score is going to come through a very solid backup. Ross going to be close to that first score, believe it or not. And I tell you what, those 2 maneuvers, super solid. It's going to put her in a tough situation, Lakey Peterson. Her score for her first wave is going to be pretty small. It's a smaller wave. She didn't get much maneuvers on the face, a lot of white water to contend with. She's going to have to get out the back, get one of those set waves, and commit.
Well, you can see another nice wave here. Let's see if one of the girls can get in position. Looks like a gem.
Last of red, Sally Fitzgibbons 8.10 just dropped. So now Lakey Peterson's in a situation chasing 2 scores of a 16.84. 16.5 minutes on the clock. Sally Fitzgibbons does have priority. She can sit out the back and wait for whatever wave she wants. And if, well, she doesn't want it, then Lakey can take off on the other side of her or underneath.
You can hear how loud it is when these waves break. You know, with this incoming swell, all that power. We talked about the girth and how thick it is. It's super intimidating. You know, it makes you feel, even though the waves are technically, whatever they are, 12 feet tall or something about right now, 10, 12 feet tall, it feels like they're 20 feet tall just because they're so thick and heavy. A wipeout really means something right now. You don't want to, you know, that first takeoff that Sally, you pointed it out, Todd, was there anything beneficial about it? Maybe that kind of just broke the ice for her.
Yeah, agreed. Getting that momentum, you know, with that wipeout, you know, believing that, hey, you know what, that's the worst that can happen. If that's going to be the worst, I'm going to start committing on these turns. And if I go down, I go down. But if I actually pull it off, I'm going to get the scores. And that's exactly what she's done. 2 scores up in that excellent range. 8.73, 8.10. After dropping that 8.10, we saw her head to the channel, meet her dad, change equipment. Standing by in that channel out there is Rosie Hodge. Rosie, what was the change for?
Well, Todd, like we mentioned, that first wave where Sally just wasn't able to paddle into it enough and make that takeoff, I just chatted to her dad, Martin, and he said that she stepped up to a 6.2, which is a bigger board than what she's been riding. I mean, obviously she's got 2 excellent scores on that other board, but maybe stepping up the equipment to get that early entry into the waves.
Thanks so much, Rosie, for that insight. Ross, with that said, going a little bit longer on the equipment now, how is she going to have to adjust with those turns? Because, you know, it's that fine line. You need that length to get down the face, get into the wave, but with the waves and how quick they're coming up on the reef, that little bit of length, you got to be real careful not to catch that nose or that front edge and go down.
It's true, but I think she's answered the question for us because she was able to muster up that 8.10 on that effort there with that step up. So it's looking great to me. You know, that little bit of extra volume, that little bit of extra foam, I think she's going to enjoy that. So if a big set comes her way, it'll just give her a little more paddle power.
And it does look like we have another set approaching. 14.5 minutes on the clock, and it looks like it's going to be Lakey Peterson taking off on this one. She grabbed that rail just quickly. Sometimes that can help push through those chops on the bottom turn so you can set that rail. But unfortunately, well, she kicks out because that wave didn't have much on offer. She didn't have priority, so just trying to stay busy out there, Lakey Peterson. Sally's got 2 solid scores. Tough situation here for Lakey. She's chasing 2 scores, a totaling 16.84.
So pretty crazy here with you know, a final at stake here for Lakey Peterson. You know, it's been a while since she's made the finals, so I'm not sure she has any nerves in play right now, but Sally handling her business with ease in this heat. And a lot of time, though, left on the clock, so if I'm Snips out there in the channel, I'm just going to be yelling at Lakey, hey, you know, take a couple big breaths. You still have time. It's only top 2. Just, you know, put one foot in front of the other, and don't get too rattled just yet.
And it's interesting, Sally came in here early for this event, Ross, to prepare. Even though she was the defending champion, she's coming in with a ton of confidence with that win from last year. But she wanted to come in, get warmed up, you know, assess the conditions. There was a solid swell before this event started. She said she really enjoyed, you know, surfing with just this free surfers that were out there, the people that were vacationing here in Fiji. It was a great, easygoing vibe out in the water, even hooting Sally into some of those sets. She said she really fed off of that and just had fun, you know, out there with no competitors, you know, so to say, just hanging out with people.
And they absolutely scored, too. The waves a few days before the waiting period started was absolutely firing. They got like 6 to 8 foot glassy conditions. Saw all kinds of pictures posted online. So, you know, total whiteout. We heard our own Rosie Hodge in the channel saying how it can really be kind of a negative thing out there. These waves just seem to jump at you like a haunted house. You know, usually you can see all the way out to the horizon for a couple of miles. Right now, they only got a couple hundred yards of vision.
Yeah, good point. You know, it is so quick here on the reef when those sets hit, and just having that little bit less vision out there with that squall coming through. We've had passing showers here for about the last hour or two, or I should say all day, but more so in the last hour or two. It's increased. And actually kind of dark here today too, Ross, but nonetheless one of the most beautiful places in the world out here at Cloudbreak. And very fortunate to have some swell. It's supposed to increase, but the challenge for tomorrow was going to be the wind, Ross. So I think it's a great call by our Deputy Commissioner, Jesse Miley-Dyer, to go ahead and crown a champion here today. We've got, you know, pretty good conditions. We've got swell. Let's get it done, because tomorrow's the unknown, and you know, sometimes you can find yourself in a bad situation if we don't run today and we end up tomorrow with bad conditions.
You know, she stated, this is a really tough call for me. And that being said, maybe on a scale of 1 through 10 for Cloudbreak right now, it's right around a 6.5 or 7. It's like, it's pretty darn good, but it's not epic. so that made it tough for her. That being said, if she waits till tomorrow, maybe waits for the swell to get bigger, possibly even move the whole event over to restaurants where it could be cranking, it's just you never know. That bird is in the hand right now. And if the winds, they are very unpredictable right now. If it gets funky, she could make that call, and all of a sudden we're forced to run in some choppy surf. So I think it was a safe decision.
Deciding to pet that little feller's head and go ahead and keep him in hand. We got 8 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Sally Fitzgibbons, well, she's definitely the leader with this. For Lakerston, and reflect back on this entire heat, Ross, we actually had a restart due to the fact of there being no surf for the first 10 minutes. And then you look at the score line for Lakey Peterson. It's been a real tough one for her, a 2.50 and 0.83, and just hasn't been able to find those big set waves that have hit the inside and offered some open wall like Sally Fitzgibbons has.
Well, you can see just now, gosh, that looks like a piece of art right there. Ansel Adams, you can see just a couple of lines. You can make them out just now approaching the lineup. As you said, Sally's got priority, so she's got the pick. First choice.
Do you find yourself squinting like I am right now, Ross, trying to look through that rain?
Totally. I think that was a wise decision right there, letting that one go. Kind of a weird, chunky wave. That first wave kind of cleans the lineup, though, grooms it. So now we got the full powder run ready to go.
Looks like nobody going to take off on wave number 2 of that set either. Let's see. Will wave number 3 give them what they're looking for out there? Sally does have priority. At this point, she doesn't even have to take off. She can just sit next to Lakey.
It's true. That wave had some teeth. You could hear that thing grind into the channel. So a little wide there, in my opinion. That's what it looks like here on our screen. That set kind of popping up towards the channel. So not really user-friendly there. And the barrels still crumbly. We were thinking, oh, maybe there's going to be some sick barrels on hand today, but they've been really unfriendly. A lot of chandeliers and warbles, and just not trustworthy.
And why do you think that is, Ross? It's not allowing it to open up.
Just that start of the swell, all that extra girth is making it just a little wonky, and then you have that southerly direction of that wind. It's creating that sickness, sort of those ribs going with the wave, sort of with the grain, and it's creating these kinks that eventually go up into the lip line, and then that's what kind of shuts down on you.
Well, we talk about the tides and how much it affects the conditions out here, and someone who knows that tide very well, he's out there amongst it all day long, is Strider Wazlewski. Strider, what's the latest with the tides, and how do you think it's going to affect the conditions?
Well, right now the tide's going down. We've got a low tide coming up on us. You can actually see all the reef poking through the water on the beach, and basically it's making it really hard for the jet ski assistant. Actually, if as the tide gets that low, it makes it almost impossible to go do the rescues. So they're going to get in there as fast as they can, but the rising swell and with the lower tide, it's going to make it really hard for them to execute their job, and having to kind of risk it and get in there can be, we'll see what they can get through as far as the rescues go. As far as the wind goes, as we talked about earlier, it's crazy. It's all over the place. Just now, it just switched straight offshore again and started to clean it up. So it's anybody's guess as to what's going to happen with the conditions as we move through the day with the wind. But the tide's getting lower, the waves are getting bigger, and there's definitely some beautiful barrels coming through.
Well, you mentioned the barrels. We haven't seen too many in this particular heat. Do you think we'll start to see more? And if so, why, Strider?
I do. Just as you guys were talking about it a minute ago, and Ross said, that the groomed run is there. There's a powder run right out the back. The first wave came through. The second wave that they didn't take off on was absolutely flawless barrel looking in from the side. And looking at it at first, you'd think, oh, it's not going to happen, but that next wave was perfect. So we'll see what happens as this thing gets going.
All righty. Thanks a lot, Strider, for that insight. And it's interesting because, we talked about it a moment ago. Sally Fitzgibbons does have priority. She's got a commanding heat lead, Ross. She's got two scores totaling 16.83, time winding down. She doesn't even have to take off on a wave. She can just sit next to Lakey, and it seems to be that's the situation right now, and Lakey has yet to kind of break free and find a wave.
And that's why I love this event. It's very unique. As you know, Todd, 90% of our venues are on tour for the women. It's high performance. It's these girls going down the line and trying to blast their tail free and getting excellent scores with above the lip action and riding, a little hot rod shortboards and all that. But when they have a place like Cloudbreak on the roster, it's such a different beast. It's about courage. It's about getting yourself in harm's way, whipping it under the ledge, maybe knifing a drop and getting barreled. It's just so different. It really has a little bit of a big wave vibe to it, which I think is necessary. If you want to create a world champion, because she'd be good in all conditions. And to be honest, Sally's just been handling this heat.
Well, we're looking back here at the two big scores for Sally Fitzgibbons. You talk about the commitment on these turns, Ross, and really getting up into the lift. You mentioned, you know, coming off, you know, Rio Pro, riding smaller boards, beach break conditions. You know, Sally the other night over dinner, she said, hey, Todd, I am so excited just to be back at Cloudbreak, to have the opportunity on the big open blue face walls to do some maneuvers, and she's executing right here in the semifinal.
It's hard to argue with that, isn't it? You can see it in her face every time she paddles out. Obviously, you know, she has this crazy injury. She is not buckling. You know, she wants it, and that's the difference. It's so visible. You can see when someone gets into the lineup out there who really wants a piece of those bigger waves and who is a bit more timid.
We saw last year Lakey Peterson had a real tough round 2 where she actually didn't even catch a wave, Ross, and she felt this year at the Drug-Aware Margaret River Pro. You know, we saw some solid swell there as well, big open ocean swell, you know, at the main break. And she felt like she learned a lot there and, you know, kind of got some experience in the bigger surf. She was, you know, obviously bringing that into this year's event, and it's paid off for her this far, making it all the way to the semifinals.
I think she's going to be elated, you know, making the semifinals here. It's a great result for Lakey. You know, when I think of Lakey, I think of places like Huntington Beach, Lowers, you know, on the Gold Coast. That's where you'd be like, oh, yeah, she could get a win there. But at Fiji, she's a little more of an underdog, so she's going to be psyched on getting a third.
You saw there coming up at 2.5 minutes to go. Semifinal number 2, Joanne DeFay up against Bianca Batendock. Regular footer being Joanne DeFay and Bianca being the goofy footer. That is going to be a great matchup, Ross. You got the raw power on the backhand of Joanne DeFay. She grew up in Reunion Island. Similar waves there to what we see here at Cloudbreak. Bianca, you know, Victoria Bay on her backhand. So she a lot of times finds herself surfing on her backhand, but I tell you what, her forehand's been looking super solid. It's got her all the way into the semifinals. Talk to us about that matchup.
Yeah, and another key factor is they're best buddies. So that's going to be a weird thing. They're really going to have to kind of flip the switch to beast mode and leave the friendship on the boat there for 30 minutes. So we'll see who blinks first. But Joanne DeFay, man, she has been deadly on her backhand. I think that forehand wrap, we've been making some references to Aki for Bianca, is going to be diluted a little bit. Because the waves are bigger, they're going to be going so fast down the line. I think being on your backhand is a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, we were teasing her the other day around the pool in the afternoon, started calling her Bianca Batendock. Because of the Aki references there, those forehand carves that she's had on call anytime she throws them down. 1 minute remaining in this one, and it's pretty much done and dusted. Sally Fitzgibbons looking like she's going to go back-to-back into the finals. She won this event in 2014. She's going to have an opportunity here in 2015. And Lakey Peterson, though, as we talked about, Ross, huge result here. 3rd place finish, stop number 5 on the Samsung Galaxy Championship Tour. You mentioned, you know, you think of beach breaks. She's one of the first names that comes to mind. Well, the next stop, the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing.
Oh, yeah. So she'll be extremely comfortable there. No nerves, no fighting Mother Nature and these big, hefty, crazy nuggets that are out here kind of lurching at everyone, trying to scare everybody. You know, Huntington Beach is just a full hot rod show where everyone's trying to blast the fins free. So that's kind of cool. You know, we got that ebb and flow with the tour. You got to mix it up every event.
We talked about coming into this this particular heat right here. This was going to be a big matchup. Current world number 5 on that Jeep leaderboard. Lakey Peterson up against current world number 6, Sally Fitzgibbons. And it looks like Sally Fitzgibbons is definitely going to be moving into the finals. So a big opportunity to move up those standings.
It's huge. Yeah, she really needed it, to be honest, because as we mentioned, Carissa and Courtney created a huge gap between them and the rest of the field. So she's going to make some ground.
Time winding down, as you can hear the ambience right there. That's the sound signifying this heat is over. Semifinal number 1 is done. Coming up next, semifinal number 2. It's going to be a great matchup. Joanne DeFay, Bianca Batendock will bring in Martin Potter and Joe Turpel for the call. Stay with us.
Welcome back to semifinals time here at the Fiji Pro, the 5th stop of the Samsung Galaxy Championship Tour. Joanne DeFay goes head-to-head with Bianca Batendock for a chance to make it into the final to take on Sally Fitzgibbons. Joe Turpel alongside 89 world champ Martin Potter. Joanne DeFay, Bianca Batendock have never had a matchup in a one-on-one heat, and here they go to set the stage.
Wow, that's insane. I mean, you go through your career, sometimes surfing against someone a lot, but then there's those moments where you don't really get to surf against someone, and this is it. This is the first matchup between these two surfers. Both surfers in great form. Joanne DeFay on her backhand, feeling right at home here. And as we saw, Bianca, she's been on an absolute tear, looking really confident, absolutely attacking the waves here at Cloudbreak, Joe.
Where you look at the top 17 pots, and there's dominant surfing regions like Hawaii, Australia. Back to this one with the lone South African, Bianca Buitendog, with a huge carve to start. Off the bottom and jams it. Coming around the corner with a lot of momentum. Just a projection line, and she'll kick out. Now the next wave will go to one of her best friends in the world, Joanne DeFay. Clean arc to start with a fair answer back. Jams it in the pocket. Gets shoved down the line on the foam ball. And now she'll reset for a third turn. Gets in another big hook. Now DeFay's running out of water. She picks her exit.
Wow, what an exchange. My goodness, two massive scores. Just about to be locked in. How are the judges going to see that one? Bianca unloading two ridiculously big turns. Joanne DeFay on her backhand, just hooking it all the way through. Both competitors on their way back out, but what a start to semi-final number 2.
Big clash to get things underway. Waiting for scores to come through for semifinal number 2. Let's now catch up with the winner of semifinal number 1. Sally Fitzgibbons is with Rosie Hodge.
Thanks so much to our first finalist, Sally Fitzgibbons, and what a hero. The resilience is just incredible, Sally. You know, you took a big fall on that first wave of the event, of this heat. How do you kind of shake that off, especially with the perforated eardrum, and just get back in the game?
Well, that one wasn't ideal. I guess we had the restart of being pretty quiet, and there's a lot more water moving out there now, and so I just paddled head down, and I thought I might have been into it, but I was way too late and straight down the elevator, so there's not too much room to move out there. And after that one, I really had to be patient and smart, because there's not too many more of those rattling ones that I can take, I think.
And obviously, Sally, we are going to move into the finals today. You've got a couple minutes, an hour or so to re-prepare and get ready for that. You know, how are you really going to prepare for that final and just, you know, be in the mindset to compete?
I think at the moment I'm just going with the flow, and just really happy to be able to tape the ear back together and get back out there. So, you know, all this is just a bonus, and I get to have one more crack, and just trying to put together my best performance, and that's been my goal today, is just trying to maximize the conditions and hopefully be in the spot for one of those sets. Is you know, they're moving a lot around the lineup, so I'm just just learning. It's almost going back to school out there. Every single day you surf it, so constantly changing, and I'm really enjoying the challenge.
And one more question. We've always got Bianca and Joanne in this heat. One of them is going to meet up with you in the final. Who would you prefer?
Oh, I think they've both had impeccable wave knowledge today. They've been posting really high scores, and whoever I come up against, I'm going to have to surf a really clever heat, and I think Bianca just got a good one, but you know, Joanne's been posting 9s all day, so I'd love to surf against either, and hopefully it can just be back and forth and a really exciting battle to watch.
Well, there we have it. Sally Fitzgibbons, our first finalist, and really proud of her. Perforated eardrum or not, she's ripping. Back to you, Joe.
What a warrior, Rosie. We're right there with you as we transition to the backhand of Joanne DeFay, who goes under the lip. And now a wrap into the pocket on her second wave in this semifinal. Jams it beautifully. Right on the money. She'll hammer the corner. Joanne DeFay is heating up and is not taking this opportunity lightly to make her first ever career final. If she can take out one of her best friends on tour, Bianca Buitendog. Waiting for the judges to get caught up with all scores. Goofy versus regular in this matchup. Joanne DeFay, the lone representative of France on the women's tour. Bianca represents South Africa, rising surfing nations. Both of them have been around for a long time, but to see them in a clash in the semifinals is really something to watch.
Bianca waiting. Let's have a look at this last wave from Joanne. Just critical turn in the pocket. I love this next one here. She gets ready for it. Watch how the wave stands up off the reef. Nice snap right there, just tiptoe drop. Yeah, Bianca obviously started off really well, as did Joanne. We're still waiting for those scores, but Joanne backs it up with another good one. Let's have a look at Bianca's opening wave here. Watch this first turn, Joe. She draws off the bottom. We talk about the attack mode that she's in, which is a gouging turn, straight off the bottom again, and another beautiful carving maneuver right there. Just putting so much power into her approach out here, riding a little bit of a longer board. And I think she's got her favorite fins in there, because with turns like this, it takes a lot of confidence in your equipment. 6.5, I think that board is, from what Holly was saying, and it is looking absolutely on point.
As we see her go deep off the bottom, making that transition look seamless.
Look at that turn right there, Joe. Perfect. The cameras were clicking right there, and that was insane. Big scores coming through for both.
Bianca Batendog, 9.23 start. Joanne DeFay on this one got an 8.7. What'd you like about this pot?
Yeah, just the positioning. Look at that drop right back down into the critical section. Unloads another gouging maneuver. So riding that foam ball out, now she has to speed up, comes around the section, maybe not as critical as Bianca's, but still amazing nonetheless. Scores dropping for that wave, an 8.70. Her backup, a 7.5. What a way to start the heat.
Big numbers to start this clash. DeFay's been on such a roll. She mentioned her heat earlier today in round 4. Was her first where she had a couple of 9s to her name. Her average total, heat total, is rising big time in conditions out here at Cloudbreak. But she's in this kind of unfamiliar territory. She hasn't converted a semifinal yet in her young competitive years on tour. Bianca just came off a final in Brazil. And you always know what momentum means for a surfer. Usually that translates to more success down the line.
Absolutely right. Bianca's, the floodgates are open for her. She's found a new kind of confidence, you know, and we heard Steph Gilmore talk about Courtney Conlogue, how she's worked something out. Something's clicked for her. The same has to be said for Bianca. A second in Rio de Janeiro has got the juices flowing, and she is absolutely on fire.
So Stephanie Gilmore, 6-time world champ, watching once again, excited for some crazy results here in Fiji. Bianca and Joanne are really impressive, and she can't wait for the final. Thanks for watching, Stephanie. We miss you big time, but we know she's probably a little bit happy that things got kind of changed a little bit with that top 5 scenario, with Chris out early, Courtney Conlogue out, Tyler Wright losing around before the quarters. Keeps things interesting for Gilmore since she is coming back at the U.S. Open.
Oh, absolutely. We always talked about that. If there was a winner other than Carissa or Courtney, it was going to open things wide open for, you know, multiple competitors to get back up there. And, you know, Sally's done exactly that. She's capitalized on the situation, made herself got her way into the finals. You look there, the top 3, top 4, 5, Lakey's out, Sally's still in, Malia out, Tatiana, Bianca's still in. So it's, yeah, a bit of a shake-up in the top bracket, Joe.
Love seeing just a little changing of the guard. We talk about that on the men's side. Now it's happening this year on the top 17 for the best women surfers in the world. You look at the back part of the draw. The big movers, Laura Enever, had a breakthrough heat win at halfway mark. She was equal 16th on the tour. Then Van Dyke just getting knocked out in the quarterfinals. She'll be moving up a bit on the rankings. And then you see Joanne DeFay in the lead right now of semifinal heat number 2. Remember, the cutoff to re-qualify on the championship tour is number 10.
That's crazy. So difficult to do, and that's why you find a lot of the competitors will double up on the QS as well, surfing those big events just to solidify their place on tour. More sets approaching the lineup. You heard Sally talk about how it's moving around a bit out there. There's a lot more water moving. That swell starting to pulse, and this is just the beginning.
We look at the situation in the lineup, Potts. Bianca has the single best score of the heat, a 9.23 and priority, with a swell that's getting bigger right in front of our eyes. Joanne DeFay has 2 smaller scores. They're still big, though, 7.5, 8.7. She has the lead. Who would you rather be at this stage of the event?
That's a tough one. You know, obviously you want those high scores, so maybe, you know, in Bianca's court right now, she's got the single high score of a 9.23. She's got priority. She's got that confidence thing going. There's plenty of waves coming through. So, but in saying that, you know, you look at Joanne DeFay's situation, that 8.7, that's got to be her backup. She's got to better that.
Joanne DeFay looks to glide in without priority. And a tough decision on that wave. A little bit too deep, she kicks out. And there's another wave behind it. See how that hits DeFay on the inside. Bianca will let it run through. Joanne's in a good position to paddle back out as Potts going to mind surf that inside corner.
Yep. Didn't make that one. It's pretty tricky. I mean, you've got to really find some of them kind of have got a little bit more west in it, so it shuts down in front of you, just like that wave that Joanne had. You've got to kind of make sure you don't get sucked too far up the point either. There's a real fine line between being deep enough and too deep, and all it takes is just to be a little bit off and you kind of get stuck behind. You miss that first section, and then it's pretty much might as well kick out. As I was talking about before, though, Joe, that 8.70 for Joanne, that's got to be her backup. She needs a wave up in the 9-point range if she wants to take out this heat.
What an amazing scenario to start a semifinal with big numbers like this one. Joanne DeFay last year did so well at lower trestles and in France. Those semifinals were losses against the usual suspects of last year. Fitzgibbons and Tyler Wright. This time, it's against Bianca Baetendog, who she's battling with this far down the stretch in a championship tour event. We're starting to realize how important this event really is for the Women's World Tour. After having such a long hiatus from 2006, and it came back last year because the WSL saw how important it was for women's surfing. This event's not on tour, we wouldn't be able to see DeFay's performance on shallow reef left-handers like this one. She's clearly one of the best in the world.
Well, it's kind of like the golf tournament where the third day, they call it moving day. This is the event where you've got to really set yourself for the rest of the year. You know, it's that kind of right in the middle of the year. It's that event that you come out of here with a good result, and that just equates to great momentum, great confidence, that belief that you can do it. We saw what it did to Joanne DeFay, and it really did help her out the rest of the year last year.
Bianca still with priority and the single high score, 9.23. Needs a 6.97 on this wave to take the lead. She'll hit it off the top to start. Gets more speed out of the first turn. Wraps it off the top, deep off the bottom. Floats the next section. Bianca into the inside now, weightless off the top again. And she will get out of there. Flying on the next one is DeFay. Wave spits behind her. Under the lip jam. She looks to pick up the pace. She'll straighten out in the closeout section. She was absolutely flying. Looking for a big moment to hit it off the top. We caught up to her with that last turn, and we'll see if she had anything more out the back spots.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if there was more to that. But Bianca, well, I'll tell you what, that is going to be another good score for her. Maybe not as good as wave number one, but you see scores starting to trickle down for Joanne's wave. We didn't miss much. It's not going to be one of her keepers. She's got it better. I see. Wow, going through the white water there. And Bianca out the back already. Joanne DeFay waiting to try and get her board. Tricky situation on the inside. Let's have a look at Joanne's wave. A lot cleaner. She races down the line looking for that barrel. Just going a little bit too fast, as you said, Joe. Nice check turn there. Just didn't really find too much on this wave. Kind of ran away from her a little bit, but if she had slowed down just a little bit, that could have been a big score for her. Bianca on the flip side. Nice turn right there. Drops down. Watch this bottom turn. Low off the bottom and unloads that big turn. Again, that 6.5 is looking so good under her feet. Carrying a lot of confidence right now. Another little check turn off the top and decides to get out of that one. So a nice little backup for Bianca. And it's going to be another great score for her.
13.25 to go now. DeFay took off on that last wave. It's not going to factor into her top two. As we see the size showing up here at Cloudbreak in the last few heats of the contest. For the best women surfers in the world, Sally Fitzgibbons already standing by in the final to see who she will be battling against. Remember, Baetendog had a 9.23 start. Her second wave, a 9.17.
Wow. Talk about on a roll. Kind of did the same in her last heat, and she's just getting better and better. Talk about those 10-point rides, Joe. We haven't seen one yet. can Bianca be the first one to give us one?
It's looking that way. One judge went as high as 9.5. The low side of the panel was 9.0. Sometimes there's one judge that's always a little high on their scale or always a little low. Head judge Davey Shipley doesn't mind as long as they're consistent with their scale from round 1 all the way to the final. Sometimes there's a half-point difference traditionally as we see some solid activity out the back pots. The swell is truly here and on the increase. And we'll see Joanne DeFay lock in, needing a 9.7 backside wrap. Now looking for the lip to hit, jams it. Now trying to get some room on the inside, coils up and hacks it again. That's such a solid backhand attack. Crazy to see her losing this heat so far with an 8.7 and a 7.5 to her name.
Yeah, well, it was going to take 9s to beat her, wasn't it? I mean, 8.7, 7.5, that's a great 2-wave total as it is, but to take down Joanne DeFay, Bianca's had to lock in 2 9+ rides. Look at that late drop. Love this low bottom turn, just great penetration there. She just drives off the bottom again. Another nice snap there. It's hard to set that rail off the bottom in these kind of conditions, and Joanne's just leaning into it so nicely. Late drop there. Look at the size of that wave, Joe. She draws off the bottom. There's no messing around with Joanne, that's for sure, and she's looking pretty good, but that's not going to go into her top 2. She's still looking for a massive 9.70 to get herself back in the heat, and that is not out of the question.
Love how hard that Joanne DeFay is charging right now. That wave was gigantic on the roll-in. Needs a 9.7, getting close to a perfect 10. She's thrown down 9s today. Remember, she was surfing in round 4 early this morning. She's had to surf in every heat of this contest, every round of the contest, I should say. Bianca Baitendog was able to skip round 2, do an opening round heat win. Now 10:30 remaining. We listen to the roar of Cloudbreak.
Yeah, that one was a little bit higher up on the point. So that's kind of a risk and reward kind of deal. You don't get that inside bonus section, but that first part of the wave can be definitely rewarding. We've seen some barrels up there in the past.
That's right. A lot of different options when they paddle up for their heats on setting their game plan. So we want to remind you to get the WSL app if you don't have it yet for all the alerts. They're coming in the last couple of heats on the women's event, and a lot of the men are on deck already, preparing for the start of their waiting period with a very active Southern Ocean. Scores in now from last to Joanne DeFay. It's an 8.27. That'll be her low score, but it didn't change her requirement. Still needing a 9.7. Baitendog out in front. Looks like she could potentially be going back-to-back finals from Rio de Janeiro to the Fiji Pro. We'll find out if Joanne has more for us right after the break. Welcome back to semifinal number 2 here at the Fiji Pro. Bianca Baitendog leading the charge with back-to-back 9-point rides, a 9.23 to a 9.17. And she has one of her really good friends needing a 9.7 to make a comeback. Joanne DeFay, representing Reunion Island in France, on the top 17. Played that unsponsored story last year as a rookie. There's a crazy 4-pack that came on the top 17, and she took top honors as the best rookie from last year. But that unsponsored story is a fairly common one in pro surfing. Back to that. While we were away, Joanne DeFay took off on a wave, Potts.
Yeah, super late drop there. You can tell she's looking for something special because that's what she needs. And there's no more just milking it through. She needs to find one of those special waves out here. Trying to manufacture a massive score, 9.70 required. So she's got to kind of roll the dice on some sketchy waves just to try and bring something a little bit more critical into it. Super late drop right there. And that's not going to factor into her top 2. So 6 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Bianca straight out of the blocks firing 9.23, backed it up with a 9.17. 18.40 two-wave total. Wow.
An amazing contest for Bianca Baetendog and an amazing season. Starting off with throwaway on the Gold Coast and kept getting better and better. Quarters at Margaret River, runner-up in Rio. One more thing she could do is maybe have a breakthrough win. That would be her first in her career on the championship tour level.
Just keep doing what she's doing. I mean, she's going to come up against, if she wins this, she's got Sally in the finals, who is been surfing very smart. She's been lighting it up, injured, but I tell you what, she's not surfing like that.
As we check out the heat recap from semifinal number 2, Bianca Baetendog has such an amazing range. Where she goes on the wave at Cloudbreak, opened up with a 9.23.
That could easily have been a lot higher, but you look at those turns from Bianca. Joanne DeFay answered back, though, came back with an 8.70. Really good surfing from the young French lady. Insane backhand attack, looking confident. The semi-finals here for her is a great result, but she wants to try and go one better. She needs a big score, though, if she wants to get there. Bianca Baetendog just gone from strength to strength, a 9.17 on wave number 2. You can see the attack mode that she's in right now. She just wants to rip this wave to pieces. Off the bottom, off the top combo, up and through the lip there. Not many surfers are able to attack the lip like Bianca's been doing here. The judges realizing that and rewarding that kind of approach.
Bianca Lupo on fire throughout this event with an 18.4 combined total. The best combined heat total of the event belongs to Joanne DeFay. She had an 18.6 combined total earlier today. She said that was the best heat of her career on the championship tour. And now she needs to get it again. As we pass the 5-minute warning, locking in is DeFay. She'll have to reset as the wave spits. She touches the rail and tries to sneak an exit, but she'll end up getting sent over the falls.
Yeah, if you don't penetrate properly, that wave will pick you up and take you back over. We've seen it happen a few times already today. And now Joanne, can she sneak under that one? Only just. Wow. That would have taken just a little bit out of her, that's for sure. It's such a powerful wave, Joe. There's so much water going up and over. Jet skis have definitely helped Joanne today. She's, as you said, surfed in every round so far in this event.
And now picking herself back up. You see her duck diving that last wave. There's an art of duck diving, no matter where you are. There's actually some surfers on tour that are better than others at getting underneath the wave. Let's take another look at the takeoff here.
Yeah, nice late takeoff from Joanne. She's looking for the barrel, Joe. That's you can tell she wants something different. Right there, pays for that. Crazy wipeout right there. I don't think she would have made that. It's quite a technical barrel. It wasn't super wide open. It was more almondy. Those waves are traditionally a lot harder to manufacture a nice tube ride out of.
And she gets sent over the falls. Something that you expect to do if you're surfing this wave as much as Joanne does. She's ripping 8.7, 8.27. Trying to punch through out the back can be challenging at times, especially if you're in two minds, thinking you might commit to a barrel opportunity, ejecting at the last minute. When you look at the time on the clock, you know that was a fair effort to try to answer back as we check in with four-time world champ Lisa Anderson, backing Bianca's performance throughout this event and backing her to move on to a final. Hope we're doing well, Lisa.
4 times world champion. One of the legends of our sport, Lisa Anderson, watching very closely. Part of the Roxy crew, so supporting Bianca.
Lisa redefined an era. Ran away from the East Coast to Huntington Beach and changed the sport of surfing. Got
dominated.
A cover of Surfer Magazine. And the caption on the cover said, "Lisa surfs better than you."
She does.
It's a true statement. 2 minutes to go in this semifinal, and Bianca still out front. She has priority. We've seen the wind in the morning, and then things sort of settle down a bit, and look at perfection going unridden right out front. DeFay can do it in one wave pots, but she has to pick the right one. What would you be telling her right now?
Just be patient. I mean, there's not much you can do on an average wave here. Just got to wait for something special. Try and find something that comes from a little deeper, hits that reef a little different. Grab the rail, pull in, and travel for about 100 meters and pop out the end. Get the 10 straight into the finals.
That's a great game plan. Minute 15 to go. That's the dream situation for DeFay. All those moments she was mind surfing as a grommet, pretending she was in this situation with the clock winding down, needing a score to make the final. Well, she's living that dream right now with a minute to go. Needs a 9-7 against one of her best friends in the world. Sally Fitzgibbons already standing by to see who she'll be sparring with in epic Cloudbreak conditions. And the ocean takes a breath.
Yes, well, it all happened in the beginning, really, didn't it? Bianca sort of had this thing nailed shut. It was always going to be hard for Joanne to come back. Not saying that she couldn't, but she's posted 9s, 2 9s before. In round number 4, she came out the blocks firing. Took down Courtney in the quarterfinals. World number 2, so she's had some big heats today. And unfortunately came up against one of the informed surfers that's been really standing up and producing some really aggressive surfing up and into the lip, which is hard to do out here.
Absolutely attacking. Bianca's form has been incredible to watch as we're into the countdown of second semifinal, and we will make it official with the sound of the horn. Bianca Baetendog goes back-to-back finals this year on tour, from a runner-up in Rio, a completely different playing field at Cloudbreak, and she'll take on Sally Fitzgibbons as she's looking for her first win of her career.
Yeah, well, you talk about being adaptable, and Bianca there, the beach breaks of Brazil, and produced I think she's surfing better now than I've ever seen her surf. This is going to just give her so much confidence. Win, lose or draw in the finals, she's on her way to another good result. It's going to help her rankings. It's going to put her in a better situation as far as drawing those top seeds straight away. But I'll tell you what, she's the one to beat right now.
Absolute devastating form for Bianca Baetendog, coming to this event number 9 in the world. And Joanne DeFay, an all-star performer. The Fiji Pro on tour. She's always going to be hanging around. She was 12th in the world coming into this event. We'll give you those updates on the rankings on the biggest movers on worldsurfleague.com. DeFay had that proton looking so lively under her feet and was not holding back.
No, she wasn't. I mean, you look at her 2-wave total, that was kind of enough to win a lot of heats today. 16.97. Unfortunately, Bianca, 18.40. She's got to continue that form, though. She can't afford to tap off in the final. She's got a very knowledgeable competitor in Sally Fitzgibbons. She said she's got to surf a smarter heat, which she's going to do.
So Bianca Baetendog will reset. She'll be back out in the lineup for a final against Sally Fitzgibbons. The final preview show will be led by Todd Klein and Ross Williams. Be right back for more in Fiji after this.
Welcome back to beautiful Fiji here at the Fiji Women's Pro. This is a WSL update, Ross. I tell you what, that semifinal number 2, that was unbelievable surfing by both women, but in the end, Bianca Baetendog getting the nod, going into the finals now, matched up against Sally Fitzgibbons. I tell you what, we had a fantastic day, and it capped off with that semifinal number 2.
Sorry, Joanne, I kind of jinxed you. I thought maybe she'd have a slight edge being on her backhand, sort of that St. Louis setup there. I thought she'd light it up, but Bianca, she's just been smashing heat after heat. She found just the right waves, those medium-sized waves where she was laying into those hooks, Todd.
And in the end, it was those forehand gaffs that Bianca was throwing down. Let's look at the road to the finals for Sally Fitzgibbons as we look at that matchup between these two women. It wasn't an easy road, and out of the gate, Sally Fitzgibbons actually had a tough start. She finished up second place. A super tight one here between her and Laura Enever. Laura getting the nod at the last moment in this heat.
Yeah, pre-ear gate right here. This is before she punctured her ear. But you could see straight off the bat, she had that really great attack there, getting under the hood, got that nice little barrel there. So straight away, she was kind of sending shots across the bow of her other competitors. I'm here to not only compete, but to sort of dominate.
And you know what? Last year's defending champion, Sally Fitzgibbons, now into the final. She came in with confidence, and as I said, unfortunately, she got second in that first round, but she went on into round two. She won the heat, and in the end of that heat against Maina Maeda, she actually fell awkwardly, damaging her eardrum. She got taped up, back out into the water, and she hasn't looked back since.
Amazing. You know, the doctor said, hey, you should probably maybe give it a rest. I wouldn't recommend getting back out in the water, and she's just nuts. She said, you know what, I'm out there. And not only did she sort of go out there and survive, you know, her injury, but she went out there and absolutely smashed it. You could say, you know, there was a lot of buzz around some of the performances put on by Tatiana and some of the other women, but Sally, she has been, I think, the strongest competitor from round one all the way through now into the finals.
After taping up and getting back out into the water in that round three, Ross, posting a two-wave total of 17.10, continuing with that momentum. In the quarterfinals, you know, she had a good result there, 17.06, another solid two-wave total, and taking out Laura Enever in that heat. They were matched up quite a bit in this particular event, her and Laura.
They were 3 times, and Sally finally, she broke the tiebreaker and got that win over Laura. Obviously, Todd, Sally won this event last year, so you know if she wins, you know it's not like she has any more to improve. But for me, I personally feel like she's surfing way better this year, which is tough for someone at that level to find something. I don't know what it is. I just think those bottom turns, her positioning, and just more aggressive.
And what is it you think? I mean, you kind of touched on it there, Ross. What do you think it is about Sally's surfing that's, you know, not only won the event last year, but it's got her back in the final here again in 2015?
I think she's fine-tuned, you know, her surfing a bit. She came here early. They had that awesome warm-up. I think it was 4 or 5 days ago. The waves were on fire. I think that helped their confidence because it is kind of a sketchy feel getting onto the ledge. You know, it takes a little bit of courage, so she got the butterflies out of the way.
Well, she definitely got the butterflies out of the way after taping up, and even had a couple wipeouts since then, and she's back on the horse and riding better than ever. Let's look at the matchup now on the road to the finals for Bianca Batendock. Again, you continue to really like her forehand surfing out here at Cloudbreak.
Bianca Lupo, yeah, you know, that hack right there that we just saw, that first maneuver was just kind of an eye-opener. It was almost like the record scratched and everyone turned around. It was amazing how, you know, we all know that she has that leverage. She's tall, she's 6'1", but very sharp and aggressive. The way she kind of turned that hack into just a little extra, right at the very tail end of those snaps. She kind of has that extra torque. So even Bianca, just like Sally, a little more angry this year. You see that, Todd, right there, that extra little zip at the end.
I really like the way she's drawing her lines, Ross, and utilizing the entire wave. You know, she'll execute that turn at the top, then draw out the bottom turn, and then go straight back up into it again. Really aggressive in her approach. Aside from throwing it on rail and doing those big turns, she's not afraid to commit to the lip and go vertical like we saw there.
Another thing to take note of, Todd, is her wave selection. Perfect. She's been getting those medium-sized waves where she can rely on maneuvers. I can't remember her pulling into too many barrels, if even one. So she's kind of in her head. She's going out there and looking for a certain type of wave, and she's been connecting with them. It's so hard. You know, we've seen these lulls that really ice people out. She's been in sync.
And you can see, you know, we always like to dive in and really look at this matchup coming up in this final, Ross. And, you know, we talk about the momentum, you know, winning this event last year, Sally Fitzgibbons. Let's talk about the momentum that Bianca Batendock's coming in with this event, coming off a final where she got second place, a runner-up down there at the Oi Rio Pro to Courtney Conalog, and now she finds herself once again in another final.
You know, it's so impressive. Making back-to-back finals in itself is amazing, but if you look at the conditions we had in Rio, you know, so different from here in Fiji. You know, this is a big open ocean Pacific vibe where you're taking off on waves that feel nothing like Brazil. So for her to, you know, make the finals there and then back it up with another final, it just shows how versatile Bianca is.
Pretty cool there to see the love Joanne DeFay giving to Bianca. And, you know, you talked about how good of friends they were before they got out of the lineup. How hard is it to put that friendship aside and put up the dukes?
It's pretty tough. You know, I never like to compete against my friends. I think you just have to kind of, as soon as you're about to jump in the water, you have to kind of mentally flip a switch and go, okay, I no longer like you. We're going to go out there and we're going to battle for 30 minutes. You leave the friendship on the boat.
Well, one of the surfers that's still all smiles, and for good reason, she got a great result, is Joanne DeFay, standing by in the channel out there with Strider Wasilewski.
Yeah, I'm here, and like you guys said, it was really cute to see you and Bianca hugging after the heat. But what's it like before the heat?
We actually hug each other too, but I told her that to be confident because I'm gonna kick her ass. Yeah, no, she actually did so good, and she just picked the right one, the first one actually, and I think she's gonna win that. So I hope so for her. And it was really good to have. It's one of my best hits I ever had. We had like just good score and then perfect wave, and with Bianca it was really good.
So having a good day, obviously all smiles. You know, you said in the water out there, it was really clean. The conditions are good, and you know, obviously a good call to go. And you had the backup of the jet ski, so it gives you a little bit more confidence.
Yeah, exactly. It's really like I said before. We had some bigger wave last week, and it was not as clean. And then without jet ski, you're a bit more scared. And then with the jet ski, it's so easy. You just go for it. And then I should have pulled in more, but well, I tried my best.
Well, it was definitely a great event for you, and you're moving on through. You're looking forward to the next event, obviously, a little momentum for you?
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to go back home now to train a bit and a lot, and hope I can serve there with security. And yeah, Huntington's going to be very different, but I'm looking for it.
All right, well, enjoy the rest of your time here on Tavarua, and we're very proud of you, and good job.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Strider, and congratulations to Joanne DeFay. Unbelievable surfing in that semifinal, and a great result here for her. Coming up next, more to come, and we'll get the finals underway here at the Fiji Pro. Stay with us. It's going to be a good one. It's a great matchup, Ross Williams.
Fiji is a beautiful place, and it doesn't seem like an obvious place with a need for clean water, but it is, and together with the WSL, we were able to help with that need. Finding the overlooked populations is part of what we do. We are Waves for Water.
Welcome back to the WSL update here at the Women's Fiji Pro. Todd Klein joined by Ross Williams and Lakey Peterson. Lakey, a great result for you here at the Women's Fiji Pro. Last year you had a tough go with the 13th. How good does it feel to get to the semifinals here in 2015?
Yeah, it's super good to get into that semi, and especially here, just for me personally, it was definitely a wave I've really wanted to get better at. And so yeah, to break through that quarterfinal and have my best result of the year here was really rewarding, and wish I could have gone another few spots up, but yeah, I'm really happy with it.
And so with, you know, obviously you've been super consistent this year. You had all 5th place finishes, and now you stepped it up a notch in Fiji, which has got to be encouraging, you know, because it was a place that you kind of struggled at last year, but you got that 3rd, and now we're going to Huntington. What's the feeling heading into the home break?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously that's the one event I've won is in Huntington, and so it's exciting to go back there and just to be in California with my home crowd kind of, and being around family is going to be really nice. We've been on the road for a while now, so that'll be really good. I love the back half of the year, all the events. I love Huntington and Lowers and Europe, of course, and Honolulu. So I'm really excited going into the back half of the year, and definitely just, I think I'm going into a couple of strong waves for me, so that's good.
Well, we talk about Huntington being the next stop for the women on tour. Let's pull up the schedule and look at all of those stops. And as we look at them, you know, talk to us, Lakey, about, you know, each one. Is there one particular one you're really looking at going, you know what, that's my next one I'm really looking to capitalize, that you feel you have your best chances?
You know, I always love surfing Lowers. It's such a fun wave. It's such a high performance wave, and it's a wave I grew up surfing, so I'm really excited to get back there again this year. Hopefully we'll get some really good surf. But honestly, all of them, I don't want to look too far ahead. The US Open, if we get a fun little combo swell, that could be really fun. And then Honolulu, I always look forward to. How could you not? It's such a beautiful wave, and you know, hopefully we'll get a good swell and have some barrels and all sorts of stuff like that. So honestly, everything I'm looking forward to, but I would say for me right now, Lowers is a really exciting one.
Lakey, give us some insight on and how different it is. You know, when we're competing here in Fiji, how it's kind of got a little bit of a big wave event vibe to it. You know, there's all the drama with you know, the reef being shallow and that, you know, all the energy in the water. And then going to Huntington and how we're switching gears and it's more of like people just burning out and doing donuts, and you know, the vibe that you have going there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a completely different wave. You honestly couldn't get more opposite sides of the spectrum, it seems like. So you know, I think you just that's part of surfing. That's what makes surfing so fun. Is one event is super challenging. You have a reef break with tons of power, and you know, it's going to challenge you in certain waves. And then Huntington's going to bring you a different challenge of making a lot of sort of reforms and all that sort of stuff. So for me, just going to go back and reset, get into kind of smaller wave mode, and surf a lot of beach breaks and this and that. And you know, it's good. I love that we get to compete in all sorts of different ways to show, you know, us surfing on different levels and challenging ourselves to be able to surf.
That you felt like you really grew in the bigger surf. Do you feel like you kind of brought some of that into the event here at Fiji and it actually helped you out?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, last year I really have been trying to focus on getting better and bigger surf, and you know, waves like Margaret's and here. And last year I had a bad result at Margaret's and a poor result here. So I think, you know, all big waves, obviously they're different, but they're also the same in certain ways. And so for me, having a nice result at Margaret's was really encouraging, and I think I carried that over to here. And I love Fiji and feel really comfortable here, and I love the island, and I always do just a trip for fun every year here. So yeah, I don't know. I think I'm growing. I think we're all growing, but for me, it's just, yeah, really a big learning process, and hope to come back better every year.
Well, you talk about, you know, growing in bigger waves, and you've got one of the best coaches in your corner, Mike Parsons. I mean, you think of big waves, and that guy's picture comes right up to, you know, on Google if you searched his name. What has he been helping you with in particular that maybe has helped you along the way?
Yeah, Mike's been awesome to work with. He's honestly, he's been more than awesome to work with. But for him, I think just showing me that giving me the confidence to like really enjoy big surf rather than be afraid of it has been a really big thing. I think he's been teaching me and showing me that I can surf big waves and enjoy it and really want it to be big, and not have to be afraid of it, you know, be excited for that. And so, yeah, we've done a few trips to Mexico and gotten some bigger surf, which was really fun. Definitely stuff I would never be doing on my own if I wasn't working with him. Lots of jet ski rides and boat rides, and you know, he has his pilot's license, so we fly to different parts of Mexico and that, and it's really good for me, I think, just to adventure and step outside my comfort zone, and he can push me. And you know, him being who he is in the big wave world and just the surf world in general, obviously I trust him and know that he has, you know, my best interest in mind. Is not going to put me in something that, you know, could kill me or whatever, you know. So I really do trust him in that, and it's been a fun journey.
Yeah, but you get to teach Snips how to do an air, so you got that in your pocket. But I want to put you on the spot. Who's going to win the final?
Oh,
come on.
I'm gonna go with Bianca. She's surfing. Yeah, she's surfing unreal. Obviously, I know Sally. She'll get out there. She'll charge, and she's been a warrior this event. Good on her. And she's definitely got a great chance. But if I had to put my money on one person right now, I think
in that forehand swoop.
Yeah, she's surfing really well, and she's picking great waves, and she's got a lot of power, so she's just matching power with power right now.
Well, thank you so much, Lakey, for joining us. Best of luck the rest of the year, and congratulations on a great result.
Oh, cool. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Well, you guys talk about the forehand approach of Bianca Batendog out here. Another one of the goofy footers that was a standout was Tatiana Weston-Webb. Let's jump on board with Tatiana Weston-Webb and a GoPro and go for a ride.
As you arrive on Tavarua is this break, beautiful left called Restaurants. It's probably the most playful / scary wave you'll ever surf when it's big, but when it's small, it's super fun and playful. There's always going to be a wall in front of you no matter what. So it's a racy wave and you have to surf really fast on it. Pretty much every morning I wake up and I come straight to this tower to check Cloudbreak and see how it is. The biggest difference between Restaurants and Cloudbreak is that there is a bigger playing field at Cloudbreak. It's a whole different wave, it's a whole different approach. Restaurants, you use smaller boards and it's more of a tighter barrel, and Cloudbreak, it's more of a square barrel and you have to paddle further out and know where you're at pretty much at all times if there's cleanup sets or if it's big. Another thing you have to watch out for at Cloudbreak is shish kebabs. It's the inside of Cloudbreak Reef, and it's pretty much the most detrimental thing about Cloudbreak because that's where everyone gets hurt, and it's the sharpest reef pretty much here. So right here I'm taking off at probably the best spot you could take off to get the most coverage in the barrel, trying to pump and get around this hump, and you can time, I hope.
Beautiful place. And it doesn't seem like an obvious place with a need for clean water, but it is. And together with the WSL, we were able to help with that need. Finding the overlooked populations is part of what we do. We are Waves for Water.
We are in absolute paradise, Ross Williams, here on the island of Tavarua, and we are about to set the women free out there in the finals, the Fiji Women's Pro. We've got Sally Fitzgibbons up against Bianca Batendock. Sally Fitz, last year's winner. Bianca Batendock coming off that second place finish at the Oi Rio Pro up against Courtney. And here is the road to the finals, if you will, looking at their matchups along the way.
Yeah, it's true. And it's been some upsets, too. You know who's been kind of setting those upsets all day long is Lakey Peterson. She definitely rained on some peeps' parade today, taking out Carissa early on today in the morning, and then she took out Tati, who's been on everyone's radar to kind of maybe even win this event, including Stephanie and Gilmore, who was watching at home, who, Todd, you'd have to say is pretty excited about all these shakeups today.
Definitely. She, you know, it's kind of a best-case scenario for Stephanie Gilmore, unfortunately not here due to that injury. But as you pointed out, Ross, that's a great topic to look at here for a second is, you know, the top seeds lost out early in this event. You look at our two finalists, and Bianca Batendock coming into this event was ranked 9th place after that great finish at the Oi Rio Pro, and Sally Fitzgibbons 6th. So not necessarily our top seeds. All of those women have already lost out. So a big opportunity here for these two ladies to climb the ranks.
100%. And how's about Bianca? You know, just 2 events ago, she was pretty far down in her ratings. So she has just been leapfrogging with back-to-back finals. Who knows? She could get the win. So she's going to be, I mean, you think about mentally as an athlete, you get so down on your luck. You lose, you lose, you lose. You get all these poor results. It just kind of feeds that beast, and all of a sudden you start winning, and you're making the finals, and all of a sudden life is good again. And so Bianca, you know, she's got to be floating.
And she's definitely been keeping that momentum and floating all the way into the finals. And speaking of those finals, we're just moments away from starting. Ross, we haven't seen the conditions in some time. Let's check in with Rosie Hodge out there in the channel to see if things are changing for the better or the worse. Rosie, what's the latest on the conditions as we get ready for the final?
Todd, everything is super positive. I mean, that rain seems to have lifted, and with that, it's kind of got a little bit more calm out here, and it's actually it's so glassy at the moment. A couple of the boatmen and Josh Kerr are getting a few really nice waves, so I can't wait to start the final.
And what's the vibe like out there? You know, obviously, we know the two ladies that are getting ready to hit the lineup, and Sally and Bianca are obviously very excited. What's the vibe on the ferry boat and out there in the channel with all the boats? There's a lot of spectators as well as media.
It's so good. We got some music playing out of the big ferry boat, and then also we've got a couple people out here watching the girls and cheering them on. I know we had a couple Sally Fitzgibbons or Australian fans in a few of the boats, and then, you know, we've just got everyone out here creating a vibe. I know that there's some of the competitors that stayed on the ferry just to watch the girls, you know, do battle out there.
Rosie.
Yes, Ross.
You ready? on the button here, on the hot seat. Who's gonna win? And don't be all nice about it. Get weird.
Get weird. Put me on Ross Williams, but you know, I've got to support my fellow countrywomen, but then at the same time, Sally, I've known her since she was growing up, and I'm really proud of her for surfing through this injury. So
you're just gonna toe the line, not looking for any surprises in your bunny
I already do the fantasy stardom sit-ins, so you know, I already get put on the spot for that. So right now in the final, it's really 2 of my favorite surfers, so I'll be proud of the girls regardless, but I'd really like to see Bianca Batendock do pretty well.
All right, there you go, Rosie. Thanks so much, and we'll look forward to hearing from you throughout the final, as we saw Sally Fitzgibbons there putting on that jersey, getting ready to get back out there. I love Rosie Hodge. She's so awesome.
She starts squirming. She hated that. She's just, Rosie's too nice is what it is. She didn't want to isolate Sally because she knows she has a great chance of winning, but I know she's going for her fellow staffer.
All right, well, we don't have any Hawaiians in this one, so you can't really toe that line. Who are you picking to win this final?
I think Sally. I just think she has got her beast mode on firm lock right now. You know, with that injury and how she's just buckled down. Not only has she kind of buckled down and managed to get back in the water, but she, in my eyes, has been surfing the best. And that is saying a lot because Bianca has been absolutely tearing. Everyone's just really been so surprised at how Bianca's just getting angry with those big forehand swoops. But for me, Sally, with her wave selection, the way she's really navigating the spot right now, it's really tricky with the ledge, especially with those wash-throughs right now, Todd. I think she has a slight edge.
Well, let's talk about this, though. What if a couple barrels come through that lineup?
I think Sally, again, you know, she's kind of been knifing a few drops and been searching a little bit. And she's also been not afraid to go back and forth with her equipment looking for those step-ups.
Well, we know Sally's been runner-up multiple times going into, or at the end of the year. Last year, she was runner-up going into the final event at the Target Maui Pro. This is looking back at her results this far, Ross. What are your thoughts knowing her surfing and potential and where she currently sits right now, 6th in the world?
Shocking for her, especially. You know, I think everyone expects her to make, you know, semis or better almost every time she suits up. She's so consistent. So it's been a tough year for her. So now that she's back into the finals, you know, this is very familiar with her, Todd. She's back where she probably feels like she belongs. So she's going to be so tough to beat.
Is there anything that you feel was missing this year so far with Sally Fitzgibbons?
No, I really don't. And I would tell you, Todd, if I thought something looked off for her, but she's been ripping. A lot of it is just due to, you know, I think Carissa as well as Courtney have just been absolutely on fire. And in this top 17, you know, that field is so tight. There's really just micro differences who gets the win and who gets 9th. So just a little bit of luck, you know, hasn't been going her way.
Well, we saw the results there thus far for Sally Fitzgibbons. Let's look at the results for Bianca Batendock. We talked about coming off that great runner-up finish at the Oi Rio Pro to Courtney Conalog. So coming in with a lot of momentum. She was ranked 9th coming into this event, but things are definitely going to change after this big result, regardless if she wins or gets 2nd.
How's that trajectory? 13th, 9th, 5th, 2nd. So she has just been improving. You know, it was kind of doom and gloom for her on the Gold Coast. Her board looked kind of weird. You know, and then she kind of figured things out, and it's just been so steady. So again, like we just picked up on it earlier, I think she is just going to be flying high with confidence after making back-to-back finals.
And you'd have to think, you know, aside from Sally winning last year and coming in here really, you know, excited to have the opportunity to defend her title, you know, this is probably an event that Bianca looks forward to as well, because it's one of the rare lefts that we get on tour for the women.
It's true. So she'd be excited about that, but here's the thing we haven't mentioned yet for Bianca. She has yet to win a CT, and you know, that's a really tough one to get that monkey off your back. So I don't know that she'll get nervous, but you know, we'll definitely have a microscope out and check it out.
And, you know, as we look forward to this final between Sally Fitzgibbons and Bianca Batendock, you know, the girls riding a little bit longer equipment, Ross, and, you know, do you think, I'm trying to figure out, do you think we'll see some barrels in this? You know, in the earlier rounds, we saw moments, but it seemed like their equipment wasn't there. Well, now they've had that opportunity through the semifinals. They're going to be equipped. If it presents itself, who do you think is going to get it?
Well, I'm loving what I heard from Rosie. You know, she said the waves have gotten a touch better. That wind is backed off, so I think those barrels are definitely going to be more on offer. So far today, the lineup has been a little grouchy. You know, it's the barrels haven't been really kind of a go-to thing. It's been super risky to pull in because there's been so many chandeliers and kinks in the lineup. So if it gets really clean, I think those tubes will be on offer. And if that's the case, I think Sally's got just a slight edge.
We see Sally there paddling over to her father, Martin, who's been out there throughout the entire event, helping her out with not only support, but as well backup boards. And we saw that swap earlier. And another surfer who's been out there in that channel all day long is Strider Wazalewski. We heard from Rosie out there in the channel. What's it like on the boat?
The boat's pretty chill. It's the exact opposite from Rio. There's, you know, it's very few people left out here. Really, the conditions and the rain and everything kind of scared everybody away. Basically, the competitors tapping into their own vibes. I saw Bianca Batendock up on the top stuff, listening to her headphones. I saw her on the front of it. She was just hanging out, getting ready, kind of cooling off. And then Sally Fitzgibbons was down in the bottom of the boat with her dad and her coach, and just, you know, basically going through the motions as getting ready for her heat. So a really kind of separated preparation for the two surfers.
Alrighty, Strider, thanks so much. And again, mind-blowing stuff to see Sally Fitzgibbons taped up, heading out for this final. We're moments away from the start of the final here at the Women's Fiji Pro. Bianca Batendock up against Sally Fitzgibbons. Stay with us. We are moments away from kicking off the finals here at the Fiji Women's Pro as we see Bianca Batendock making her way out onto the back of the ski. And it looks like somebody coming in with a broken board there. Can you make out who that is, Ross Williams?
Josh Kerr.
That is Josh Kerr. So we heard Kersey was out there, and already, well, I don't think Solarez is going to fix that one. Already snapping a couple of boards. But I tell you what, Ross, we're excited to get this final underway here at the 5th stop of the Samsung Galaxy Championship Tour between Bianca Batendock and Sally Fitzgibbons. Ross, well, you know, the stage is set. the women are out there waiting. Let's throw it over to Joe Turpel and Martin Potter for the call.
Thanks, Todd. Thanks, Ross. A lot to look forward to in the final heat of the contest. Sally Fitzgibbons, regular foot versus the goofy foot of Bianca Batendog. Potts, it's been fun following Bianca's role, especially on finals day. She's been really reliable with her excellent range scores, and she has one more heat to count on it again.
I think she's been reliable from the get-go. I think round one she had a standout performance as well. So constantly posting big scores, constantly looking like the surfer that's in form, attacking the wave a little bit more than her opponent. So I'm looking forward to seeing her really attack this final. Obviously, Sally's going to surf a smarter heat, and she's going to have the most experience going into this event. She's won more heats, but I tell you what, Bianca's on fire, posting massive scores in that last round as well. So Bianca's going to be looking for very similar kind of waves. She's going to be trying to attack the wave like she's been doing, those big drawn-out bottom turns, and really getting that board up through the lip. But opening those shoulders too on that open face, she's been dynamic, and I think she's got to continue that kind of form.
As we check out those matchups, Pod, Sally Fitzgibbons with 3 wins over Bianca's 2 wins. Their last matchup was just recently at the Oi Rio Pro, Baja da Tijuca. We were able to see Bianca Batendog take out Sally. So more recently, Bianca with the success as she heads into a final on a completely different platform. So a fairly evenly matched up final coming up next.
Yes, very much so. But look at that 2-wave total. 15.17 for Sally, 12.84 for Bianca. Her stats are going to rise, though, through this event. She's been constantly bettering that. So that's what she's got to do. I think 9s is what it takes to beat Sally. I think she's going to have to post a couple of 9s, Joe.
Thinking about 9s, Sally is tied for the best wave of the contest with a 9.73 that she had in the quarterfinal clash against Laura Enever earlier today. Bianca Batendog, her high score is 18.03 total. She had in her semifinal against Joanne DeFay. She had a 17.06 combined total in round 1. And we hear the horn sound. It is on, a 35-minute final, scored on their top 2 waves. Unlimited wave max. They can go blow for blow. At the start of a one-on-one heat, there's no priority. Just waiting to see who's going to establish position on the lineup. It'll be the goofy foot, sitting deep, and we'll start on the horn. Batendog gets clipped off the lip to start, handing Fitzgibbons priority.
Wow, well, first little chink right there. You know, Bianca's yet to win an event, so that's going to play into Sally's hands. You know, can Sally put some pressure on Bianca straight away? This is, well, it's kind of familiar territory for Bianca, but she's yet to win a final. 2 appearances here in the finals, but yet to win one. So Sally's got to try and put the foot down from the get-go and try and rattle the cage, but Bianca's got to stick to her guns.
Here comes Sally to answer back. Clean carve to start off the top, and she'll sneak out. So just a 1.0 for Batendog. Fitzgibbons will take the lead with that completed turn.
Yeah, smart move there from Sally. Knew that that wasn't going to be a good wave, so kicking out, maintaining that priority, which has proved very costly if not used in the right way, Joe. Even though there is a lot of waves coming through, there's very few that are actually the ones you want. So both Sally and Bianca are quite aware of that. They've both been on fire as far as picking the right waves go, so it's going to be a battle.
Well, Bianca with a higher combined heat total leading up to this final clash than Sally scores. Before we get there, let's look at the takeoff from Bianca.
Yeah, off the bottom, jams. It just didn't quite get that board around, catching that outside rail, and that was all she wrote for that one. But back to the drawing board. 33 minutes remaining, plenty of time. Bianca's just got to settle down and not let that affect her.
Well, Pot, sometimes you see the takeoff and the competitors highline for a few sections until they get underway. Sometimes they'll be able to go for broke out of the gates. How do they decide that on demand out here at Cloudbreak?
Well, you've got to look down the line. Obviously, the wave dictates the pace. You know, if you find those ones with a little bit more south in it, that allows you to drop straight down and sort of do that first turn. Ones with a little bit more west in it sort of hits the reef a little straighter. You've got to kind of get up and boogie down the line and find those little openings to unleash some big turns. So it's basically what direction the swell's coming in at, which waves you catch, kind of determine how you attack them.
Well, Sally surfed in 5 heats before this final. 4 of those heats have made the top 10 high combined heat scores. Her top was a 17.67, as you see Fitzgibbons on screen, just 24 years of age, but already coming into her 7th year on tour.
Wow. Amazing. She's a seasoned veteran at 24. That's crazy. Still in the prime of her life. Still looking for that elusive world title. This could be the beginning of that run, Joe.
That's right. Little decision to make. Fitzgibbons does have priority. She wants this wave. The whitewater will roll her in. Off the bottom, little snap to start. Board chattering off that last bottom turn. She'll wrap back into the pocket. Little check there for Sal. And then coils up for the backside car. Fitzgibbons out of there. Her wave before was a 2.5. That'll be her 2nd scoring ride. Her best wave so far in the final.
Yeah, just nice, smooth, clean surfing. That's what she's been doing. You know, when things are working, you don't really need to change much. Just give the judges what they want to see, and that's mistake-free, clean, radical surfing. Sal's finding that groove. This is kind of what she does, Joe. She gets a couple of waves under her belt, builds her confidence up, works out which wave she wants.
As Sally gets fired up by her fellow competitors, the staff, the boatmen, everyone out in the lineup. They'll drop her off as she resets. Let's take another look at this last wave.
Yeah, nice little roll in there for Sally. First turn was just to get around this section. Now it starts to slow up a bit, so allows her to just fade down off the bottom, get it back into that power source, waiting for it to build up through the inside. Now it does. There she goes, bangs that nice little turn and kicks out. So nothing too radical, Joe. It's going to be a mid-range score. You can see the chatter on the face of the wave. Still those, even though the wind's died off, there's still a little bit of lump and bump that you've got to negotiate. And Sally doing a fantastic job. Wave number 2 for her. A 2.5 on the first one and a 6.33 right there. Nice finishing maneuver from Sally. 6.33 on that occasion.
Bianca Baetendog now has 29 minutes to find a way to win her first event on the championship tour. She finaled for the first time on the Gold Coast of Australia. Finished runner-up to Stephanie Gilmore. That was the start of Gilmore's 6th world title year. And then came runner-up to Courtney Conlog in Rio. We love watching these hot streaks for competitors, both on the men's and women's side. Courtney was hovering in the spotlight because she was winning events, but Bianca was quietly getting to the stage where she was consistently making really important heats. The top 17 in the world talk about the breakthrough quarterfinal wins. That's when you start getting a little bit more comfortable and stop stressing about requalification. Then you set your next goal at the top 5.
Yeah, exactly right. One step at a time, you know. You don't want to put too much pressure on yourself. Just let it all happen. And once those floodgates open, I mean, you heard what Steph Gilmore said about Courtney, how she's worked something out. She's worked out that special recipe to win. And once you do, it's kind of like this light bulb goes off and you go, oh, wow, okay, is that how it's done? And then you just keep doing it. Wow, look at that.
Cloudbreak opens wide. The best waves in the world to surf. One of the best waves in the world to mind surf all day long. A truly amazing phenomenon is this wave. Here comes a foamy one on the inside corner. Fitzgibbons with a 6.33 and a 2.5. Baetendog just with her 1.0 that she started off with. We mentioned Bianca being relatively new to this stage of an event. Sally's really accustomed to it as she picks herself up after that quick little takeoff.
You know, you heard Sally say she needed to surf a smart heat. Now that meaning just, you know, build up your momentum, you know, get a couple of good waves under your belt. Get priority, wait for the good ones, improve your situation with every encounter. So at the moment, a 6.33 is the wave that's put her in first place right now, repositioning on the reef, creating a little bit more space now between her and Bianca. Bianca's got to be careful not to get drawn too far up the reef And when those big ones come through, find herself too deep.
So both surfers with a serious game plan at hand. Dog took out Joanne DeFay in the last semi-final. Sally Fitzgibbons took out Lakey Peterson. And now 10,000 points on the line on the world rankings. Sally's been in 18 previous finals. This is her 19th championship tour final appearance. Her last final was in Portugal. Her last win was here at the Fiji Pro last year.
Yeah, it's back-to-back, wasn't it? It was Sally's little purple patch. Got her into that world title race. And we saw how devastated she was at the end of the year. So a little bit of a different look on this year. Hasn't really started off the way she wanted to, but this is her opportunity to narrow that gap, Joe.
That's right. As we think about that last season, Potts, what an exciting one. Gilmore on the podium accepted her 6th world title trophy. Said it was her most challenging world title she's ever achieved. Stephanie was quick to note the challenge of surfing against Tyler Wright, Sally Fitzgibbons, Carissa Moore, the Fantastic Four, as they were deemed over the last couple of seasons. They would dominate the semifinals. Usually it was those 4 names. Now we're seeing a total different change, especially with this late start of rhythm for Sally. This year's been different. Her 44 consecutive quarterfinal streak was ended on the Gold Coast.
That's phenomenal. I mean, in any sport, to be able to achieve that was just truly amazing.
She made 4 consecutive finals in Rio. That streak was broken this year. But look at her pick herself back up with a perforated eardrum that she suffered in round 2. She got to surf basically 2 complete heats with 2 good ears. Since then, she's had the headband on. She's still turning in big numbers.
You know, sometimes things happen in life for a reason. Sometimes you can't see that until that moment's passed. You know, obviously you don't want to see competitors hurt themselves, but you know that sort of almost made Sally slow down a little bit. You know, focus on just trying to get your waves, get her waves. You know, pick the right ones, make no mistakes. She's done that, and she's found herself here in the final. So strange, but it's working for her.
As we check out last season, Sally Fitzgibbons opened up with quarters and semifinals, but like you're saying, Potts, back-to-back wins from Rio and Fiji. Will be a different story this year. She heads into the U.S. Open where she's won before. For those ninths, where hasn't been something we had seen from Sally in a few years. If you'll count those semifinals for Fitzgibbons, she's really hoping those ninths will be her throwaways this season.
Yeah, well, that's what she's got to work on. Add another, at least minimum 2nd spot in the Fiji. I mean, if she wins this one, that's going to be a 1st and 2/3 as her keeper results. Steph Gilmore's got 2 seconds with 2 throwaways, Brazil and here. That's going to be 0 counts, but she's counting in 9th place.
Here comes Fitzgibbons now, looking to better a 2.5. Long bottom turn, timing that arc off the top. Chasing some open face. Beautiful arcing turn from Fitzgibbons. Right back to the top, a little under the lip slash, and she'll get out of there.
Just a little far out, we talked about that. You've got to be very careful where you are on the reef. Make sure you're in the right spot. Sally holding that bottom turn just long enough to get that nice turn there. Backs it up with another beautiful vertical tail tapping drop. Slams that one again. So a series of beautiful turns for Sally. 6.33. This is going to go way higher than that. A solid wave here. Bianca with priority. Out of position, and Sally capitalizing with a couple of beautiful turns right there. Massive scores dropping for her, and she's going to be in a very commanding position, Joe.
Fitzgibbons kicks out under a huge amount of white water. As you see her point total change on screen, that last wave at 9.23 from the panel. Dog now comboed. 2 judges through 9.5s. The low side of the scale, 9.0. We've been giving Sally Fitzgibbons warrior/hero status for this effort to come back against doctor's orders. They taped her up, said it was up to her, but they recommended her not surfing through that perforated eardrum. She took a gamble and she's making it count.
That she is. You know, it's just, you know what it's done? It's made her think about things a little clearer. Make sure she's on the right waves. Make sure she doesn't make any mistakes. She can't afford another bad wipeout. You know, we heard her talk to Rosie about taking donuts in that last heat, and she said, look, I can't afford to do that again because that'll pretty much take me out. So she's had to surf a lot smarter. She's had to really think her way through these heats, make sure she doesn't make any mistakes, and that's exactly what she's done. Finds herself here in the finals and in a good position.
Well, Baytendog has to play the comeback role. Let's see if it starts here, as she has a lot of speed. Trims it down, was left searching as she'll fly away out the back. She just had a 1.0 before that. She took up on the first wave of this final, but got clipped in the lip on her first turn.
Yeah, solid wave coming through there. Look at that inside section. You know, there's all the guys in the channel waiting for this to finish. It's going to be a heyday out there for the men this afternoon. The swell is rising. You can see there's a lot more boats, a lot more action in the water at the moment, but Bianca still searching for her first solid sort of wave with 21 minutes remaining. Plenty of time still, so she's got to just take her time, relax, get priority, and make sure this next encounter, this next exchange for her is a positive one.
Lakey Peterson had a pretty solid game plan, even if she wasn't on the best first wave that came through. She realized with her coach Mike Parsons that there were multiple opportunities not to panic if you didn't excel in the first 10 minutes of your matchup. She gave her that relief to come back, and she fought through a lot of matchups. 20 minutes doesn't sound like much, but a wave at Cloudbreak with a rising swell. It's really exciting to see this final go down. At the moment, one of our co-commentators is nice and comfy over at the restaurant checking this final go down. Well, Ross, it's been a little slower start for Baytendog, but she's got some time to come back.
It has, and you know, in the water, it's pretty stressful. Someone's trying to, get their first win. Sally's trying to get back on track with the win. So there's all that kind of, that heavy tension. And then you come to the bar, and there's no tension here. We got some of the ladies having cocktails. They're obviously enjoying themselves. They're officially off beast mode, and I kind of took a tally. And keep in mind, this was before we had any big scores, and we had Bianca had 5 kind of ticks. Sally had 6, so a slight edge there. We also had a handful of the ladies on the fence. They didn't want to really commit, being that everyone's chummy, and they're all staying here on Tavarua, but pretty good vibes down here, guys.
Loving that, Ross. Well, the big thing is leading up into this final was Sally's warrior status, going for big turns. Todd Klein kept wanting to see the barrel sort of open up to change that kind of rhythm in this heat, as we'll stand by with Ross and Laura watching this takeoff. Watch this, Ross. We'll have a glide in from Fitzgibbons, a quick up and out.
Yeah, watch out for that pillow fight, Ross.
Sorry about that.
Could be on.
Joe and Potts, I want to put you guys on the spot. Obviously, Sally's off to a great lead here, but prior to the start, did you guys have a feeling who would take it out?
Well, I was actually with you thinking Sally Fitzgibbons with this warrior status that she's had. She's been doing such a great job to pick the right waves, pick herself back up, and she's just seeing white right now, looking at everything she needs to do to take a win and survive. It's impressive to watch what Bianca's done, but I think that experience to close out a final, you kind of look to Sally to clinch this one as a defending champ.
Yeah, I kind of thought the opposite. I thought Bianca was in good form, and I thought that was going to continue. So I'm going to stick with Bianca.
All right, boys. Well, I'm going to let you guys get back to the drama in the water, but as you can see, everyone's nice and relaxed here. I'm going to let our ladies get back to their cocktails and candy bars and snacks, and we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Thanks, Ross. Enjoy the final. Ross Williams, former CT Warrior, representing the North Shore of Oahu, but loving this comfy little zone at the restaurant. So you see the Clark family in the distance. Laura Enever, Lakey Peterson, Sage Erickson, Trevor, the locals. What a place to hang out.
Doing the Joey wave. Give us the Joey wave, guys.
We signed up for that one. What a great place to be. All-time competitors when they hit the lineup, and great lifetime friends when they're behind the scenes. They'll be enjoying themselves throughout the day. Actually, majority of that crew, Dimity, Sage, Coco, they're all out there at restaurants right after their heats were over. They've been scoring throughout finals day.
Let's talk about scoring. Look at this horizon starting to lift up right now. Let's hope Bianca and Sally are in position. Big sets out the back. Sally goes the first one.
Fitzgibbons will set this bottom term up, jams it down the line. She's got some speed. Classic bottom turn, but
by, you can see her paddling in that white water right there. And that's the thing, with a rising swell, you've kind of got to stay, almost better to stay off towards the right-hand side and jam in if you have to, but it's super tricky at the moment. Bianca behind. She needs something special right now. 16 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. 2/8 will get her in the running. 15.57 two-wave total required from the South African.
Well, Sally Fitzgibbons still has the lead. Baitendog still second. A former South African Tour competitor, Rosie Hodge, is out in the lineup. Rosie, how are the waves looking for this final?
Joe, it's looking dreamy. Like I mentioned before, it's pretty much all positive the way that it's turned around for the final. With that low tide, there's really a lot of sets coming through, so the girls can't really have any kind of complaints about the conditions at the moment. One of the former World Tour competitors, Glennon Ringrose, also one of the water safety guys, went out for a surf earlier today, and he actually gave Sally a little bit of advice before she went out. He said to Sally, you know, the way that it's pulling off the reef, there's so much water right now with that low tide, so go up to a little bit of a longer board. So she swapped to 6'4", and you know, it seems to be helping her really get into it a little bit earlier on these bigger sets.
Rosie, with that swell picking up the tide, obviously going out, is Bianca out of position at the moment? Seems to me like she's a little too far up the reef.
It almost seems like she has changed her position from the prior heats that she surfed, as we see her paddling into a really good-looking wave right now. Joe, do you want to take it away for live action?
Sure. A little off the top for Bianca as she sets up this wave, trying to break the combo. Deep bottom turn, high line wrap, using a lot of the open face. Setup working, she'll get out of there. Trying to better the 6.33. Now Fitzgibbons on a big takeoff. It's really hollow behind her. She'll grab the rail. Trying to make this thing. Remember, Fitzgibbons didn't want to suffer a wipeout in this final due to that perforated eardrum. And that one takes her down, Potts.
Oh my goodness, that was total commitment there. Total disregard for personal safety. Sally charging into that barrel. Well, there was nowhere really to go, was there, Joe, except inside that thing. Let's have a look at it. Races now, decides, okay, I've got to do this. Pulls in, and just goes up and over that white water there. Wow, she was pretty close to coming out of that. Let's have a look at another one here. She comes off the bottom. Now she starts to get going, races down the line. Pulls in nice and deep, up and over that foam ball. She was almost there, and it took her away. So Sally showing some amazing commitment right there. Still waiting for Bianca's score to lock in, Joe. She's looking for a 5.57 to get her out of the combo. Then she's going to need a perfect 10.
What a wave for Fitzgibbons. Remember that same approach she had last season. She was riding that big 6.8. She had a couple barrel opportunities, and a lot of her highlighted scores came from just getting down the line and doing big carves. She was in that position where you thought she was about to make one of the best tube rides of the event in the final. Already with a 9.23.
I'll tell you what, I thought she was coming out of that. I thought we were just about to see our first 10-point ride of the day, of the event. Judges have been pretty stingy with scores. They want to see that barrel. They want to see these ladies pulling deep and come flying out the end. Are they saving that 10-point ride for the final? Can one of these two competitors do that? Sally almost did. Can Bianca?
Well, we had Silvana Lima get 2 10s at the Australian leg, one at Snapper, one at Bells. Those are our only perfect scores of the season. Sally had that 9.73 in the quarter against Laura. And right now a 9.23 and a 6.33. She'll get a 2.67 for that tube effort. Doesn't factor into her top two.
Still waiting for Bianca's wave to lock in. Judges having a good long hard think about it.
Little opportunity now. Ooh. Sally did have priority.
Yep.
Bianca Baitendog, you have priority.
And they'll make the switch to Bianca Baitendog with priority, with Sally making that attempt.
So a little bit of a chink right there. Sally kind of leaves the door open just a little bit. Scores dropping for Bianca's last ride. 12 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. It's going to get her out of that combo situation. And there it is, Joe.
Scores come in for Beitendorf at a 6.9. She'll break the combo. Sally's low score is a 6.33. So Beitendorf now needs an 8.67 for the win. Let's check out this last wave for Bianca.
Yeah, nice bottom turn right here. Look how long she holds that rail and then just unleashes a big turn right there. Again, off the bottom, off the top combo, opens those shoulders, just holds that rail through that turn. Beautiful surfing from Bianca, and decides to kick out of that. Not challenging that inside section, which is a smart move. 6.90. So now looking for an 8.67. Which make things look a little easier now for Bianca. It's going to give her that confidence. She's clawed her way out of that combo. Things going to sound a little bit better. 11.5 remaining. Bianca with priority.
Down to 11:30 in the final of the Fiji Women's Pro. Will Bianca make a comeback and steal this one off the defending champ? We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the final heat of the event for the Fiji Women's Pro. Sally Fitzgibbons looking for her first win of the season. Bianca Beitendorf looking for her first win of her career. With now 10 minutes remaining, Bianca still needs an 8.67 to make a comeback. As you can see, it's been overcast, rainy, but the swell keeps picking up. Miley Dyer, our commissioner, made the call to make today a finals day because the wind looks a little challenging tomorrow. We'll be crowning a champion very soon, Potts.
And that we will, Joe. You know, with that rain, it's going to kind of smooth the surface out a little bit. And it's going to make things look a little prettier. Here we go.
As we watch Bianca Beitendorf lock in, there's that frontside hack. She's making it rain. Little forehand wrap on the second effort with a lot of board speed. She'll come into the inside. She's got to find a place to throw her board, but she'll run out of room. Bianca kicks out. She had a 1.0 to improve on. Now Sally Fitzgibbons on the next wave. If Sally had anything out the back, we'll bring that to you.
I'll tell you what Bianca had out the back was, I think, one of the best turns of the heat so far, but was that enough? Let's have a look at Sally's wave. Late drop here from Sally. Comes off the bottom. Nice turn right there. And another straight up and down. Wow, Sally Fitzgibbons going for it on that one. Wow, these girls are going at it. Let's have a look at this one from Bianca right here. Whammo! Throwing a lot of spray, Joe. Off the bottom again. Carves back into that power source. Is this going to be enough to get her out of that situation? Here we go. Races through the inside. Little check turn right there and decides to get out of this one. So a great exchange there. Watch this bottom turn, top turn combo right here from Bianca. Watch that back foot. She just plants that back foot and just unleashes a huge turn there. Perfect position, perfect timing. Everything just in the right place at the right time. And the spray still flying through the air. Bianca attacking that wave. So great surfing from both competitors right there.
Bianca Beitendorf can throw absolute buckets off the top when she hits the lip. It's all about her timing and control. But one thing you've been noticing, Potts, is that she's attacking the lip on sections where some surfers might want to go around. She's not afraid of going straight up.
No, she's not. And Sally on that last wave, she wasn't afraid either. There was a couple of big turns from her as well. So Sally's going to improve on her 6.33. Bianca's going to lock in her second score.
As we look at numbers locking in, 7 minutes on the clock. A very important exchange just went down in the final. Remember, Bianca had the 6.9. Her best wave's about to get factored in. Fitzgibbons was trying to better a 6.33 to put more pressure.
Well, she's done that for sure. I mean, those two turns, it was a bigger wave, total commitment. And Bianca too. There it is. Not as big as I thought, Joe.
A 7.5 for Bianca.
Wow.
Which kept her in second. And Sally has that crazy number that's about to lock in. This is what the panel thought. One as high as an 8.0 and one as low as a 6.8.
Yeah, which... Yeah, it's... One of the judges thought her first wave was better than her second wave. So as long as they keep that scale. Bianca 7.50. And Sally, well, another bomb just about to drop from Sally Fitzgibbons.
What a roll it's been from Sally Fitzgibbons. She suffered that ear injury in round 2 when she had to battle against wildcard Mahina Maeda. It's been a long time since then. She surfed through the injury. She mentioned how it was so hard to sleep with that perforated eardrum. So running on a low tank, but it doesn't appear that way. She's building energy from nothing. Her adrenaline's got to be maxed out. She's looking to take this event out for the 2nd consecutive year in a row. She's down to 5:30. Here comes Baitendog now, needed to break the combo because last Sally was a 9.33. She'll flow over the first section. Redirects. She needs a little bit more wave to work with. It's staying soft. Frontside wrap for the South African, and she knows she has to get out of there. Now Fitzgibbons with some momentum, and she fades up.
Wow, 9.33 for Sally's last wave. 2 big committed turns. So Sally on a roll here in the finals. Was always going to take 9s to win it, Joe, and at the moment Sally with 2 of them. Bianca in 18.57 two-wave combo. So she needs 2 huge 9-point rides in around about 4.5 minutes. So we're looking at close to the impossible right now for Bianca Baitendag.
Remember talking to Nat Young, former Rookie of the Year, who's on the men's top 34, and when he makes a final, it was a huge accomplishment as a rookie. He did that at Bells. He made another final at Portugal, finished runner-up, and he made the final here last year at Fiji. The more finals you make without a win, it starts to sting. You know how hard it is to achieve that at this level of pro surfing. And now Bianca with her 3rd final with still 4:10 to go. We've seen crazy comebacks in surfing history, especially at waves at Cloudbreak. Let's see if she can pull together an all-star 4 minutes.
It's going to have to start around about now if she's going to have enough time. Sally too smart, though, to let that kind of stuff happen. 3 minutes and 50 seconds remaining, time ticking away. Sally, a 9.23, a 9.33. Saving her best for last. And with a perforated eardrum and all. So Sally, I'll tell you what, it's not hindered her performance one bit.
Well, last year, Fitzgibbons took out this event over Stephanie Gilmore in the final. This year, it's starting to look like it'll be over Bianca Baitendag. Sally with 2 nights already this year. This is her first final appearance in 2015 and could be her first win of the season. Baitendag was just inside the top 10 picture, and she'll get 8,000 points on the rankings if she stays runner-up.
It's going to do wonders for her confidence. I mean, win, lose or draw here, it's definitely a step in the right direction for her back-to-back finals. Nothing wrong with that, Joe.
What a momentum roll for the South African. What a great finals day it's been. Bianca's lowest score line was kind of in that non-elimination scenario in round 3 as we'll check out the recap of the final. Fitzgibbons protecting that left ear. Started going off the top. Classic backhand surfing. Earned a 6.33. That one's long gone and she's counting a couple of 9s now, Potts.
That she is. She's just been attacking it. You know, Bianca, this was one of the best turns right there. Just the connecting with the lip gouging turn right there. This is what she's been producing big scores on throughout this entire event. Just didn't quite cooperate through that inside for her. So 6.9 and a 7.5 at the moment. Sally with 2 massive scores. She's just found the ways. Have a look at this. A late drop. What does she do? Straight off the bottom, snaps it under the lip, and then right here attacks that there, which a lot of the surfers haven't been doing today. So the judges rewarding that commitment, that degree of difficulty. 9.33. Sally Fitzgibbons running away with this one. 1 minute and 45 seconds to go. Bianca in a virtually impossible situation. 18.57 two-wave total required.
Baitendag into her 3rd season among the top 17. When she qualified, she was the only rookie that year. Talk about how hard it is to get on tour. Sometimes the QS is dominated by CT competitors backing themselves up. That was the case Bianca's year. She was able to make the final series in Brazil. She's done that a couple of times. It shows her depth on tour. You can surf beach breaks well and surf solid waves here at Cloudbreak. Now into the final minute, we'll have Sally Fitzgibbons take another wave. She'll hop out of there. 55 seconds as Sally Fitz is starting to feel it. All that dedication and hard work behind the scenes, picking herself up from heartbreaking runner-up finishes in the world, and always giving herself a fighting chance to win, even with an injury. Pocket nines in the final, her best combined heat total when it mattered the most. Came into this event number 6 in the world. Things will be changing heading into the US Open.
Things will be changing real quick. Sally's found a newfound form. I mean, you know, you heard Ross Williams talk about it. You know, there's nothing really changed with the way she's competing, but she's surfing better as well. It's just not equating to results. Now it has. There's finally, she's clicked on one, and I think that's going to be the floodgates open for her. She's going to go home, get herself fixed up, and watch out for Sally come up these next couple of events. She's going to be carrying a lot of confidence.
As we 1,000 Fitzgibbons. Start selling those bands for all of her fans. The back half of the season, the big embrace from the runner-up Bianca Batendog. What an amazing tour this is, Potts. Some amazing women in and out of the lineup that push themselves to heroic moments like this.
You know what, if anyone ever questions the fact that these women can't ride gnarly waves, well, they're eating their hats right now, because we've just seen some great performances throughout this day. Challenging conditions. These girls, these ladies have stepped up to the challenge. Absolutely blazing here today. Sally pulling into some crazy waves. Burst eardrum and all. Bianca Batendog surfing incredibly well. Joanne DeFay as well. Lakey Peterson, breakthrough performance from her. It's just been a highlight day.
And now the best moment for Sally Fitzgibbons. Through all the pain, she'll delay that little escort to the boat because she sees 3-time world champ Mick Fanning. And Fanning, obviously, so proud of the warrior effort from Sally Fitzgibbons, representing Australia. The former Australian Surfer of the Year. Now gets to experience one of the best moments of surfing when you're not on a wave.
Yep. Great moments there. That's a smile. You're not going to be able to wipe that smile off your face for a while.
That's right. Well, now she's on the ski with Bear, and they're going to do a victory lap all around Cloudbreak. And she's starting to realize this moment. After all the wipeouts she took, the eardrum perforated in round 2. Now she's running on pure adrenaline and triumph. What an athlete. One of the best athletes in the world for sure.
Yep, she held an amazing record of consecutive quarterfinals or better. She's got herself back in that winning form. Crazy things happen in our sport, Joe, and we've just seen one of them.
When you look at surfing, you think of heroic efforts to win. Remember Maiko surfing with a cast on. Remember Kelly Slater hurting himself in Tahiti. Potts, you overcoming injuries to fight on, and now Sally joining those conversations as one of the most heroic efforts with a jersey on.
You know, she knew she had to surf smart. You know, she was carrying that injury. She couldn't afford a big wipeout. So what it made her do was just really focus on the right waves, focus on the right moves at the right time. You know, risk and reward, well, she did all of that. She did it without any mistakes, surfed flawlessly through the final, saved her best for last. Just our hats go off to you, Sally.
That's right. She's celebrating the moment with Rosie. Rosie, how's she feeling?
Oh my gosh, Joe, this is hero status, warrior status. She is just, Sally, of all your victories, this has to be the sweetest. I mean, just really triumphing in the face of a perforated eardrum, you know, really tricky conditions. You must be so proud of yourself.
I'm just so exhausted, and like when the hooter went, just like the tears came out. It was just such a big couple of days and quite a bit of pain, and I just thought, you know, whatever the ocean was going to deal up to me, I was happy with. Like whether in that round 3, if I got no waves, I just wanted to have a go, and that was my motivation. Just everyone supporting me back at home. Love you guys, we did it, and you know, in the face of adversity, this will definitely be one of the most special wins I'll ever have.
And Sally, just before you surfed your round 3 heat, I had a chat to you, and you weren't sure whether or not you were going to even compete in this contest. You know, what changed for you? What took over, and you know, how did you just click into that competitive spirit and that mindset of just mind over matter?
I think like it's just all the years of training and that mental strength over all the years. You just know that you've got it in you, and I just you know, I really like connecting with the ocean out here in Fiji, and it's got so much power, and it's the biggest challenge, and yeah, it threw me around a couple of times today, but I just kept telling myself to relax, and been here before, and you only need 1 year, it's okay.
And Sally, you're one of the hungriest people for a world title, obviously with Carissa going down in, you know, that round 4, Stephanie Gilmore with that injury. You must be seeing a little bit of opportunity for yourself to, you know, have a crack at the world title.
Oh, to tell you the truth, you know, starting the year, I was just on such a high because I felt my surfing was there, and I got bent down a couple of times just not getting the results that, you know, I was working for, and I think just over these years of experience, I just learned to, you know, go with the flow and just have that patience and just enjoy that. You know, some heats don't go your way, you just got to work harder, and that's what all the girls on tour are doing. They're pushing me, and at this stage to have a win, it's just so amazing. I'm just so happy, and it's a credit to the medical staff and Chris Prosser taping me up, and everyone, my loved ones and family at home, just there watching every single minute and sending me all their love and energy. So thanks to everyone, and woohoo, we did it.
And Sally, someone that we've always noticed has been by your side is your dad. You know, what was he telling you in those moments leading up to that round 3 heat, and how was he a pillar of support for you?
Yeah, you know, I think in the family, you know, Mum tells Dad the advice, and then Dad passes it on to me, so it's all connected. And yeah, you know, my family and brothers, they push me when I'm at home, and every early session they're there with me in spirit, and they'll definitely here with me today and set me those good ways.
Well, congratulations, Sally. I know that Mary and Martin can be extremely proud of their daughter, and I'm going to let you celebrate your victory. Back to you, Joe.
Thanks a lot, Rosie. Sally Fitzgibbons, your 2015 Fiji Women's Pro Champion, and you're looking at a new world number 3 as she moves up 3 spots in the rankings, heading into the U.S. Open, a place where she has been victorious in the past, and now starting to let go of all that emotion, fighting through the pain and the adversity to triumph for her 9th career championship tour win.
Yeah, amazing stuff. I mean, you know, she knew she had to dig deep. She said, you know, it was obviously one of the more challenging days of competition she's probably ever going to surf, and that's going to give her more confidence than you could even imagine, Joe. Coming through, you know, she's closed the gap. She's got herself back up there. Look out. Sally's she's fighting back, I'm telling you right now. It's going to be an unbelievable world title race. I can't wait to sit back and watch it unfold.
What an emotional moment for everyone on hand. Fitzgibbons, a true champion. Back-to-back wins at the Fiji Pro. We'll take a quick break and we'll join the celebration once again right after this.